I will be upfront with you. This PMP video which you are about to watch is a long video. In fact, it is 7 to 8 hours long video. It took my team several months to come up with the most important 180 questions just like your actual PMP exam. Now you must be wondering why it took Varun several months to come up with these 180 questions. The answer to this question lies in this question itself, which is that it is the most important 180 questions just like your PMP exam. First, I handpicked these 180 PMP questions from thousands of questions to mimic the actual PMP exam. In a year, I personally teach thousands of students to pass the PMP exam in first attempt. On daily basis, these students go in and give the PMP exam. I talk to them. I talk to most of my students to understand, to take the feedback from them on the PMP exam. And then I came up with these 180 most important PMP questions. Secondly, I was getting many messages on LinkedIn through emails that we failed the PMP exam. The actual PMP exam was much different as compared to what these students have worked on through their simulator. So I decided to make these 180 PMP questions to be tougher than the real PMP exam. The reason I made these questions tougher because I don't want you to be surprised in your real PMP exam. Yes, you heard it right. I made these 180 questions tougher than the real PMP exam because I don't want to see many more messages like these that Varun, we failed the exam. We did not have a good hands-on practice on the actual PMP exam questions. So let's go right into it. But before you do that, if you are watching this video on a computer, please make sure you open a Word file so that you can make the notes. I will be giving you a lot of keywords which will be very important for your actual PMP exam. Secondly, if you are watching this video on a phone or through a YouTube app, just make sure you open the notes tab. Be ready to pause this video 100 times if needed be so that you can make these notes. And trust me, these notes will come up very handy before your actual PMP exam. Go through these notes multiple times. If you want to watch this video 100 times, please do so. People tell me this thing that Varun, this video blew my mind. My entire thought process completely changed after watching this video. Also, I would be giving you my 4 secret techniques. My Neil Armstrong technique, my Einstein technique, my diagonal relationship technique, and lastly, my elimination technique. These 4 techniques will come in very handy with you, so make sure you are making proper notes while watching this video. So let's go right into it and good luck. There has been sharp increase in user complaints about the agile product development methods of a smartphone company. The smartphone manufacturer reassessed the methods, and analysis of the complaints reveals that users are trying to use some features in ways that the designer did not anticipate. How could this problem be prevented? Now, this is a prevention kind of a question where, so as I told you before multiple times that you will get many, like most of the questions would be, what is your next step? Or you will get questions like, how can you prevent this question? So this is a prevention type of a question. Let's read the answer choices. There is a problem and they are asking, how can you prevent this? A, ask some of the users to test the product before it is launched. Good choice. The problem happened at the last moment, when the product was actually launched, because we are getting user complaints. So if you would have, asked some of the end users to test it before it was launched, it could have helped prevent this situation. Good choice. So A is definitely a good choice. B, create a detailed lessons learned document so that these issues don't happen in future. That's a good choice as well. But is it solving the problem described in the question? The question is, how can you prevent this? Option B can help you in future, but not the prevention kind. So B is definitely out. Survey the users on how they will use the product. Yes, you can survey the users as well, but now we are using the elimination technique. Ask this question to yourself: is surveying the users a better choice, or asking some of the users to test the product is better? I think survey is like, you send an email and you say, okay, do this XYZ. But when someone is actually testing it, that's actually a better choice. So if you ask me, I think out of A and C, A is a better choice. But still, so far A is the best one. D, ask your dev team to keep end users in mind. Okay, I mean, we all are human beings, we make mistakes. So even if you tell the dev team to keep the end users in mind, you're not doing something specifically. So out of all the choices, A is definitely a good choice. We are 7 months into a strategic agile project. The company executives are closely monitoring its progress. The project director is frustrated about the last weekly burn down charts depicting the project completion date changing significantly several times. How can the project manager forecast the project completion date with more accuracy and stability? So first of all, you need to find out that is there really a problem? If burn down chart is showing that dates are changing significantly, then there is definitely a problem. So let's read the answer choices. A, lower the frequency of progress reports shared with senior stakeholders. Very bad choice. Not sharing the progress report does not mean that there is not a problem. There is a problem, and the question is asking about how to resolve that problem. So A is definitely out. B, inform the executive committee about the flexible nature of agile planning. Yes, I can understand that that there is a flexible nature of agile planning. But again, if you read the question, if the the burn down chart is moving up and down or showing some variance, then there is a problem. So option B is saying there is no problem. So B is definitely out. C, come up with a planning variable size iterations based on story complexity and load. Okay, variable size iterations. Now, what is variable size iterations? Like if I say this iteration is for 2 weeks, next iteration is for 4 weeks. Typically you always go with a fixed iteration. So if like it is of 2 weeks now, future iteration should also be 2 weeks, so that you can gauge the performance. Variable size is definitely out. D, explain or elaborate on the upcoming backlog items in more detail with the team. Okay, if you use a logic, I discussed all of the 4 choices and I've already eliminated the top 3. So basic answer is D. But the question is, there is a problem because it's moving rapidly up and down, the burn down chart. If you elaborate those items in detail, you discuss that with the team, you may be able to find the root cause of the problem. So option D is definitely the best choice. Mark is a project manager who is experienced in predictive methods. He is taking on an agile project for the first time. In order to seamlessly adjust to shift from predictive to agile, Mark makes a watch list of situations that arise from insufficient actions as a servant leader. Select 3 situations that would result from lack of servant leadership. Now, this question is about, I call it as a not question, which is like, what should project manager not do? Or in this case, which is, what should project manager is like lacking, or like a servant leadership is lacking. So this question is, we read the answer choices and we ask this question to ourselves that if servant leadership is not there, what will happen? Okay. A, team members don't communicate directly with other departments. I would say a good choice, definitely. If the servant leadership is not there, then team members may not be comfortable with other departments. So this could definitely be a good choice. So I find A to be a good choice. Team members come up with impediments that they are unable to neutralize. So first of all, the basic question is, why would team member come up with impediment? Impediments come on its own when you are managing a project. And let's say if a team member is not there, then that's impediment. So I may say that yes, team member may come up with impediment, but they don't deliberately do that. And ultimately it says that they are unable to neutralize. No, I would say that in agile, team members try to resolve the problem on their own. Yes, of course, servant leadership will help. But that does not mean that team members will not try to resolve the problem on their own. So B is not a good choice. Again, the question is about lack of servant leadership. Guys, remember this, lack of servant leadership. This may be confusing and many people may get it wrong. So it's okay, it happens. Team members don't take on challenging tasks. Yes, that is true. If the servant leadership is not there, then there is no one to actually, challenge them. So they will just, go on and work on some repeated stuff and stuff. So C can definitely be a choice if there is a lack of senior leadership. Project stakeholders express skepticism over agile methods. Yes, that's another good choice. Because if you see the question, they are moving from predictive to agile. I think that's what it is, right? Because yes, they are managing an agile project for the first time. So not everyone will be comfortable, when there is a change. So senior leadership, servant leadership, if you ask me specifically, they help to explain the importance of agile methods. And if they are not there, then people might not feel comfortable that is agile really the worth it or not. So D is definitely a good choice. I think we wanted 3 options and we already found A, C, D, but let's read E as well. Team high performance move to more senior positions. Just because servant leadership is not there, that does not mean that team will move to other senior positions. That is something which just transition on its own when you are performing good and stuff. So honestly, this is simply an irrelevant question that has nothing to do with servant leadership. So E is out as well. Jason is a new team member who is unaccustomed to agile practices. An operations engineer often criticizes Jason's work. Jason becomes nervous when the operation engineer appears in morning stand-up meeting. Which of the following could justify the project manager's invitations to operations engineer? So just because 2 team members don't like each other or there is not a good rapport, that does not mean that you will not invite that person. So that person should definitely be there, and they're asking what should be the reason to invite the other person, the operations engineer. A, all team members are important and we should not ignore anyone. Actually, that is exactly what I was saying. So A looks like a good choice. B, team members' performance will become better. I really don't think so. If operation engineer is not there, that means there is no one to challenge him, right? So if there is no one to challenge him, that does not mean that the performance will become better. It might be stable or it might improve, but B is not necessarily the good choice if you ask me. C, the project manager will be able to learn more about the project engineer. The problem over here is between Jason and the operation engineer. Project manager has nothing to do with it. So the C option saying project will be able to learn more about the operations engineer. I mean, again, irrelevant choice, because the problem is between those 2 people, not between the project manager and the operations engineer. And if he can know about operation engineer when there is a meeting, but in daily stand-up, how much you actually talk, it's about what you did yesterday, what you do today, and what you will do in future. So C is not a good choice. D, it will help the project to get back on track. Where in the question it said that project is not on track? How are you making this assumption? So don't take unnecessary assumption. D is irrelevant as well. So the correct choice is A. There have been several incomplete stories at the end of an iteration. Multiple team members worked on these stories and there were no blockers identified. Which of the following options can the agile team use to resolve this problem? So if you see the question, the problem is there are several incomplete stories, okay? And multiple team members worked on those, but still they were incomplete. What is the problem? A, make use of the next iteration to come up with a team spike that would help determine the feasibility of completing the planned user stories. I mean, you can do that, but spike is more about risks which are happening on the project. And you can find the problem using spike, but that is not necessarily the right choice. Again, let's see. B, place the stories in the blocked column and work with the product owner to remove the impediments. You cannot, incomplete does not mean that it is blocked. Incomplete means that it is not complete. Simple. But like, for example, if I want you to go to a bank and withdraw money, I'm just giving a random example. It might be a poor example. But going to bank and withdraw money, they are 2 different tasks. So if you went to the bank, this means you completed that part, but you did not complete the withdrawing money part, right? So incomplete means that you're not doing all the things which are mentioned in the user story. Okay. C, proceed with breaking down the stories further in the backlog by working with the product owner. That actually is a very good choice because it looks like they're not, I think the user story looks like it's pretty long. It's not broken down at a, like a decomposed at a minute level so that it could actually be worked upon. So C looks like a good choice. If you break a single user story into multiple user stories, then it might resolve the problem, then we can see more complete stories, which is actually the problem in the question. D, insert the stories back into the product and wait for the less intensive iteration to work on them. This is like you are, avoiding the problem at this time, and you are saying that you will look at this problem at later stage. So D is definitely out as well. So the correct choice should be C. You're in charge of an agile team that has shown impressive progress in first 4 iterations. However, in the 5th iteration, the progress has slowed without any apparent reason. What will you do as a next step? So basically first 4, it went well. The problem happened in the 5th iteration. So what should you do next? Remember guys, these type of questions come in the PMP exam. Like what should you do next? This is a scenario based question. A, work with the team to find the root cause of the issue. Yes, if there is a problem, you should definitely find the root cause. So A is definitely a good choice. B, remove the underperforming team members who is slowing things down. Okay, first of all, we're not really sure that there is an underperforming team member. And if there is an underperforming team member, that person may have been identified in the first 4 iterations. So there is definitely some other reason if you ask me. So B is out. No action is needed. A team has moved from norming stage to storming stage. Again, we are not talking about Tuckman ladder of team development in this question. Norming to storming stage, and honestly in storming stage, more conflicts happen. I can understand that part, but it's not necessary, right? That you are in storming stage, because storming stage can happen early also, in the middle also, in the later. It just depends upon how you are managing the project end to end. So C may be right, but not necessarily right. D, no action is needed as the team happened to work low complexity user in the first 4 iteration. Where did it say in the question that the team worked in the lower complexity user stories? Nowhere. Then how can you take that assumption that they are working on a lower complexity? And first of all, the user stories are prioritized. The user stories in the product backlog, and not just because that first you do the low complexity one and then you will do the hard. No, you typically start with the priority. So D is definitely out. So the only option which is left is like the first step, which is your Neil Armstrong technique. If you remember, what is the first step you will do? You will work with the team to find the root cause of the issue. If you are wondering what is Neil Armstrong, I'll just give you a hint. Do you know who was the second person to land on moon? I personally don't know, but I definitely know that Neil Armstrong was the first person to land on the moon. So, ask this question to yourself that, what is the first thing as a project manager should I do? That's your Neil Armstrong's technique. I just named it. I don't know how, but it looks funny and my students like it. Despite your team's best effort to address several blocked items on the Kanban board, the items remain as is. The sprint retrospective reveals that all the impediments can be traced back to particular department head. So there is a culprit here, and the culprit is the department head. Okay. Tom, the project manager, had tried to educate the department head previously, but the head is still resistant. Okay. Which of the following options should Tom do next? So Tom tried on its own, but the person is still resistant. So now Tom, who is the project manager, has to do something different now. Okay. A, ask the department head for budgetary compensation that's proportional to delays due to lack of their cooperation. Again, don't you think so? It's too extreme. Just because a team member or a stakeholder is not helping or supporting, you will ask for budgetary compensation. And first of all, you are just a project manager. It's not in your head. You probably need a sponsor role or support in order to do that. I honestly feel that A is too extreme. B, release an information radiator that ranks the stakeholder according to their active support on the project goal. Okay. if you ask me, you are saying that you're not supporting me. Okay, I'll do an information radiator where I will show it to the entire world that you're not supporting me. Again, how embarrassing would this be for the department head? You know, agile is all about collaboration, not about, you know, talking about someone's problem in front of the entire world. So B is definitely out. C, find other stakeholders who can help work around the department head barriers. Okay, so you're saying department head, I'm ignoring you. Let me find someone who can do your task or something on those lines. That's option C for you. I mean, you tried, and if you don't have a choice, you can do C, but I honestly don't like it until I read D. Make use of stakeholder analysis to identify an aligned senior stakeholder who could influence the department head. Okay, now, if you see option C and D, between C and D, C is saying that, you know, we will just ignore your task and we will ask someone who can kind of do your tasks. So that's like, you know, you are like doing a workaround, you are going behind someone's back. That's your option C. Option D is you tried, you didn't get successful, and now you are taking help of some other stakeholder, you know, who can actually influence. So out of all the options, D is a better choice. Despite your team's best effort to address several block items on the Kanban board, the items remain as is. The sprint retrospective reveals that all impediments can be traced back to mandatory corporate business processes that introduce wait times. Okay, so the problem is in a process which has been introduced that is increasing the wait time. Okay, which of the following options should the project manager do next? Guys, these are very, very good questions, and if you ask me personally, you know, my simulator has scenario based questions, and that's the reason why we do these scenario based questions, because real PMP is all about scenario based questions, and this is just one set of 180 questions. In total, I have like more than in total like more than 1,000+ questions explained in similar way. And trust me, if you are loving this right now, you will love my complete simulator as well. A, increase the story point estimates for the stories in the product backlog to factor in the business process delays. Okay, increasing the story point estimates, you know, that's never a good choice. Like for example, right now you are saying that it should take 5 units. Now it will take 10 units just because you added a new business process. So I mean, you can do that, but it's not a good way of dealing with the problem, if you personally ask me. Just like you are increasing the estimate where the problem may be something else, which you can actually resolve the root cause of the problem instead of just accepting the problem and increasing the story point estimates. B, work with the process owners to streamline the procedures, secure the team that is coaching on the processes. Exactly. I think, you know, out of A and B, you are still trying to work with the problem. You're still trying to, provide training, and you do training. Yeah, right. Training is actually one of the tasks of your exam content outline. So B looks like a good choice. C, train the team on business processes in the upcoming iteration. This would help them work more autonomously. Okay. First of all, you can definitely train the team. That's a good answer choice, but the second statement of this question is incorrect, which is this would help team work more autonomously. What is autonomously? Working independently. Agile is all about collaboration. It's not about, you know, like doing it alone or doing autonomously. No. So the second statement is wrong. That's why option C is incorrect. D, as a servant leader, resolve the pending issues while the team attends a team building event. First of all, servant leader, it's a job of servant leader to resolve the problems or guide the team to resolve the problems, but not necessarily in a team building event. Or you can say that, you know, team is attending a team building event and you are resolving the problem like this. No. Team building event is not a place to resolve these kind of problems. I mean, you can discuss it, but that's not your first choice. So out of all, the better choice is option B. According to the annual report, your product prices are being driven by your competitors. This is causing your company to lose market share. Also, midway into a product development project, it appears the sponsoring unit is unlikely to get a return on its investment. Which of the following options should the project manager do to adapt to these new conditions? Choose two. Again, it's a multiple answer choice question. These are new type of questions which are coming in the PMP exam, where one option is not the correct. You have to select multiple choice answers. So so first of all, what's the problem? You're dealing with competition all the time. Like for example, I deal with competition all the time, and the company is losing the market share. It happens, yes. And the team, your sponsors think that they will not get the return on investment, so that's another problem. The pricings are being driven down. So like for example, if you sell your course for $100, your competitors might be selling for $20 or $10 or whatever. So that is, you are losing market share because of that. Okay. Come up with cost benefit analysis. You know what, let me tell you, that's a problem I'm facing. My competitors, I shouldn't say that, but they are just selling the course for such a cheap price that I get into the trouble. People say that, Varun, why you are selling the course high, your course to be expensive. But guys, there is a reason. Each and every question I have recorded it, and the explanations which I am giving, it's like top notch. It's like you go to the market and at one place you're buying a Honda and the other place you're buying a BMW and an Audi or a Lamborghini. That's the difference. And I get so many people who use those cheap courses and they fail the exam. So and then they come to me, they pay the full price. So why do you want to spend time and money on something which is cheap? And your time has value. Please consider that time is money. So don't just go blindly with the cheapest course available just because it's the cheapest. The quality may be pathetic. Sorry for distracting, but that's a real problem I'm facing, so I thought I should tell. Anyways, come up with a cost benefit analysis of deliverables to help optimize speed and delivery cost. Okay, the problem is that the product prices are being driven by the competitors, right? And they don't think so there is a return. So cost is definitely a problem. Option, cost benefit analysis, is actually dealing with that problem. So A is a good choice. B, deliver the same features as the competitors by rescoping the project to match the pricing of the competitors. So basically you are telling me that, Varun, you reduce the quality of your course just because your competitors are selling the course at the cheapest price. No, I'm not going to do that. No, I cannot descope. I will still spend my time and effort into this so that my students pass the exam in first attempt, and that too with above target score. That's what I deliver, and that's what I'm gonna do that. So B is definitely out for me. I think I'm getting kind of emotional, but that's true. I would never compromise on the quality which I give. C, replace the local staff by outside staff incrementally who can work at much less hourly rates. No. Again, extreme choice. You shouldn't do that. Just because your competitor is selling for cheap, that does not mean that you will hire people who are working on less hourly rates. Again, you can do that, but that should definitely not be your first choice. D, split out an agile track to incrementally maximize value within a fixed budget. Exactly, you have to understand that this is my budget, and out of this budget, how can I give the maximum value? So, right, that's what you're trying to do. Like if you see this recording, this question which I'm giving you, I'm giving you for pennies. Honestly, it's like cheap. It's almost free. Why I'm giving you? Because I want to show you the quality of my questions, that they are far superior than other people. Like other people, they see the pricing at my end and they don't even purchase the complete test simulator. Why? Because they see that, Varun, it's too expensive. But now I'm giving you a chance to review the questions and see that qualities are so good. My quality is you will value that quality, and most importantly, you will value your time. So D is definitely a good choice. E, in order to help deliver the intended scope with less overhead costs, fast track the remainder of the project. Again, the problem is not with the timing. Fast track is timing. problem is with cost. So E is not resolving the cost problem. So that is out as well. So your correct choice is option A and option D. An agile software project is security classified. The project requires external expertise and delivery to add a module based on machine learning. An approved supplier asks you to join the daily meeting with the supplier's agile team. However, your day is filled with internal meetings. Which of the following options should be used for the two teams to synchronize interactively but less frequently? Okay, so basically you don't have time to meet very often, but you still want to know the updates like on a more frequent and a regular basis. Okay, A, come out with a common electronic Kanban. You can do that, but in this case you're not meeting. The problem, they say they want to have synchronization between the two teams. Okay, so A may resolve it but not necessarily. B, have iterations aligned with common retrospective. Same reason why I didn't like A, that's the same reason B. You can have a common retrospective also where both the teams meet, but your team may not be comfortable to share their lessons learned in front of the other team. That's more internal to you. So B is kind of out. C, add a scrum of scrum layer and execute it. I think that's the best choice. That's the real reason of why you do a scrum of scrum. You don't have time, multiple projects are working in big programs. You do a scrum of scrum so that you meet less frequently and you kind of resolve that problem, right? You don't have, again, the problem was you don't have time to meet so often. So that is what you are doing. D, come up with fishbowl window for each site. Now, a lot of people ask me, Varun, what is fishbowl window? Guys, I have explained all these topics in my agile videos, like in my course videos, not on my question videos, but in my course videos, I've explained each and every. So I won't be able to do justice if I explain what fishbowl window or other topics is in this, because in this video, in this question, it's just one question. But since I've talked, I don't feel nice, I'll just tell you. Fishbowl window is like, like a constant monitoring going on. You will start the recording from your end, and the team who is sitting in a virtual environment somewhere else, they will start the recording and you'll just keep on doing their work. If you have a question, you will speak up, and this is more used for virtual environment. Again, this question is about how they can synchronize, meet interactively, and I think we have already found the best answer, which is C. You are the project manager of XYZ firm. Your firm's marketing director is unhappy that the agile innovation team is developing too many novelty products with very little business value. Which of the following actions should the project manager do to rectify the team's approach? So what is the team doing? They are just coming up with products more and more and more, and there is very little business value. So how should you resolve this? A, increase the story sizes to incorporate more valuable features. First of all, you should not increase the story size. Again, the problem is something else, and just by increasing the story size, you're kind of accepting the problem and you're saying that it's okay, let us increase the size and let's build as much as we can. No, if something you're not doing valuable, you should stop doing that. Agile is all about doing the right thing, doing something valuable and not just everything. B, survey end users and rank items in product backlog according to the survey results, user value. Why not? If you think that the team is doing just making so many products which has very little business value, then ask the end users, then ask the people to come up with like what is your higher priority, which you need the most. So B is definitely resolving that problem. So B is a good choice. C, instruct the team to undertake a training course in direct response marketing. I mean, first of all, what is direct response marketing? I mean, I personally don't even know what direct response marketing is. So I'll just keep it for now because I have no clue about it. D, let me see if I can find a better choice. D, let the marketing director approve each story by adding a process. Don't you think so? It's too extreme that a marketing director is approving each story point, and most importantly, it may increase unnecessary complexity and the lag time, which you don't know, which you don't need. So D is also out. E, tighten the value criteria and the definition of ready by working with the product owners. Okay, now I first of all don't know what direct response marketing is, and you should also, if you don't know something, then just don't think that, hey, I don't know the topic. This means I might not have read in PMBOK. I might not have done the research. Maybe it's just a made up term. Again, direct response marketing is definitely not a made up term. I'm not saying that. But since I don't know what it is and I think E is better than C, I'm going with E. And definitely B is correct. There is no doubt about it. But I'll give you the reason why E is also correct. Tighten the value criteria and the definition of ready. The problem is that team is making too many novelty products and which has very less business value. Option E is actually working on that problem, where they are actually making sure that the value is achieved. Like if you tighten the value criteria, like for example, if the video which you're seeing, this course which you took, it is value to you, right? So we have tightened that criteria that we will not add just any Tom, Dick and Harry question. Like we will make sure that we are giving the best scenario based questions, because ultimately that's what the real PMP is about. Real PMP is not about straightforward questions, right? So we have tightened the value criteria so that we come up with less but the best. So option E is definitely a better choice than direct response marketing. You are the head of operations of a highly productive agile team. You have informed the product owner that the company is not getting solid return on investment from the team's work. How should the product owner address the problem? Now, if you see the question, the problem is really with the return on investment. Like, the team is not getting the return on investment on whatever the work they are doing. So that is what we have to resolve. Always remember, PMP questions are scenario based questions, and we talk about most of the questions will have a problem defined, and what you have to do is you have to come up with some kind of solution to that problem. So over here the problem is about not getting a solid return on investment. A, run a retrospective with the project manager and go ahead with the project cancellation. I would say going for project cancellation would be a too extreme choice. So you won't do that at the first go itself. So A is definitely out. B, come out with minimum marketable features and prioritize the backlog items. Okay, now minimum marketable features, like what is minimum marketable features? Like I would say the basic things which should be in a product. Like for example, if you talk about my simulator, what we do is, most of the traditional simulators, what they do, they will give just answers to the questions, like a description to like why option A is correct or C is correct. Like they will just give a textual description. But what we do, we provide this video where we are explaining the question so that people can really understand why one option is better than other. So now I won't call this feature as minimum marketable feature. This is something which is an added advantage which we have given. But if I have to go to the market, for me the minimum marketable feature would be just gives a textual description and launch it. That's what there it is, right? So I would say B is a very good choice because you're not getting good return on investment. So it's better you come up with the list of requirements which are considered to be minimum marketable and launch it. So B is a good choice. C, lesser the number of team members as necessary to guarantee a positive return on investment. Okay. Now, I would say once again, it's an extreme choice because you don't want to, fire the resources, like, lesser the number of resources. That's like kind of an extreme choice. D, review the user stories and prioritize the relevant backlog items. So D is also a good choice because, you are prioritizing the items which which will, like, you can prioritize the items which are will give more return on investment, so you can probably do that. So D is also a good choice. Now let's select out of B and D which is better. D option is not necessarily guaranteeing you that still you will get the solid return on investment. What is guaranteeing you is the minimum marketable features. Like you will launch it, you will see what people are liking it, not liking it, and then based upon the user's trend, what the end user's trend, what they want, then you can come up with, oh, let's launch this now, let's launch in the next sprint. So I would say out of B and D, B is definitely a better choice. Every October, you are given the task of evaluating ongoing projects and prioritizing them. Same as every year, you were given the list. Okay. However, after reading the high-level project description, you realize that One of them is not a project, but an operation. Which of the following tasks can be categorized into the operation category? Select two answer choices. So this question is a multiple answer choice. Basically, we need to select two answer choices over here. And I think they are trying to find which of them is an operation, like which two out of these options are operation. Let's see. Remember, operation is something which is ongoing. Project is something which has a specific end date. So let's read it. Include features in the product to enable more customer usage. I think that may be categorized as a project because you are adding more features. It would definitely have an end date, and if it has an end date, it would be a project. So definitely A is not our answer choice. B, manage 4 new people as part of an employee improvement program. Okay, so you're managing 4 new people. That is more of an operation because it may be an ongoing activity. It's not that they are coming and they are leaving soon. No, they are a new employee improvement program and they are new people. So B looks like definitely it's an operation. So looks like B is the answer. Let's move on. Set up a call center to resolve end users complaints or issue. Okay, now this is a tricky one. Setting up a call center would be a project. However, managing the day-to-day operations of that call center would be an operation. So keep that in mind. If you selected answer C, now you know that because setting up a call center would definitely have a fixed start date and an end date. So C is out as well. Let's see D. Implement the upgrade of the existing HR system. Okay, so existing HR system, you're implementing an upgrade. It would definitely be a project because it would have an end date. Now let's read the last option, and this should be our operation, looks like, because we have only selected one answer choice as an operation. But let's see. Call center team creating and updating the support tickets. Exactly right, guys. I said managing the day-to-day operations of call center would be an operation. Like in this case, it's an operation. So out of all the choices, or correct choices are B and E. You are part of an efficient, empowered, agile innovation team. You and your team don't understand why the required approvals from the legal department are allowed to delay your team's progress. You approach your product owner in this regard, who replies that the approvals are needed to check for existing patents that can block the team's product from going to market. Which of the following options reveal how such conflicts could be prevented? So if you see this question, it's a very good question and it's a long question. In your real PMP, this is how the questions will come, which is like scenario based, lengthy questions. Answer choices are also like big, so that you get confused. By the time you read the last statement of the question, you actually forgot what was the question. And I'm saying that based on experience because I really don't remember like what the problem is. So I have to read the question again. Let's do it. You are part of an efficient, empowered team. You and your team don't understand why the approvals from legal department are allowed to delay your team's progress. You approach your product owner in this regard, who replies that the approvals are needed to check for existing patents that can block the team's product from going to market. Which of the following are how such conflicts be prevented? So it's a prevention type of question. Okay, let's say A, work with the senior management to make sure that the product owner explains the team the rationale behind the requirement workflow. Yes, if there is some kind of approval required from legal team, then a product owner can help to understand the requirement workflow. So A is a good choice. B, required the team to move the story to the blocked items in the Kanban board based on their concern about progress. Now, so you are moving a user story into the blocked item, but you are really not resolving the problem over here. What was the problem? Problem is that you have to get approval from legal team. It's causing a delay. Now, if you just put it on the blocked item and you will say that, oh, you know what, we will look at it at later stage and let us continue the work. You're not resolving the problem. Problem is about delay and from the legal department. How can you resolve those delay? C, mandate that supporting department stakeholders are present in the daily progress to report progress from time to time. Okay, first of all, you are mandating something. In your PMP exam, you don't force someone. Remember your PMP mindset. You are not forcing anyone to do something. So whenever you see words like mandate and you must and stuff like that, that's typically your red flag that they cannot be the answer. Similarly, you cannot force anyone to join the team meeting on a daily basis. So it's not a good choice. C is out as well. D, make sure that the product owner can be easily approachable to help answer the team concerns and queries. So this is a good choice if you ask me. Now out of A and D, both if you see are talking about like product owner explaining something, right? So either option A is correct or option D is correct, but they have a slight difference. In option A, you're working with the senior management to make sure product owner does this. In option D, you are working with the product owner directly. Now, you don't need unnecessary approvals. In option A is a kind of an escalation of the product owner, and you don't like that. So out of A and D, definitely D is a better choice. Mary is in charge of an apparel brand. There has been an increase of complaints on social networks about her brand's drop in quality. Mary is determined to place product quality above all considerations, and with this mission in mind, she helps set up a new agile innovation team. Which of the following options would be most effective to help achieve the team's goal? Okay, so the problem is about the problem is about quality, and you need to work on the quality. That's why this agile team is set up. So let's resolve that problem of quality. A, eliminate human error by creating an automated testing. Once again, don't fire someone, right? Again, it's an extreme choice that you eliminate that human error. So A is gone. B, introduce user focus group inputs in the development lifecycle of the product. Of course, that's actually a good thought process. If you involve the the focus group, like the people who gonna use the product, that will always help. Like for example, if you talk to me about these questions and videos, before I launched this video or questions in the market, I made sure that I give this test to my users so that they can come up with the they can attempt if they find any issues and stuff. Of course, they it would help them, but at the same time, it is helping me to understand any issues before I do a big launch in front of everyone. So that was my whole intention, and I think that helped me. So kind of I actually in option B is like I involved end user testing, but option B is like you're taking their inputs in the development life cycle just to prevent any mishaps in future. So B is a good choice. C, come up with the features that help benchmark against competition. Okay, competitor product basically. So never in the question they were talking about that there is competitors or competition. That's the reason. The question is, the problem in the question is about the quality. The product is getting some complaints. So that it's not just because the competitor product is better, it's more about that your quality of the product is bad. So C is not an option. D, find the use of better quality materials by raising the product price. Once again, why do you want to introduce a new problem of increased price, right? So D is out as well. Out of all the choices, B is a better choice. You are the project manager of an agile development team. To remove a significant blocker, your team comes out with a workaround. The team's output dramatically increase over the next two iterations. However, at the third iteration, the product owner strongly disagrees with the workaround and asks your team to come up with a better solution to redo the work. Which of the following is the best solution to prevent in these type of situations? So if you see the problem, what was the problem? The team came up with a workaround on their own. They didn't discuss with the product owner. And for them, the quality and everything was good and everything was happy. But ultimately, it's the product owner whose product it is. So they really had to be, like, the problem is with communication, if you ask me. If the product owner would have known about it, then this problem would have been resolved. So let's see. A, regularly engage with product owner and run catch-up meetings when necessary. Absolutely, that was what I didn't even read the answer, not the answer. I didn't even read the option A. But still, I was talking like if product owner was continuously involved, this problem wouldn't have happened. And the question is about prevention. So A is definitely a good choice, but let's see. B, help the team focus by offloading all the work on improving team's impediments. Okay, now offloading the work means that you telling the team that, don't work on these many items and stuff like that. But that is not even the problem in this question. See, ask the product owner for additional funding for rework due to lack of collaboration with your team. So the problem is not of product owner, if you ask me, that that he was not involved. The problem is with you as a project manager, or some like a scrum master, who should have made sure that the product owner is continuously involved. So C is out as well. D, update the team charter with revised ground rules and correct deviations as early as possible. Okay, team charter is about ground rules, right? Like, this is the do's and don'ts of the team. So they could resolve that could resolve the problem as well. I would not deny that. But let me ask you something. Filling up a template, filling up a document will help you resolve the problem more, or just making sure that the product owner is continuously involved in the development life cycle to resolve the problem? Agile is all about collaboration, if you ask me. Since it's all about collaboration, meeting with them would make more sense as compared to with them. Yes, the product owner meeting with team will make more sense as compared to just updating the team charter. So out of A and D, I would say A is a better choice. You are part of an agile team which is composed of highly skilled product design engineers. The design engineers have earned new duties based on their reputation for quality and speed. So basically, they are popular. And why they are popular? Because they have done good job, right? Based on their quality and speed. However, in this role, the team outputs have dropped steeply compared to their design work. So a new task was given to them, and that didn't work out well. Their output has decreased. Okay. Which of the following measures are most effective to improve the team's productivity in the present scenario? So you have to improve the team productivity, right? So you have to come up with a solution. And the problem over here is that the task which is given to the design engineers is not. It's like something is missing. Like they are not good with that stuff which is given to them. Simple. It's first of all, it's a. The question doesn't say specifically what type of new work it is, but it has been given. Okay, let's see. A, come out with a creativity spike in the next iteration. Good choice, right? I would say, first of all, what is a spike? If you ask me what spike is, I've explained spike in my course videos on my website www.eduhubspot.com. I think it's explained in plan and implement agile topic or monitoring and agile. I don't remember now, but I've explained this topic for sure. So creativity spike is about, like you are doing some iterations, you're doing some sprints, and you do a spike to find out what the real problem is. So in this case, they were doing a great job on task one, but the moment they were given a new task, they didn't do well. So creativity spike may help them to figure out that how can you be creative, how you can increase the productivity. So A is a good choice. B, increase the team motivation with a team building event. Yes, B is also a good choice. It's not a bad choice. But ask me something, would you first prefer a team building event to resolve a problem, or would you first prefer something like a spike to really understand the problem? So I think out of A and B, A is a better choice, but B is not a bad choice as well. C, get help from the creative thinkers on your team. Okay, you can take help from creative thinkers, so that's not a bad choice as well. Again, I won't deny that part. So let's keep C as well. D, recruit more T-shaped profile into the team. Okay, you know what? D is a good choice actually. Why I would say D is a good choice? Because what is a T-shaped skill? In your agile, T-shaped skill is like, they should have length and breadth of knowledge. What do I mean by that is like, I'll give you my example. I'm a teacher, I'm a mentor. That's my first primary role. But at the same time, I'm a salesman too. Sometimes I become an operational guy. Sometimes I become a product guy. This is how I want to see the features on my simulator. So I do all these things. So I'm wearing multiple. So I am someone who has T-shaped skill. The problem is over here, if you see, they were not doing a good job in the new task which was given. So if you have more T-shaped skill people, that will resolve the problem. So D is a very good choice. E, extend the iteration to adjust to new task. Always remember, guys, you will not extend the iteration. Like, typically when you work on an iteration, you work on a fixed iteration. Like if an iteration is of 2 weeks, you would prefer to have something like 2 weeks. So E is gone out. Now out of A, B, C, D, I know A is a good choice for sure. So A is my answer. Now out of B, C, D, increase the team motivation. I told you that it's okay, but not necessarily the best choice. So that's why, I eliminated option B. Now out of C and D, get help from creative thinkers or recruit more T-shaped profile. First of all, does the question says that you have creative thinkers on your team? If they had creative thinkers, then this problem wouldn't have come, right? Because the new team members are already creative, or at least some of them are out of that, but still the problem came. This means that you are lacking those creative thinkers on your team. So it's better you recruit more T-shaped skill people. So out of all the options, A and D are the best choices. You're a project manager and you have observed that the product backlog is not groomed. The order of stories in the backlog and the ones which get picked during release planning are not the same. As a project manager, what would be your next step? So basically what is the issue over here is the order of the stories in the backlog and the ones which are in the release planning are different. So how can you resolve this? Let's see. A, coach the product owner to continuously groom the backlog during the sprint and keep it updated before the sprint planning. So that's a good choice because there is a mismatch between the release planning and the product backlog. A proper coaching can help and continuously, it's not a backlog grooming. You continuously, if there are change in requirements or change in user stories, you continuously update both the places. You update the product backlog, you update the release backlog, and you continuously. So this answer choice would actually help you resolve this problem. But let's read. I think this is a good choice, but let me read the other options. Explain to the product owner that the grooming of backlog should happen just before the sprint planning. Okay. So in sprint planning, you discuss it, but it's, after this is not a true statement. I'll explain you why. When the sprint review is done, so when you do the sprint review, at that time you discuss about whatever the user stories which were done as a part of that sprint. And secondly, the second half of that sprint review meeting is selecting the user stories for the next sprint. And at that time you do the backlog grooming again. Basically that's when it is done. So that's why B is not the correct statement. So that is out. C, explain the benefit of grooming the backlog once every release. No, that is wrong. It is not done once before every release. It's more done based upon the sprints and not just because of the release. Release can happen once in quarter, once in 6 months. So this will definitely not resolve the problem. D, together with the product owner, groom the backlog during the sprint planning along with the team. Okay, you can do that. During the sprint planning, but typically, as I told you before, this is not done during the sprint planning. This is something which is done after the sprint planning, basically in the sprint review session. That's where you can after that is when it is done. So that is out as well. So the correct answer choice should be option A. It's been almost 1 year since your organization transitioned to a hybrid model. The program manager complains to you that your project is not doing well as compared to other projects in the PMO. What can you do to improve the performance before the next couple of sprints? So first of all, if you see you are working on a hybrid model, there are many projects in your department and your project is not doing well. What can you do? That's the question. Once again, guys, I wanted to tell you hybrid is very, very important these days. A lot of questions are coming on hybrid, and I have added many questions on hybrid in my actual simulator. When I say actual, I mean the 1000+ questions which I have on my website www.eduHubSpot.com. So you should be prepared for hybrid questions, and that's where your real PMP exam is also coming from, so you should know about it. Do that carefully. Like I have added a complete section on hybrid in my videos also. So A, discuss with the product owner in the sprint review meeting. Okay, in sprint review meeting, if you remember, what is the purpose of sprint review meeting? Whatever you have work you have done in sprint, the product owner reviews the product which has been developed by the team. Did those user stories met, or did they complete, and stuff like that. So that's what your option A is. Now, but over here, your project is not doing well, you will not discuss that in sprint review meeting. I would say, that's purely more for retrospective sessions actually, but let's see. B, initiate the conversation in the daily stand-up meeting. No, never. Why? Because in daily stand-up meeting, it's first of all, it's a 15-minute short meeting. It's about what you did yesterday, what you are doing today, and what you will or any risk or impediments. So it's not about resolving the problem, and this question cannot be discussed in a daily stand-up meeting. So B is out as well. C, find the root cause in the sprint retrospective session. Exactly, guys, that's what I told you also. Find the root cause. And secondly, you discuss these type of problems in your sprint retrospective. So C is the best choice, but let me still read option D. Use team building activities to motivate the team. Yes, of course you can do that, but that's not resolving the problem. And most importantly, you have to always come up with the option which is like, pick the first answer choice which is correct. My Neil Armstrong technique. What is my Neil Armstrong technique? Everybody knows who was the first person to land on moon. Nobody knows who is the second person, right? Like I don't know about you, but I don't know it. So always pick the answer choice which is like the first step you will do, which is I'll find the root cause in the retrospective session, and team building and stuff I can do it later also. As an agile project manager, you are ensuring that all user stories are completed on schedule and all tests are passed. However, the customer does not consider the product a success. Which of the following is the most effective way to prevent this outcome in the projects to follow? Okay, the problem is that you completed something and still the customer is not liking what you did. So it's not how can you prevent this type of situation? A, obtain customer feedback on incremental release demos and user stories, user tests. Absolutely, get the feedback from customer from time to time so that you don't have to wait till the very end. So A is a good choice. B, make sure that the test team incorporates non-functional requirements in the backlog. First of all, it's not the test team's job to incorporate a requirement in the backlog. Requirement should come from product owner, not from the test team. So, but I'm assuming that non-functional requirements are already part of the requirements product backlog, that's kind of assumed. So B is not a good choice. C, before developing the product backlog, ensure that the product vision is approved by the customer. Okay, good choice. But product vision is a very broad term if you ask me. Like for example, what is the product vision for me? My product vision is that my EduHubSpot simulator should be used by everyone who is preparing for the PMP exam, or in fact for any other certification exam. That's my product vision. That's where I want to see my product in hands of everyone. So that's very high level, a broad level term. It's not a very, so in this question, if they are not happy, you have to resolve the problem. Like product vision may help, but we are not like really hitting the nail, which is what we should do. D, come up with an agreement with the customer on the success criteria of the product. Again, another good choice. That's a good choice also, because you can come up with the success criteria of the product. But what is the success criteria? Like how would I define the success criteria for my product? Like if my vision is like everyone, but still if I'm able to capture, let's say 80% of the market, that's a success criteria for me. Still a success criteria, I would say, is still a high level goal. It's not very specific. And this question is about this project itself. It's not talking about like a high level product or a success criteria. So out of all the options, I think that if you're involving the customer on a regular basis, that will actually be a better choice. So option A is your best choice. Competitors with new business model are causing a company to lose its market share. To recommend ways to recover market share, a cross-functional agile team has been constituted. Which of the following ways talk about how the team can increase their chance of coming up with successful recommendation? So first of all, it's all about competition. There is a lot of competition going on, and the like the other competitors are coming up with new and new models, and because of that, you are having issues. So what can you do? A, understand and focus on the value the consumer seeks and the value competitors offer. Yes, actually that's a good choice, right? I mean, you want to understand like why you are losing market share. It may be based on that what your competitor is offering, right? So maybe they added new features or something, which is good. So A is a good choice. B, come out with an understanding, and I think it's an A, one answer choice, right? So okay, so for now A is the best choice, but I have not even read B, C, D. Don't make this mistake, guys. This is what we do actually. Like sometimes we find the best choice, we mark the answer and we move on. Again, PMP exam is always about the best answer choice, right? So always make sure that you're reading all answer choices. Okay. B, come out with an understanding of how competitor business model can reach more consumer in and lower cost. Okay, first of all, nowhere in the question they said that competitor is able to do the same thing at a lower cost. It didn't mention anywhere. So option B cannot be the answer. Like you're trying to resolve something which is not even a problem described in the question. C, make sure a representative from the legal team is involved in these discussions. Why? I mean, what has legal to do with this? Competitor is doing XYZ, you have to think about it and come up with a solution, right? So legal team has no say in that. So C is gone. D, come up with a deeper understanding of why consumers are disappointed by the company's product. Once again, over here, question is not saying that people are dissatisfied, are disappointed by you. The question is saying that the other competitor, they are coming with something more unique or better. So like if they are coming with something more unique, like I'll ask this question to yourself. Like if you get a simulator of 1000 plus questions where each and every question is explained in this way, where I'm explaining you the answers, just imagine, why would you prefer any other simulator which has a textual description of why one answer is better than other? Won't you prefer a video where you can really understand the logic? Again, I would do that. So that's what my thought process would be. So I would say that out of A and D, A is definitely a better choice. You're managing a hybrid project that is facing a product design issue. The team collaboratively comes up with a solution, but it would require significant change to the product features. Which of the following would you recommend your team to do before going further into developing the solution at hand? Okay, so there is a problem. And what is that problem? That you are facing a product design issue. Okay, now you have to design that. And the team came up with a solution, but that solution means that lot of changes on your product features. Okay, let's see. A, verify if the product vision is still valid. Yes, if something is violating the product features, not violating, like you are adding new product features, you should definitely check the product vision is still valid or not. But the real question is it your job to make sure that the product vision is still valid, or is it product owner's job? I know, answer is product owner. So the A is good, but it's not your job to do that. B, come out with a prototype and demo it to the end user. Good choice. But the question is talking about before going further developing the solution at hand, you should come up with something, right? So prototype is actually kind of not doing a deep dive, but still you are developing a prototype, right? So B is a good choice so far, I would say. C, execute a cost benefit analysis to determine its value. Yes, I mean, all the option choices, this is a trick question. If you got it wrong, it's absolutely fine, guys. Questions can be tricky as well. So execute a cost benefit analysis to determine its value. Yes, you should do cost benefit analysis also, because that will tell you whether you're getting the benefit or not. But once again, the question is not talking about a problem with cost. So Cost benefit analysis should be done, but that necessarily can't be a better choice. I would say out of B and C, D is a better choice, so far on that. D, tell the product owner to review the change and provide recommendations. Okay, D, now you are reaching out to the product owner whose job is to talk about the product features and understand the requirements and come up with recommendations and stuff, because ultimately he is the owner. He is the boss of the product. So it should come from product owner. Now, if you see all the choices, verify if the product vision is still valid. That is product owner's job. So A is gone. B, come up with a prototype. Yes, that's a good choice, but that is something which a product owner should tell you to come up with a prototype, and you will be wasting time on prototype if the product owner doesn't feel that this is the change you should do, and like a lot of changes should be done on the product. Ultimately it's his or her job, right? So out of all the 4 choices, D is the best choice. Carefully examine the following steps below. First, ABC project has been successfully delivered. Second, John, the product manager, is executing the formal closure of the ABC project. C, fill in the blank. So this is a fill in the blank question. Which of the following should be step 3? Good choice. Very, very good question. They are trying to ask you about the close the project task of your exam content outline. So we are talking about that. So it's basically they are talking about the series of steps or whatever. A, John should update the bid documents. Bid documents are something which are done, in procurement management, and that is something you will do it when you are inviting the bid, not at the closure part. Like you don't update that part. So I would say A is not a good choice. B, John should obtain stakeholders acceptance. Exactly, project has been delivered. You're following the formal closure process. You should actually now accept, ask the stakeholders to give the sign off. So B looks like a good choice. C, John should reassign the project team. Yes, John should reassign the project team, but not before the stakeholders have given the acceptance. So out of B and C, I would say B would be the first step, and then you can of course do C. D, John should release the material and equipment resources. Same reason of why C is not the very next step. Similarly, D is also not the very next step. You will do this once you get the formal acceptance signed. So out of all the 4 choices, B is the best choice. You're the project manager of a virtual team that separated by 8 time zones. The weekly meetings are too long, and the problem is made worse by the speaking members switching off their cameras. Which of the following measures should you undertake to increase the efficiency of the weekly meetings? Select 2 choices. Okay, now what is the problem? First of all, you're working with a virtual team and there are 8 different time zones. It's like too extreme, but still that's what the question is about, right? And the weekly meetings have become so long, and most importantly, because there are so many people talking from so many different places and they don't even have cameras turned on, it might become difficult to communicate. What should you do? Let's see. Okay. A, request all team members to stick to the agenda of the meeting. So basically there are 2 problems in this question. If we see, first problem is team not turning on the cameras, and second, team meetings are too long. So why a meeting could be too long? Might be they are talking about so many different things, right? So if that is the case, if you ask the team members to stick to the agenda, you may resolve that problem. So A is a good choice. B, use a Kanban board to discuss the iteration review meeting. So first of all, the question talked about weekly meeting. They didn't talk about an iteration review meeting. And again, it's not necessary that iteration review meeting would be done on a weekly basis. So, and Kanban board is more like your information radiator. So that's not resolving this problem. And since everyone is like in 8 different time zones, it's virtual. I don't think so. A physical Kanban board may help. A virtual may, but not a physical one. See, ask team members to raise the blockers offline. Yes, you can do that. But see, you have to ultimately resolve that problem. So you can ask, so C is not a bad choice. I'll keep that. D, limit speakers only to those members who have made progress. That's too extreme. Like, why would you do that? hey, you didn't work, so you are not allowed to speak. Who does that, right? So D is out. E, update the team charter with revised ground rules. Again, that's a good choice. You can probably add a ground rule which says that if you are speaking, make sure your camera is turned on. That's a ground rule you can do. I mean, typically you don't force, but still you can do that, right? So E is definitely a good choice as well. So we have how many options left? A, request all team members, good choice. Then we have C, ask team members to raise the blockers offline. And E, update the team charter. So updating the team charter is definitely the good choice. Like that's the answer. But out of A and C, I would say that first I would request team members to stick to the agenda. And if there are any blockers, I would want them to discuss in front of everyone and not just in silos. Ultimately, agile is about collaboration, right? So you would prefer that. Of course, there could be few things which you have to discuss offline, like you don't want to discuss like personal problems in front of others, but still nowhere in the question they're talking about like that type of issue. So I would say that option A and option E are the best choices. Out of enthusiasm, the IT team department of a footwear company approved the Agile team's mid-project demo of quality checking software for assembly line workers. However, the final footwear product was considered unusable because the workers' gloves were too thick to press the computer buttons for softwares. Which of the following options should the project manager do to help prevent these type of failures in future? Okay, good. It's actually a tough question. Let me read it again. I just want to make sure I understand. Out of enthusiasm, the IT team of a footwear company approved the mid-project demo of quality checking software for assembly line workers. So basically, you are working on an internal project and you are making this software for the assembly line workers. Okay. However, the final footwear product was considered unusable because the workers' gloves were too thick to press the computer buttons for. So basically, the glove which was developed were too thick that they were not able to use that product, that software completely. Okay, which of the following options should the project manager do to help prevent? Okay, A, plan for customers to test prototypes and incremental releases in their target environment. Okay, I mean you should test prototypes in the target environment. That's actually a good choice. You're asking customers to do that and you're doing it in a regular basis. I would say like because it's a testing thing, so you don't have to wait till the very end. So A is actually a good choice. B, come up with a realistic simulation of end user conditions for developers testing the software. Okay, now you can come up with simulation for the developers. I would not deny that, but still, which is better? Testing the product in the like the real end users who are going to use the product, they testing the product in their environment. Is that a better choice? Or your developers who are making that product, a simulation is given to them to they are trying to resolve the coming up with the issues and stuff. I would personally say that out of A and B, A is a better choice. Why? Because for example, sometimes I have seen my product so many times that I may not be able to find the issue. But sometimes when I am on a Zoom call with any one of my student and they are using the product, then I can understand what they are doing and why it is not working for them and stuff. That actually sometimes resolves the problem. I mean, right? So for me, working in that environment was a better approach. C, contact the customer department that defines the product requirements directly. You can do that, but once again, I'll ask the same question. The real customers who are going to use the product, they testing the product in real environment, is that better? Or reaching out to the customer department for the requirements is better. D, make sure that the software releases include adjustable accessibility features. Yes, you might come up with accessibility features, but still there are chances that you may still miss some accessibility feature or some other features, right? If you do it in the real environment, that has a more probability of getting things right. So out of all the choices, A is a better choice. You're managing a hybrid project. One of the modules in your product development project requires extensive training for the team members. You reach out to the CCB and they approve the requested change. What should be your next step? Okay, I mean, again, guys, remember one thing, your real PMP is all about like what's next type of question. Like as a project manager, what should you do next? So these questions are important. So in this question, if you see the change was approved by the CCB, what should you do next? That's what it is. A, update the project documents and inform the stakeholder of the approved change. Yes, why not? A good choice, right? Changes have been accepted, approved. You'll update the baselines, you'll update the other documents which are required, and you will inform everyone. B, update the user story and initiate the work in next sprint. First of all, I mean, you can do that. I would not, say that, but it says update the user story, like how many user stories are being impacted by that change. It may be 1, it may be 10 user stories, so you're not sure about that, right? So B can be out here. C, update the change management plan and communicate to the stakeholders. Change management plan is not change after a change is approved. Change management plan is about planning, and approving the change is more like an execution, like the project has been executed. So C is out as well. D, reach out to the finance team to release the funds for training. Where did the question say that you have to do training? I mean, how did this even come into picture? So out of all the options, I would say A is the best choice. Out of 5 agile teams, 4 are kept away for a month. However, the project that they are involved in needs to make progress. 3 foreign contractors are working on the stories remotely. In their first sprint, they misinterpreted certain usability requirements but completed 5 stories blocked due to algorithm complexity. Which of the following should the project owner do? This is a very important question, guys. Many people might think that the word project owner is being used here. So it's like a typo and it should be product owner. No, guys, no. It does not necessarily mean that project owner is product owner. No. Sometimes PMI will, use different terms deliberately over here to confuse you, right? So you just have to understand, the question based upon how you're resolving the problem. You should not take into consideration like what their, what are the responsibilities of that particular position. I honestly don't know what project owner it could be project manager, it could be product owner. But I can definitely answer this question based upon the problem which is described. And the problem over here is that this local contracting team, they did not understand the usability stories, but they were good at the other part, which is the algorithmic complexity part. So let's see now. A, find another remote team with better linguistic skills. Yes, that might resolve the problem, but would that be your first choice? Nope. Your Neil Armstrong technique. Always pick the first answer choice you will do, or not the first. I mean, the first thing a project manager should do. So finding another team is an extreme choice, to be honest. B, reprioritize the product backlog to suitably match the remote team skills. Very good choice. Because if you see, remote team is good in one aspect and they're not good with the other aspect. So if the other team members are not available and stuff, give them the task which they are good at, right? Don't unnecessarily try to get the work done from them where they are not good at, right? So B is a good choice. C, get all the usability stories assigned to a local team member. Yes, you can do that. I would not deny that part also. But once again, you are assigning it to a local team member. You might have to hire a local team member, or you might have to find a local team member. And once again, you are trying to take an extreme step by going to someone outside, right? So C, out of B and C, B is a better choice, to be honest. D, have an interpreter engaged to translate all the requirements. Interpreter, I mean, if you involve an interpreter, that might add more complexities. Of course, it might help to understand the usability requirements a little bit because they have a misinterpretation over here. But still, I mean, it might create some more risk on the project. So out of B and D, a better choice is B, and then you can come up with a permanent solution also. So B is the correct choice. You're part of an agile team which is subject to frequent rotation of staff from various departments to help augment the team. Okay, so I mean the teams are involved in multiple projects and they have been moving a lot. Okay, Which of the following ways should the project manager compensate for the disruption to the non-rotating team members? Okay, so this project manager has a team which has some non-rotating team members and one which are rotating team members. So that's what the question is, and there's a lot of disruption going on because the team frequently moves. So what will you do? A, ask rotating team members to recognize deserving non-rotating team members. I mean, recognition is not the problem over here, so the problem is like they are frequently moving and your project may get delayed, so you have to resolve that kind of problem, that kind of situation. So you have to work about a different problem. The problem is not with the motivation level and you want to recognize the non-rotating, so A is out. B, provide the non-rotating staff with higher authority to choose which task they would like to work on. Now, once again, you can do that, but if someone is not skilled at that, I think it's like kind of a partiality if you do that. So everyone work is equal, they should work as per their strengths, so B is not a good choice. Ask the staff leaving the project to come up with the knowledge sharing workshop. Very good choice. Actually, that's a good choice because they are frequently moving, so it makes more sense if they are coming up with this knowledge sharing workshops, so that the team which is not moving, they know exactly what to do once the team has moved. D, provide authority to non-rotating staffs to assign tasks to rotating members. Once again, I mean, that is not even the problem. Why would one team assign tasks to other? If you are in an agile team, team picks up the work on their own, they do as per their strengths, so D is gone as well. So out of all the choices, C is the best choice. The product director wants the team to do a market research analysis from time to time so that the new goals can be established. Because of this, there are times when the agile team has idle periods. Okay, which of the following measures could help reconcile the needs of the director and the agile team? So basically, you have to come up with something where the agile team is also not idle and the director's requirement of market research analysis is also done. That's what you have to do. That's where the answer which will resolve this problem is the correct answer choice. A, direct team to perform brainstorming sessions on new goals to be suggested to the director. I mean, you can do that. That may resolve the problem. Yes, why not? That's a good choice actually. B, come up with training events during the ideal periods. You can come up with the events, but again, once again, we have to find out the resolution to a problem where there is an idle time, and secondly, the market research analysis is also done. So A is a better choice than B. Like team training is, I mean. C, nullify the slack by curtailing the team size to help smooth the output curve. No, so basically you're saying that let go some people. No, too extreme, you won't do that. D, after clearing the backlog, come out with the market research spikes to keep the directors updated. Okay, that's a good choice. So in this case, the team is working on the project also, like once the backlogs are done, they have added these spikes from time to time. So idle time is not there in this case, and secondly, the director is also happy that on his own he is getting the market research analysis. So D is a very good choice. So now let's see between A and D. What is A? Direct team to perform brainstorming sessions on the new goals to be suggested to the. So A is like a dedicated task you are doing, right? Which is to make sure that the director is satisfied on that part. Still, I think if you do that, still there could be idle time, because this is currently what the team is that's what the director wants the team to do. So still there are chances that idle time may remain there, as compared to if you incorporate this thing in the project itself by doing it as a spike. So out of A and D, D is a better choice. You are the project manager of a governmental anti-money laundering software project that needs a solution to help collaborate with the remote agile team located in a different country and composed of 5 team members. Wow, that was a big long sentence. You are a project manager of ABC that needs a solution to help collaborate with a remote agile team, and the team is remote, okay, in a different country and composed of 5, whatever. Just garbage, extra information given. Okay, B. Not B, I mean the second statement. The remote agile team workstation and Kanban board must be visible all the times. Very important statement if you ask me. Which of the following collaboration solutions will best help you to meet up this virtual setup? So team is virtual and you have to come up with a virtual like a solution. And the main statement in this question is remote agile teams workstation and Kanban board must be visible all the times. Okay. A, you should do on-demand video conferencing. So first of all, when it says that it should be visible all the times, why would you do on-demand? You need something like 24/7. B, workstation screen mirroring. You can do that, but if there are 5 team members and I want to see team member 3, but my screen mirroring has been done with team member 2, then I can't do that, right? I mean, or I can do multiple screen mirroring. I don't think so, but maybe IT you can do it, but I'm not an expert. But again, so it's not like it's a good solution, but not really the best one. I think so, but let me first read the other 2 choices also. Monitors comprising of information radiators, you can do that, but it's a virtual setup. What you have put up a monitor in virtual setup, how would you see that, right? D, fishbowl windows that are always on. Oh, that's actually the best choice. What is fishbowl window? Fishbowl window is like a live feed, 24/7. Over here there is a camera which is monitoring you. Over there is a camera which is monitoring you, and everyone can see what's going on. So even though you are in a virtual setup, it looks like you're in the same room working together. If someone has a question, they will speak up and they will, the other person can answer from the other room. That's how it is. So I think the statement where it was saying the remote agile team workstation Kanban board must be visible, the fishbowl window will resolve that. So D is the correct choice. You're the project manager in a startup that needs to quickly expand its product portfolio to meet the increasing market demand. The staff might work on 2 or 3 agile teams, each of which will be dedicated to different product lines. Okay. The output continually drops and defect rates are increasing across all teams. How can you help the agile team improve the work? So basically what we can see from this question is that, the team is involved in multiple projects going on. And, the problem what is happening is the output has dropped and the defect rates have increasing because they are working on multiple things. Okay. A, provide coaching on the agile team to help improve the time and focus on management. Again, the problem is about management because they are working on multiple things. So, and time. Okay. So A is a good choice. I'll keep it. B, offload the agile teams by appointing dedicated test teams. Now, offload the work and getting a new team member to do that, you are in an agile world, you do those T-shaped skills and stuff. So, I mean, offloading the work might not be that can be a solution, but not my first solution if you ask me. See, motivate the product owners to come up with right size portfolios. I don't think so that's even a problem if you ask me. The problem was about the portfolio size. So, no, I don't think so that's a problem even. D, work with the team to reduce context switching. Okay, good choice. Now, what is a context switching? You should know a context switching. Context switching is like, in your computer actually there is a context switching, which is like, for example, your computer is running a program. Now, you immediately you are doing multitasking, you started another program. So, your computer put that progress then at that point and, worked on the other, other product at the same time. So, they left the progress of that at the same time and started working on the second thing. And that's what is happening also if you see. Then the question, because there are multiple things going on, multiple projects, so team is moving around a lot. So if there is a way to reduce that, switching from one task to another, to one project to another, that might help to resolve the problem. So D is a good choice if you ask me. E, undertake a root cause analysis in the next retrospective session. Yes, that's a good choice because there is a problem and you really need to find the root cause. It's the retrospective sessions where you discuss all these type of problems and you come up with solutions. So E is a good choice as well. But let's read A once again. Provide coaching to the agile team to help improve the time and focus on management. Okay, coaching can be done, but before you do the coaching part, I would say the best is you want the team to come up with the solution, which is your option E. And similarly, the problem in the question is about context switching. That's what they said. The staff might work on 2 or 3 agile teams. So they're working multitasking on multiple things, right? If there is somehow you can reduce that part, that will definitely resolve. So D and E is the best choice. In the past year, the cost per story has risen by more than 150% because of usage of faulty platform that's no longer supported. The agile project is forecasted to exceed the budget threshold at the next upcoming iteration. Okay. Which of the following options reveal who should make the decision to cancel the project? Okay, so it's about canceling the project. Who has the power to cancel the project? If you ask me, sponsor has it. So sponsor can be the answer. But now I'm looking at the answer choices, and sponsor is not even the answer choice, right? So always don't just go with the solution, like go with whatever you have memorized. Like over here I memorized, like sponsor has the power. Don't go with that. Come up with the best answer choice which is given to you in the question. Okay. A, the project manager. Project manager may have the power to cancel. Okay, I can, since sponsor is not there, so project manager, yes. B, the head of the business control unit. So basically you're saying the functional manager. Business control unit is like a functional manager. Not necessarily. I would say I would still give more power to project manager than head of business control. C, the product owner. Actually product owner is the representative of customer, and if the cost has increased by 150%, then I think a product owner should be a better person to cancel. So out of A and C, I would go with C now, because product owner is a representative of customer and sponsor can be a customer. So I think C is a better choice. D, the procurement manager. Once again, a functional manager. Yeah, you have to have someone from internal to take that call. When I say internal, that does not mean that internal to the team, because product owner can be external. What I mean is like someone who's working on that project. So product owner is a better choice. You are the project manager of XYZ organization and are visiting a software supplier's office. There are few practices that surprises you. For example, estimation based on deck of cards, 2 people per workstation, and software program with names such as traffic cops and ringleader. Okay. Which of the following can help explain these practices? A, the supplier has adopted extreme programming methods. Guys, this is this is a memorization kind of a question if you ask me. So, real PMP is about scenario based questions, and this is not a scenario. This is more of a memorization, but still I have added this question over here. There is a reason for that. A lot of people, they don't give weightage or value to extreme programming in your real PMP. So they don't even read about that. So that is why I gave this question, and I know if you made a mistake in this question, that's why you're watching this video. I wanted to make sure that you should concentrate on extreme programming, because this is an important topic, and I have explained the extreme programming on my website www.eduhubspot.com, and over there I've explained all the different methodologies: lean, extreme programming, Kanban, and of course Scrum. So this is like deck of cards, or 2 people per, all this is actually extreme programming. This question I really don't have to read BCD also. It's like that straightforward. But let me read it still. B, the supplier is conducting gamified training sessions. Nope. The supplier appears to be conducting a team building exercise when the project manager visits them. Maybe. D, the servant leader in the supplier's end has given a bit more freedom. Nah. It's straightforward, guys. A, if you got it wrong, it's okay. This means you just need to learn more about extreme programming. So go on my videos and watch it. A hybrid team started working together on a project. While collaborating the work of the agile and predictive team, a lot of risks were identified that will impact the development of product to the production environment. As a project manager, how you should address this? Let me read the question again. While collaborating the work of the agile and predictive team, a lot of risks were identified that will impact the development of the product. As a project manager, how you should address this? Okay. A, continue with the current project plan and motivate the team to do quality work. No, if the risks were identified, you have to take an action about it. Option A is not taking any action, so that is definitely out. B, work together with the team and identify the strategies to solve the risk. Yes, risks were identified and now you have to resolve them. So B looks like a good choice. C, use contingency reserve to address the risk. Okay, contingency reserve is used when that risk happens on the project, when known risk happens on the project. Over here, they are saying lot of risks are identified. They did not actually happen yet. So option C, yes, you will do it, but not at this stage because those risks have not happened. So C is out as well. D, ask the project sponsor for additional funding. No, I mean, that's part of your contingency reserve. You really don't have to go for the additional funding at this stage. Yes, there are some contingency and management reserve which is kept aside for these kind of things. So D is not the right choice. So the correct answer choice should be B. You are the VP of a product development, product management department in the organization. Recently, you attended a conference on blockchain, and you were very impressed by the capability of this new technology. You instructed the project manager to implement this technology in the organization. What should be project manager's next step? Okay, so first of all, sometimes people say that I don't know what blockchain is. Okay. If you don't know what blockchain is this question about blockchain? Are there, do you really have to know what blockchain is in order to get the answer to this question? No. If I rephrase this question, recently you attended a conference on cryptocurrency. So it's the same thing basically. Basically, you have to understand that this is a new thing which you are doing. A, work with the stakeholders to identify the requirements. Yes, as a project manager, you can come up with requirements and take it from there, or conduct a SWOT analysis. You know what? Before you take requirements, I think you would do a SWOT analysis. So B is a better choice than A. C, understand the engagement level of stakeholders and allocate the resources. Not the very next step. Again, Neil Armstrong technique, select the first answer choice. So C is not that. Before you talk about the engagement level, it is better to do the SWOT analysis. So B is a better choice. D, initiate the work on the business case. Absolutely. Before you even do the SWOT analysis, you will actually work on the business case. And in business case, you can work on SWOT analysis. Or you can say that the SWOT analysis can be on multiple things, right? It can be at a latest, it can be on your people, on your resources also. But I think the first thing you will do is you will actually come up with a business case. Then you will have high level requirements. Then you will probably do project charter. And from there you will take it forward. Because if you see the question was about that the VP, you are the VP, you just came from a conference. You have it's still at a very, very early stage. So out of all the choices, D is the best choice. Your marketing team wants to be the first to launch a senior-friendly version of a smartphone shopping application. Okay, you have asked the agile team to develop it. Which of the following should you do to begin the development process? Okay, A, meet with product owners, Scrum team, and SME to identify the risk and risk responses. Okay, you can do that. I will not deny that. B, meet with ABC to help define the minimum viable product. I would say that, before you identify risk and risk responses, I think you would probably want to come with an MVP at least with the requirements of what would go in the MVP. So B is a better choice. C, meet with ABC to estimate the effort. Again, first of all, once you know the requirements of MVP, then you can come up with the estimation effort. First, you need to know the requirements, right? Then you can say that, hey, this is too expensive, or this will take too much time, I don't want to do it. But first, the requirements need to be defined for the MVP. So far, B is the best. D, meet with ABC to help define the project schedule. Same thing, the reason why you eliminated the estimate option, you will probably do the project schedule later, but first needs to be defining the MVP, what all things will go into this. Sometimes what PMI will do is they might rephrase this question and they might confuse you even further. Like for option A, if you see, it says meet with product owner, Scrum team and SMEs, right? In option B, they can say meet with product owner and SME. They'll remove the Scrum team. In option C, they might remove the product owner. So they might confuse you by that also. I didn't do that. It would have made the question too difficult. So I wanted to make sure that first the main understanding of the logic of this question shouldn't have gone. So that's why I kept it as is. But once again, I'm telling you that this may also happen. Okay. So in this case, B is the best choice. You're part of an agile team sprint review. The situation is tense inside your team, and you hear your team members mumbling, shouting at the product owner. Okay, it's that bad. Which of the following should the project manager do in such a situation? Okay, A. Intervene and give some time to everyone to present, to state their case. Yes, if someone is mumbling, they are shouting, so definitely you want to know why this is happening. So option A, and letting everyone speak about it, can be a good choice. So A is a good choice. B, reprimand the team members and give them a warning. You can do that. I won't deny that part, but that's not, you're not finding the reason why it is happening. You're just blaming that, reprimand should be done, but first you need to know why this actually happened. So out of A and B, A is a better choice. C, calm everyone and ask them to work on their emotional intelligence. So someone is shouting, we say calm down, calm down, calm down. Okay, but find out the root cause and resolve the root cause. Then everyone will calm down on their own, right? So out of A and C, A is a better choice. D, facilitate by asking the team to suggest ways to help resolve the dispute. Exactly, guys. I would say out of everything, D is like the best. So A and D both are looking promising so far. E, remind the team of product owner responsibilities and authorities. Yes, I agree. But if they are mumbling, they are shouting, this means your team has a problem, some problem. So you have to resolve that problem instead of just reminding them. Of course, you will remind them as well. I'm not denying that. But I think A, we have found our best answers, which is A and D. The product owner and project manager are currently reviewing the backlog for the next sprint. It is identified that several user stories are incomplete and the product owner is requesting more features to be added. What should the project manager's next step be? Basically, again, very important question. If you see, the type of questions you will get in the exam is the next questions, like, what should you do next? This is a typical favorite of PMI. So a good question. A, work with the product owner to update the product backlog with the new feature request. Yes, a good choice. You are working on an agile environment. In an agile environment, you really don't need a change request process. So just adding it to the product backlog makes the utmost sense. So A is a good choice. B, reprimand the team members for user stories that are incomplete. Reprimanding is like an extreme choice where you are like criticizing people and you don't want to criticize people. I mean, something is resolvable, something is, and over here it's not really a problem also. Agile is all about embracing the change. C, issue a change request to CCB. So if you selected this option, it's okay. But once again, remember, we are in agile, we embrace change and issue a change. If this was a predictive question, then the answer would have been C. D, acquire more resources from the functional manager. Why? I mean, yes, if an impact analysis is done, it is determined that with the current strength you cannot do that, then I could agree that you need more resources, but we have not reached at that stage. So the correct answer choice is A. In the last product release, it was revealed that the user interest has gone down in certain features that required significant interest to develop. Okay, which of the following options can the agile team do to prevent disparity in future? So basically, it looks like, what is the problem in the question? It is that in some of the places where you wanted the users to be highly interactive, that interest level has gone down, and now it's a prevention type of question. What could you done differently to avoid such a situation? A, remove all the stories from the backlog that are not selected for the minimum viable product. I mean, you can do that. I would not deny that. You can remove all these stories, but I think it's a too extreme choice. We really have to find out the root cause of the problem, and root cause of the problem may not be all of these stories, right? So it's an extreme choice, to be honest. So A is okay, but not the best so far. B, check with the product owner to ensure that all stories in the backlog support the product vision. Product vision is about a high level thing. Like I don't know, I think I told in one of the questions as well that my product vision is that if anyone in the world is preparing for PMP, they look for EduHubSpot. right? That's what they use, my simulator. So that's a product vision. Over here, the interest level have gone down with some of the user stories. It's not about that, like all the user stories or even the vision is no longer applicable. So I think that's also an extreme choice. C, execute a stakeholder analysis to make sure user stories are ranked, prioritized properly in the backlog. Now, yes. So if you see this question, first of all, you really need, the problem is with the stakeholders' interest level has gone. Like, it has changed. You wanted their interest to be high, but their interest is not that high on those. So what is the issue? When you do a stakeholder analysis, and based on that stakeholder analysis, you can determine the prioritization, the ranking of which features they typically more like, and you will concentrate more on that. So I think C is a good choice so far. D, make sure that you break down the user stories in the backlog into the smallest possible ones. I mean, you can do that and you do that, but is it resolving the problem? The problem is not about that you have combined different user stories together. No, it's not the case, and nowhere in the question it was saying something like that. It's about the interest level, and the interest level would be determined by the stakeholder analysis. So the correct choice is C. Given the product owner's schedule is very tight, he wishes to delegate some of the tasks to the experienced agile team. Which of the following tasks are suitable to be delegated to the agile team? So basically looks like the product owner is too busy and he wants to delegate some tasks, but those tasks should be the ones which are supposed to be delegated should not be like the core responsibility of the product owner. So that is what you have to find out. A, get items added to the backlog before prioritization. Yes, you can work with the stakeholders to add those items in the backlog, but prioritization is something which has to come from product owner. So I think A option can be done, like you can delegate that. B, come up with the prioritized items for the sprint backlog. No, you don't want you don't want the product owner's core responsibility to be delegated to someone else. Prioritization has to come from the product owner. So B is out for sure. C, make sure that the prioritized items are aligned with the product vision. You can do that. I would not deny that, but the prioritized items, that's also the core responsibility is of the product owner. It's the product owner's job that whatever user stories that have been added, what are the user stories that have been prioritized, they still align with the product vision. Like that's like the core thing for the product, right? So you would not want C also to be delegated. D, come up with the backlog refinement sessions. Okay, good choice. What is backlog refinement? In backlog refinement, like you did some work, and then after that you determine that let's like some new things are added, some new user stories are added. So you will refine the backlog to again reprioritize and come up with the prioritized list of user stories that could be executed in the next sprint. Same thing, it's basically a different way of saying prioritization of backlog item, which is option B. So if D is correct, then B should also be correct, right? So if B is wrong, then D should also be wrong. So I think out of all the 4 options, A looks like the best task to be delegated. You're working with a new client who is new to an agile way of managing projects. The client has traditionally worked on predictive methodology. To satisfy the client, you decide to use a hybrid methodology instead. The client is requesting the product with minimum requirements because of lack of domain knowledge. As a project manager, what should be your next step to make sure that the client is happy with the final deliverable? So first of all, your client does not have that domain knowledge, but he or she wants that product to be delivered. And of course, if it's a client or if it's even you would always want the product to be best for you, right? But sometimes there could be a case that you don't have that domain knowledge. So what would you do as a project manager, as an agile coach, whatever? What will you do next? A, advise the client to get an SME who has the domain knowledge. You can do that. I mean, that's not a bad choice. Someone who has the domain knowledge can help him, but you can also help him, right? I mean, what is the problem over here? B, involve the client in every iteration. Yes, definitely you can do that. Like if the client is more involved, then client will understand this is what he or she wants, this is what he or she doesn't want. So, and that's how you manage projects in agile environment, right? And most importantly, what you're doing a hybrid project. So it's like some tasks would be predictive, some tasks would be agile. So for client, it's not like a complete shift from predictive to agile. Like you are taking an intermittent step, which is a good thing. So option B looks like a good choice. C, give the final product more features that the client is satisfied. So basically you're talking about gold plating. Gold plating means something which was not asked for, you delivered it. Okay, so again, gold plating may make situation even worse. They may, one change may result into another change may result into third change. So situation may go out of control. So C is out as well. D, work with the procurement department to make sure the contract has all the requirements documented. Okay, I mean, why would you want the procurement to make sure all the requirements are documented? It's your job, right? It's the product owner's job to make sure that everything requirements are documented. I think out of all of the options, if you ask me, B looks like the best step. A can also be a good step, advising someone to get, but first you would like to proceed with involving that person at regular iterations. And if that is not helping, then you can go ahead and advise the client to get an SME as well. Remember, Neil Armstrong technique, the first person to land on moon. So similarly, what is the first step over here you will choose, which is my option B. You're part of a cultural event project that has distinct work packages of varying durations. The work packages further comprise of tasks that cannot be predictively scheduled. What should you do next? So there are a few tasks which you cannot do predictively, and they're asking what should you do, and there are work packages of varying durations. That happens all the time. I mean, not every work package is of same duration, right? It can be of varying durations. So what should you do? A, get help from SAP to make sure that the predictive life cycle is being used. If the person is not comfortable, I would say then you can use predictive life cycle. But in the question itself, if you read, it says that work packages further comprises of tasks that cannot be predictively scheduled. The question clearly states that you cannot use the predictive life cycle. So you cannot do option A. B, reach out to sponsor and ask for more funds to resolve the issue. You can do that, but remember, typically you don't escalate. Like, I mean, if the situation has gone out of your hand, then yes, you should go ahead and ask for more money. But I don't think so this is really even a problem right now, or is there even an issue, if you ask me. See, replace these work packages with work packages that can be predictively scheduled. So basically you are saying in option C is that I'm going to change the scope just because they cannot be predictively scheduled. I think it's, no, you can't do that. D, as this is a common scenario, use hybrid life cycle. Absolutely. This is an easy question. You can do hybrid life cycle. There's no stoppage of that. So D looks like a good choice. An efficient agile team comes out with new ideas and adds innovative features to the product backlog. These features got implemented, tested, and completed. However, upon completion, portfolio owner rejected all these additional features. Which of the following could be the most likely reason as to why portfolio owner rejected it? So basically this question states that the big boss rejected it, and you added so many new features, cool features and stuff. So let's see. A, the team would be entitled to the intellectual property rights for the added features. I mean, this is not even being, the problem is not about the intellectual rights. Like nowhere in the question it says that, the portfolio director is saying that this is our features and stuff like that. So that's not an issue here. I mean, so A is out. B, the portfolio owner does not want to pay the team's unplanned work. Maybe. I mean, that may be the reason. He doesn't want to pay, so he rejected everything. C, the product owner did not sufficiently align with the product portfolio owner with the ideas. That looks like a better choice than not paying off, if you ask me. Looks like, see, if these additional features were added, this means they were coming from the product owner. Ultimately, he or she is the responsible one. So it looks, and the portfolio director rejected it. So this means the portfolio director was not aware about it. So this is a communication issue between the product owner and the portfolio director. Looks like that. So out of B and C, I would say C is a better choice. D, the team did not make use of normal quality control processes. So that's why portfolio director rejected. It's like you didn't use the quality features. That's why, I mean, maybe again, it's a good choice. I won't deny that the team might not have used the proper process. They would have informed. But informing the portfolio director's job is not about the team. It's actually should be product owner to make sure that he or she is keeping his or her superior bosses informed. So D is out as well. So out of all of these, if you ask me, the best choice should be answer choice C. A restaurant chain wishes to create smartphone applications for their users. Competitors of the company are racing to come out with similar application. As per the product owner's vision, there is a requirement for several versions of apps such as basic, pro and premium. Which of the following agile approaches is best suited for the restaurant chain in this case? Okay, now it's a good question. First of all, so basically what should looks like that competitors are doing something similar, and you or the whosoever has a restaurant owner, they want to come up with something suitable, and that too keeping the competitor's product in mind. Because if the competitor come up with similar application, your idea, and you are late to the market, then you might run into problem. What should you? Which of the following agile approaches is best suited? So if you ask me, the best approach, like we don't even have to do the elimination technique over here. The best approach is the answer solution, the life cycle, which says that fastest to the market. Like you can launch fastest to the market, and that too with slowly incrementing the features. Like you launch the product with X features, then immediately the X plus 2 features are done, you launch it again. So I think the best answer choice should be the incremental life cycle, whose primary purpose is the quickness of the solution to be delivered to the market. So D is the best choice. The user test results of a product have just arrived. From the result, it is evident that the test users want a smoother experience and state that many features are currently missing. Also, it is ascertained that there are certain ways by which the product can be made more appealing. So there are a lot of issues with the product. First, there's an appealing problem. There are some features which are missing, and the users does not like the smooth experience. Like it's not a smooth experience. They wanted more smoother experience actually. Which of the following conclusion can be drawn from users' input? A, the tests are irrelevant because the prototype design is incomplete. So, first of all, ask this question to yourself, that is there a problem? Are the tests irrelevant or are the tests relevant? And if you know that, then you know the answer basically. First of all, the test is not irrelevant because the users have given you the ultimatum, the users have shown the problem to you. So how can it be irrelevant? It's good for you because you have not even launched the product, right? So it's a good thing that you came to know about these issues in the beginning itself. So B, the test results are unusable because the users fail to understand the goals. How can you say that the users fails to understand the goal? Like what is the reasoning? Which statement in the question told you that they didn't understand the goal? They were given the testing, they did the testing and they provided feedback. So I don't know how they didn't understand the goal. The tests were a failure because most features will need to be redesigned. I would say that yes, most features need to be redesigned, it looks like from the question, but test was a failure. That part I'm not convinced with. D, the test was a success because the inputs ensure more focused backlog. Yes, that's actually a good thing. Out of all the options, D is the correct because the test is a success. It was determined that the users need smoother experience, user need more appealing, some features was also missing. So this means that the product backlog which you are managing is not doing it in a correct way. Like the requirements, user stories are not in a proper prioritized way. More importantly, that is a success because you came to know about this issue before the product launch. So it's good for you so that you can correct it. Like I'll give you an example for your preparation. Like you're using this resource, you're using this resource before you actually appearing for the PMP exam. So it's a good thing for you, right? if you get these type of questions in real exam and you have not prepared on it, then you don't know how to think about it, right? Now you know how to think about it, and that is why it is helping you. It will help you to pass the PMP exam. So the correct answer to this question is option D. As a project manager of an agile team, you are taken aback when you see a senior expert member's output is much lower than a junior team member's output. Okay. As a matter of fact, the expert team members work diligently on most of the complex tasks and is known to produce defect-free results. Which of the following is the most likely explanation behind this anomaly? So looks like the senior resource is doing his or her job perfectly, but still the output is not being displayed properly or something like that. Like, it looks like that. And also the senior team member's result is defect free. So this means that the senior team member is focusing on doing quality work. So which is a good thing. Okay, let's see. A, the expert team members works faster and reports fewer hours than the junior team members. Like, why would someone report lower hours? I mean, if I work for 10 hours, I will be ethical and I'll tell I worked for 10 hours, not like 4 hours, right? So A is not a reason. I don't think so. B, the expert team member executes more tests and therefore completes fewer stories that he or she is supposed to. Maybe. I mean, more tests are being done and that's why the result is defect free, and because of that, yes, B could be a good choice. C, the younger team members are supposed to be more productive. That's irrelevant. That's not even the problem described in the question. It's more about the expert team member. So it's not about that. D, the story point estimates on the expert's work happen to be way too low. Okay, that could be another reason also. What is this? So like, for example, when you estimated the work, you estimated that this user story will take 2 story points. But in reality, when the expert team member is working, he or she might have worked for time like which is worth 4 story points or 6 units, right? So that could be another reason. Now we have to find out between B and D which is a better choice. B says that the expert team member executes more tests and therefore completes fewer stories. No, not B. The expert team members execute more tests. Yes, it was correct, right? So B is saying that expert team member is executing more tests. That's why and completes fewer stories than he or she is supposed to, or we are going with an assumption that they have not done the estimation properly out of these two. So if you ask me, let's read the question once again. It says that senior expert member's output is much lower than the junior team member's output. As a matter of fact, the expert team member works diligently on most of the complete tasks and is known to perform. So basically, if you see from the question, it's a two statement question. First statement is saying that the expert team member is working diligently. Okay. And second statement is providing defect free result. So if I go with option B, I could assume that yes, option executing more tests will result into defect free result, but it does not explain the statement related to that the team member is working diligently on most of the complex tasks. So he or she is working on complex tasks as well, right? D option is saying that because it's a complex task, the team member is diligently working on, and on top of that providing defect free result. So looks like the most likely reason is that for those complex tasks, the team did not estimate that properly. So out of B and D, I would say D is a better choice. The sponsor is dissatisfied because the project is getting delayed. The project manager communicates to the sponsor that delay is because the customer who is not providing the project data on time. How could this situation be avoided by the project manager? So basically, it looks like that you are working with a customer and the customer is not giving you the data on time, and because of that, your project is getting delayed. And your sponsor is not happy with that. What you can do to avoid? So basically a prevention type of question. Okay. The project manager should have come up with an alternative to remove the dependency on the data. I mean, this could resolve the problem. I'm not denying that. However, don't you think so? It is too extreme. Like for example, if I need to decide that for one particular region, how many boot camps should I do? I would definitely rely on data. Or I would just take a wild guess and say that, hey, you know what, I don't need to see data, let's just do 5 boot camps in this region or 10 boot camps. It might backfire me, right? So A is out for sure. B, the project manager should have come up with a workaround. Yes, workaround is when there is a problem and you come up with an on the spot solution, like you have not planned for that. So project manager could have come up with a workaround, but the question is how you can prevent this. So workaround means the problem has happened and you are finding a solution. So it's not, B option is not about prevention. So B is out for sure as well. C, the project manager should have updated the stakeholder engagement plan with the engagement level of the sponsor. Good choice. So this means that the sponsor is like you have updated the engagement level and now you are saying that sponsor should be involved more often and he or she should know about this problem then. C, okay, good choice. I would not deny that. D, the project manager should have updated the issue log and shared the status report with the stakeholders. Okay, first of all, you can see clearly there is a dependency on the data and you're not getting that from the customer on time. You're not getting that data on time. So this is an issue. If this is an issue, so you definitely had to update the issue log, and once you update the issue log, you are actually sharing that status with all the stakeholders, including the sponsor, because sponsor is also a stakeholder. So this would have helped to resolve that problem and sponsor would have come to know about this issue and he or she would have intervened over here. Engagement level of sponsor, it's a separate thing. Typically it's a sponsor engagement level of sponsor is typically high. He or she is actively involved. I would not deny that. So you anyways have to manage them closely. But with D, you are explicitly saying this is an issue and you're sharing that status. So out of C and D, D is a better choice. XYC has a strong predictive culture. As part of the company's change program, an experienced agile project manager is hired to help the company to adopt agile methodologies. Which of the following options should the project manager do to help the company in this regard? So basically, you are changing the methodology from one to the basically from predictive to agile. What you can do here? A, analyze all the planned projects to select the appropriate agile model. Yes, you can do that. You can definitely help the company by telling that this could be agile, this could be predictive or whatever. So you can do that. B, train the project teams to be more self-reliant and cross-functional. This could help as well because ultimately the project team should be cross-functional. They should be, but not just necessarily self-reliant. I mean, it's more of a collaborative approach. So B, maybe. Okay. C, make use of Moscow analysis technique to write all the project requirement. So yes, Moscow could be done as well, which is, must have, should have, could have. So basically that will work on the requirements. So yes, I would not deny that. C is a good choice. So this is a tough question, guys. Out of A, B, C, so far I have said like all three are good choices, but B is like, okay, I can eliminate that, but A and C are good choices. D, explain the team advantages of incremental business value delivery. Another good choice. So basically in Agile, what you do is you do an incremental business value. Like basically you will make a product, you will make a prototype, you will then, if everything looks good, you will, with MVP, you will launch that product. Once that product is launched, then you will probably, add more and more value to that product. So that's an advantage of Agile. And now you want the team, your employees to be supportive of your decision, right? So D looks like a best choice so far, but I don't know. All the options are good. E, depict to stakeholders as to how Agile can increase the quality and decrease the risk. Absolutely, that's another advantage of moving forward to Agile, because if you say how to increase quality, because the stakeholders are regularly involved, they are involved in every iteration, sprints and stuff. So, they are giving feedback on a regular basis and you are decreasing the risk also by that. If they have a change, they are coming up with the change in the beginning of the project and not just like predictive, which is like at the latest stage. So E is a good choice as well. So you know what? I think the answer choice is D and E. Why? Because both those options are talking about like an overall agile methodology, like what are the advantages of agile. But if you see other options Like analyze, like option A, analyze all project to select the appropriate. Okay. I mean, D and E is more about accepting the agile. A is like you as a third party contractor or you as an SME are taking the decision for the team, which might not be the correct choice. So A is out. Similarly, make use of Moscow analysis technique is a very specific technique for a particular project. So it's going more specific. D and E is more at a general advantages of agile level. So I think first step probably should be to give the advantages of agile, let the team members understand the advantage of agile, and then we can of course use the Moscow technique or train the team members and all those things. So D and E should be the best choices. You're an agile project manager. The schedule of your team's product owner has been made unworkable because of too many meetings. Okay, you have been asked to prioritize some of the meetings and decrease the frequency of others. Which of the following meetings should be prioritized to ensure successful product development in a better way? So first of all, you need to understand the priority of those meetings, and secondly, if you see the product owners is like very busy because he or she has too many meetings. So you want to involve the product owner in the most important meetings, and that's how you should prioritize it. So the answer to this question is that where should the product owner should be like definitely be involved, like you cannot skip doing that part. So A, sprint planning, absolutely, because it's the product owner who will prioritize the user stories. So sprint, and you do that in sprint planning. So definitely in the sprint planning meeting, you need the product owner, so that should be given higher priority for sure. B, daily stand-up. Daily stand-up can be too extreme for product owner. Typically, you would want the product owner to be part of it, but it could be too extreme. And anyways, the problem in the question is that there are too many meetings. So I would say B would be given second priority after sprint planning. Team blocker meeting, again, it's a team blocker meeting. Product owner is more interested in, getting the work done. So team blocker meeting is something which, team members can within themselves solve it as well. So we really don't need product owner. So far A and B are the correct choices. D, sprint review meeting. You know what? The reason why you selected sprint planning, sprint review meeting is also very important, where the product owner is being shown the user stories which have been completed, and he or she gives the thumbs up or a thumbs down to those user stories, whether it is approved or not, or and also to select the next set of user stories for the next sprint. So sprint review meeting, you definitely need the product owner. So I would say now eliminate daily stand up, and I'll keep A and D as the correct choices. E, sprint retrospective meeting. Okay, sprint retrospective meeting, product owner can be part of it. I would not deny that. But sprint retrospective can also be more of an internal meeting where they can discuss the lessons learned, where they can think about like what are the things which went well and the things which did not go well. So if I have to select all the three options A, D and E, I would say the most important meetings where product owner definitely should be there is option A and D. So those two are the correct choices. Barbara is doing the weekly check of the invoices when she notices that there are few extra purchase orders that shouldn't have been present. She immediately questioned the contractor about these suspicious entries. To her surprise, these entries were requested by Barbara's assistant, who never cleared the purchases through the change control process. What should Barbara do now? Okay, let's see. A, instruct the assistant to always follow the change control process. Yes, she can definitely go back and say that, because ultimately you have to follow the change control process. So A is a good choice. B, immediately inform the project's stakeholder of the unauthorized change, then call a team meeting to determine the impact to this project. Yes, the assistant needs to be kept informed that this is something which is not right, but the stakeholders are also very important. So B option also looks like the correct choice. And out of A and B, I think the first step should be you have to inform, being ethical. So looks like, if you ask me, option B looks like a better choice, because in option A, you are actually talking to the assistant and you're saying, hey, you know what, from next time follow the change control process. But you did not inform the stakeholders. That is more important because this is a big thing which has happened on the project, and you are calling the team meeting to understand, what really happened, what was the issue, what is the total impact, and all those things are much more important than taking it lightly, which was your option A. So option B is a better choice than A, and that's why I'm eliminating A now. Let's see option C. Refuse to pay the charges and tell the contractor to take back the boxes until it is approved by the change control board. This will be an extreme choice. Just because your assistant did something wrong, this does not mean that contractor did not deserve this. He or she may deserve that money. So this is not a good choice. D, do the impact analysis of this change and then inform the stakeholders of the impacts. That's another good choice. Now you can see that in the question that these were some suspicious entries. When she checked those entries, so it's not just suspicion anymore. What she, when she checked everything, checked with the contractor, she found out that these were not followed. They did not follow the proper change control process. So if they did not follow the change control process, it was not right. So you have to inform the stakeholders. That's the first thing for sure. And like for example, let's take an instance that in order to, which is option D, is do the impact analysis. Now let's say by doing the impact analysis you took 5 days, right? Now would you not inform the stakeholders for those next 5 days? Don't you think so? It's unethical. That's right? So you cannot go with option D because you are hiding that information for those extra 5 days, which you should have done it before. So in option B, you have to first tell everyone that this is what has happened, and then let's if it takes 5 more days or 10 more days or 2 more days, whatever, you take your time and correct that issue. So that is why option B is a better choice as compared to option D. So the correct choice should be B. The development cost per story has risen by over 50% in the past 6 months due to faulty platform that is no longer supported. As per the product vision, the unique features of the platform are prerequisite for a product. Okay, which of the following should be the next step for the project manager? So basically there was a faulty platform which you were using, and that was a prerequisite. Okay. A, as the project exceeds the budget constraint, cancel the project. Again, cancelling the project, too extreme choice. So you don't want to go there. And it's not your job to select that. It's more of a product owner's or sponsor's decision to cancel the project. B, as per the product vision could not be fulfilled, cancel the project. Same reason why A is out, B is out as well. C, execute what if cost impact analysis with the product owner. Exactly. If you see the cost has risen by 50%. So if you do a cost impact analysis, like basically what if analysis, you will be able to come up with what could be done. And if from that meeting, if you come up that we have to cancel the project, then it makes sense. So basically you are doing that with product owner. So product owner will take that final call, not you as a project manager. So C looks like a good choice. D, suggest the product owner to select an alternative platform. Yes, you can do that. But once again, going to a different platform, which was even a prerequisite for the product, it's also kind of an extreme step. This is something which you will take after doing the what if cost impact analysis. Like you cannot just simply go ahead and do that without even thinking about it. So D is not your first choice. So first choice is your option C. Your contractor reaches out to you stating that the delivery of raw material is delayed by 2 weeks. As this task is not on your critical path, you are okay with the delay. Also, your contractor goes an extra mile to cover the cost of using the existing system. What should the project manager do next? Okay. A, issue a purchase order to accept the cost of the delay. You can do that. And you're giving a purchase order for that. Yes, you can. The contractor is also, covering the cost of using the existing system. So you can do that. So A is not a bad choice. B, don't do anything because your project is not getting delayed. If the contractor is asking to, cover the cost of existing system, this means there is a cost impact on your project. So you would definitely have to do the detailed impact analysis. So not doing anything cannot be the right choice. So B is out. C, issue a change request to the change control board. Yes, that's actually a good choice because it will involve some changes on your project because it's a cost change. So you would have to come up with something, like you would have to do something about it. So C looks like a good choice. D, update the procurement document with the delay information, like you'll tell them. So you're not doing any, you're not basically resolving the problem over here. You're just informing in option D, and over in option A, you are just accepting it. So I would say instead of just accepting the purchase order or reaching out, like updating the procurement documents with this information, I think you really need to have a detailed impact analysis which would be done as a part of your change control process, which is your option C. You're part of an agile project that's structured without time boxing. Okay, high level goals help group the tasks, but the task cannot be predictively scheduled. So you are managing an agile project without time boxing, and it says that you cannot predictively schedule those tasks. Okay, which of the following options depict how the work can be distributed for efficient execution? Okay, A, make sure that the deadlines are in place to ensure that team gets done with the work within the acceptable limits. Okay, you can put a deadline to that, but I mean, typically you don't do that. If you ask me, like you don't say that I need this by 2 days. Like you don't force, like if you see the Kanban board, whosoever is available, they will just pick the next priority task and they will start working on that. You not necessarily put a deadline for each and every task over here. So A might look like an extreme choice, but you can do that. It's not that you can't do that, you can do that. B, come out with a to-do task pool to restrict the number of tasks in progress. Okay, you can do option B also, like, because if you see the question, it says the agile project is structured without time boxing. So that's a problem, right? So there is no time boxing involved. So you really have to come up with something related to time boxing. And if you come up with like a to-do task pool to restrict those tasks, it's like a kind of a time boxing which you are doing. So option B is actually resolving the problem of that you're managing the project without time boxing. So B looks like a good choice. C, determine the order of execution by predetermining the blockers. See, first of all, the question never said that there is a blocker as such. So you cannot assume that part. So C is, I think, just it's like confusing you. Again, it's a tough question if you ask me. So if you got this wrong, it's okay. There would be tough questions in your real PMP exam, and all this exercise which I'm doing it for you, I just want you to understand that it's all about understanding, to make sure you understand the process. This is how your mind should also work, the way I'm thinking. A lot of my students tell this to me, Varun, when we were attempting the PMP exam, we could hear your voices, like what will Varun do in such a situation? How would Varun resolve the problem in this situation? That's exactly what you have to do. Same thing. So C is out as well. D, aid the team in initiating tasks at the right time by tracking the readiness statuses. So problem, if you see, is that the project is structured without time boxing, if you see that. And option D, what is saying, aid the team in initiating the task at the right time. So they don't have a time boxing limit as such, but what you are doing, you are making sure that you're starting those tasks at the right time. So if you start a task at the right time where there is no time boxing, you are actually helping them to make sure that completes on time also. So D looks like a good choice as well. E, decompose the work packages into more granular level tasks for easy execution. You can do that, but if you see the question is about agile, and work packages is typically a predictive terminology. So I don't think so E is correct when I already have two answer choices which are resolving that time boxing issue. So which is your option B and option D. You're a project manager of a new product development project. Competition is driving prices down. Also, the supply costs are rising. Which of the following reasons specify why an agile incremental approach would be the safest choice in this regard? So what is the problem? Let's read the question once again. It says competition is driving the prices down and the supply costs are rising. So what is happening? Your competitor has made sure that the price is down for, like, they are probably selling the product at a cheaper price and the supply costs have increased at your end. So what should you do? And you have to find out a reason why an agile incremental approach is good. Okay, let's see. A, it provides stringent methods to reduce the cost of quality and conformity. No, I don't think so. It has anything to do with the cost of quality and conformity. No, I mean, agile incremental approach is not, first of all, it's not a stringent method. Agile is all about collaboration, doing it together, and like they embrace the change. So it's not like a fixed do this, do not do this. It's not like that. So A is out. B, it reduces the team size and eliminates the communication bottlenecks. So first of all, it doesn't reduce the team size. Who says that in agile incremental approach you reduce the people? So B is out as well. C, it ensures that the product can be cancelled at any time without any loss. I mean, if there is a loss, there would be a loss. So, but this does not mean that you cannot just cancel the project anytime. You probably would have to follow a proper closure procedure. So C is also not that great. D, it speeds the delivery of business value and minimizes the risk of irrelevancy. That's correct. Over here, what you will do in incremental approach, you will launch the product and you will launch with the minimum viable product, and then slowly and gradually you will come up with more and more features. So if you see that something is not working out, you will not launch it, right? So I think the option D is basically the best choice why an agile incremental approach will work in this situation. So the correct answer should be D. With a mission to promote new programming methodologies, your company has hired a new architectural board with a new governance structure. Okay? The agile team keeps working on new and existing software products. Which of the following ways reveal how the project manager should deal with this scenario? So basically there is a new team. What should you do? I think the best answer, I have not even read the option yet, something which involves them regularly. Start involving them, because it's a new board. They will have new structure, new requirements, new things. So it's better to involve them at an early stage. So whatever option is similar to this, that could be your correct choice. But let's see. Again, don't assume things. I'm just, telling that based upon my experience, but something like this, you will also learn it. It just takes time, but you will learn it. A, negotiate a quiet period with the board to prevent disruption to the team's work. No. As I told you, something which is involving them, not like, get a quiet period for the team. B, invite members of the new board to the backlog refinement and the sprint planning meetings. Good choice. You are inviting them, you are involving them. So B is a good choice. So that's a good choice. C, adopt a wait and watch approach until the board gives the team explicit instructions. No, wait and watch. You are setting yourself for failure, because in some time they can come back and they can probably say why you didn't involve us and we have new changes and stuff like that. So C is out. D, let agile team know that the resulting changes would get delay as long as possible. Why? Again, involve them, invite them. That's what I told you, right? So option D should be the correct choice. You are the project manager of an agile team. A frustrated agile team approaches you to complain about a senior team member that is monopolizing all the interesting backlog items. So basically what is happening, one senior resource is taking all the interesting items to himself or herself, and other people are complaining about it. What would you do? Okay. A, come out with a new rule so that members can select item on rotational basis. Yes, you can come up with a solution so that everyone will get everything. You can do that. B, stress fairness with the senior team member. Yes, you can talk to the senior team member also about it and say that, this is unfair and you have to do the fairness part. Yes, you can do that. C, ask the team to come up with the new ground rules for work distribution. That's a good choice actually. That's resolving the problem. If there are new ground rules, the senior team member is also there. The senior team member can say something, other team members can say something about it. But just because you're setting up a ground rule for that, that will definitely resolve the problem. So I think so far the other options are not that bad, but I think C looks like the best so far. D, ask the senior team member to distribute all the backlog items to the team. That's like even worse. In this case, the senior team member will, keep all the interesting to himself or herself, and, he or she will distribute all the other ones to the team. So you're not resolving the problem in D. So I think the correct choice is C. A R&D executive occasionally visits the agile team work area providing instructions on urgent feature work. Okay. In one of the sprint reviews, the product owner becomes upset when he found out that team worked on the requested features. Which of the following should the project manager do to deal with the problem? So first of all, the scrum master should have been there, should have shown that servant leadership to avoid those distractions from external world, and that is what exactly happened. So honestly, the scrum master didn't do the right thing over here. But let's see. A, provide the executive access to add new items to the backlog. No, why? It has to come from product owner, not from the executive. So not good. Or you could ask the executive to talk to the product owner to come up with something. Not like, you can't just give the executive access. No. B, make sure that the executive issues change requests for new items. Yes, you can do that, but you're managing an agile project. In agile project, you does not necessarily issue a change request. You probably, if you talk to the product owner and based on the prioritization, you do the work. So B is also out. C, get the executive and the product owner together to agree on the workflow. Exactly. Get both of them together, let them hash out the differences, find out what is best for the team, and then give the task based upon their priority. So C looks like a good choice. D, escalate the issue to the upper management to ensure that the executives no longer interferes with the team. You can do that, but this would not be my first step. Neil Armstrong technique. Choose the first answer you will do. The first step basically you do. So D is not my first step. So D is out as well. So out of all the options, I would say the option C, which is involving both the executive and product owner together, that is the correct choice. So C is the correct one. An agile team is stuck on a problem for several weeks. One of the team members was able to solve that problem. Okay. However, post release of the software, it appears that solution caused the function to fail. The quality in charge demands an explanation on that. Okay. Which of the following reveal how should the project manager react? Okay. A, tell the director that mistakes are inevitable but will be corrected. But are you resolving the problem by saying a statement like this? You really need to resolve the problem. A is not resolving the problem. A is saying that, yeah, it's done, whatever. That's the answer choice. So A is not the answer choice. B, come up with a definition of ready by working with the team. Okay, you can, but technically you would not want to, let me put this option. It looks like a good choice. So I'll give the reasoning later. C, work with the team and examine the gaps in definition of done. Yes. So if that's actually a very good choice, because if you see the question, let me read the question. One of the team member resolved the problem. However, that caused the solution to fail. So ultimately, if you would have a good definition of done, then that might have prevented that situation of failure. So looks like that you did something, but that you didn't take into consideration the definition of done. Definition of ready is something different. Definition of ready is like these are the list of things which you should take, which you should do to move to the next item. The problem is in the done, not in the ready state. So out of B and C, C looks like a better choice. D, ask the team member to explain the rationales and lessons learned. Yes, that's another good choice. It's a problem, right? It was not done something correctly. So you really need to know the lessons learned. But ask the team member to show that reason, right? And also the lessons learned. Warn the team member about not taking risky initiatives. That's not a good choice if you ask me. Like you are saying that, hey, you shouldn't do risky initiatives. Not a good choice. So E is out as well. So out of all the options, I think the best two options are option C and option D. You're working with a third-party contractor. Over the last 3 agile iterations, there have been an increasing trend of prolonged test work. Which of the following activities should the project manager plan to help address the root cause? So what is happening is like you are having prolonged test work. So basically, okay. A, come out with a paired testing policy, which is like 2 people are testing on each other's code. That's an extreme programming technique. So A is that. Okay, you can do that. B, come out with an iteration of only testing. I mean, you don't do that, like, just one iteration where you will be testing everything. Typically, you don't do that, no. C, adopt test automation tools. Like you can do test automation tools also, but I mean, when you have people, you will prefer to get the work done from people, right? So like you don't, yeah, that's not like the first choice if you ask me. D, come out with a greater deal of backlog refinement. That could be a good choice, because if you see over the last 3 agile iterations, there have been increasing trend of prolonged test work, right? So if you're doing a backlog refinement, you are coming up with, better user stories, you are decomposing the user stories properly, then I think the test reduction will also reduce. And yeah, I think D, it looks like the best choice. You're working with a third party contractor. Over the last 3 agile iterations, there have been increasing trends of prolonged test work. The team performed an intensive backlog refinement. Okay, so we did one question which is related to the prolonged test work, and now this is another similar question, but this is different. In that question, we actually did a backlog refinement to resolve that problem. Over here, what you did, the team has performed the backlog refinement also. So that part is also done now. Which of the matrix would show that problem was effectively addressed? So you did backlog refinement. Now what thing will tell you that you have effectively resolved this problem? A, increase in business value. So you're saying you corrected the issue and the business value has increased so much that you can see the value. Yeah, you can do that. Number of stories completed per iteration. Actually, that's a good choice. Now, because you did a proper backlog refinement, that would have helped to make sure that you are completing more user stories in iteration. Initially, what was the problem? You were doing more and more testing. So less iteration, less user stories were getting completed. But now after the backlog refinement, more user stories would have got completed. So B looks more specific answer. So B looks like a good one. C, speed of resolving impediments. Yes, the speed would have increased, but they're talking about actually a matrix. Matrix could be more specific. So I think out of B and C, B is like more specific. Fall in the backlog item count. Okay, fall in the backlog item count, that would, that's actually a very good choice. So definitely the backlog item count will reduce as well. Because if you have done intensive backlog refinement, so this means that now you're completing more user stories per iteration, and that would eventually result in the overall backlog item count also. But if you remember my father-child theory, and I have not explained my father-child theory, which is like child is the children is something which is more specific, and father is like the father of that. Like if I ask you a question, which plan will help you to manage your scope, scope. So A, scope management plan, B, project management plan. So the answer in this case is, and you know that scope management plan is part of your project management plan, right? So still the correct answer is your child, which is your scope management plan, which is something more specific. So if you see over here, both B and D are kind of same thing, but B is more specific. B is basically the child over here, where you are saying that, okay, now my number of user stories which have been completed per iterations are more. So that will eventually result in the overall backlog item count. So B should be your correct choice. A project manager wants to know if there is a good combination of T-shaped skills in an agile team. Which of the following can the project manager measure to help determine this? A, greater degree of collaboration with SMEs. I mean, we are talking about T-shaped skills. Just this greater collaboration with SMEs. Maybe, yeah. B, reduce internal knowledge sharing. I mean, knowledge sharing should irrespectively done whether or not you have a T-shaped skill or not. So B is like irrelevant. C, decrease in reassigned tasks. Actually, that's being very specific, which is, so now you have more T-shaped skills, you know more and more tasks. So, you're reassigned, like you don't have to reassign the task to someone else who is more expert, or, who's an expert in that particular field or methodology or domain. So C is like a good choice. D, decrease in detected defects. I mean, if you have a T-shaped skills, still there is a probability of defect, right? Because you're not that expert. But if you're not doing this thing, then this means the person who knows that domain in and out will do that. Over there, that person has more probability of doing less defects as compared to someone who's who's having a T-shaped skill. So D is not necessarily correct. Now we are left with only two options, which is A and C. What was A? Greater degree of collaboration with SMEs? Yes. And C, decrease in reassigned tasks. If I have to pick one, I'll go with option C, because you are being more specific over here that tasks are not being reassigned to other experts. So C looks like a better choice. You're a project manager of a software development team. The team progress is good, but slow customer approvals are causing unnecessary delays. The customer insists that approvals can only be given after repeating all the test cases in their test environment. Okay. Which of the following options can aid you in overcoming problem of customer approvals as well as generate customer trust at the same time? So basically what is happening is your team is doing the testing at their environment, but the customer wants to repeat all those tests in their testing environment also. So that's causing. So what should you do? Okay, let's see. A, ask the testers in your agile team to collaborate with the customer testers to execute the test in customer's test environment. So instead of you doing the test in your test environment, you do it at customer's test environment. So in that case, customer is happy, and more importantly, you are collaborating with their testing team. So collaboration is happening, and you know that in agile, collaboration is always a good choice. So A looks like a good choice. B, request the customer to send representatives to witness the team's testing to get the test pre-approved. Okay, you can do the other way around also, where you forget about customer's test environment. You are telling that, oh, send your representatives to get that done. Okay, if you have to ask that, if customer is demanding that, it's not like an unrealistic expectation which customer is asking. So if I have to pick one, I would say okay to customer test environment. So I think A is a better choice than B. C, let the team progress at their own pace while the customer continues to test and approve the earlier builds. Okay, what now? This is not resolving the problem. This is like you are coming up with a workaround that telling them that, hey, you know what, you continue testing, you do the testing of the previous build, but we will move on. So, and if something goes wrong, then you have to rework it, right? So C is not a good choice. D, come out with an arrangement where the customer defers as many tests as possible to the final release. Once again, shying away from the problem, moving to the extreme step, and if something happens at the later stage, then you are screwed. Simple as that. So D is gone as well. So out of all the option choices, A is the best choice. You are the project manager of an agile project featuring an IT integration team. Testing has confirmed some problems in the software that got delivered in previous releases and need to be rectified immediately. So this needs to be rectified immediately. Okay. Which of the following should the project manager do next? Okay. A, inform the team about the non-conforming requirements in the daily stand-up call and get the definition of done and ready updated. First of all, you can do that, and this is a good choice, but you don't do it in the daily stand-up call. Daily stand-up call is just 15 minutes, and the purpose of daily stand-up call is not like this. You can bring this issue, but you cannot just set up the definition of done and ready in that. So A is out. B, execute a root cause analysis with the agile team on why the problem didn't surface earlier. You should do that, but would that really be your first step? Why we didn't identify this problem earlier? I think that's not a good. I mean, first you should resolve the problem, and then you should do this also. Neil Armstrong technique. C, stop the sprint to meet with the product owner and team to update the product backlog. Exactly. See the question, it says, testing has confirmed some problems in the software that got delivered in the previous releases and need to be rectified immediately. So you have to basically stop the current sprint because it has to be rectified immediately. And so option C is doing that. You are updating the product backlog with that. D, meet with the Scrum Master to determine the project vision is still valid. Product vision or project vision basically. Again, you're not resolving the problem, and if it would have been product vision, I would have said that it's product owner's job, not the Scrum Master's job. But still, a problem happens, you need to rectify it, and you rectify it, right? By working with the product owner on the product backlog. Simple. So C looks like the best choice. A French startup issues a press release about an imminent launch in the European Union and North America. Okay. Soon afterwards, the compliant team suggests that the launch be delayed by 10 months in order to avoid penalties related to the new set of EU regulations. Which of the following approaches could the project manager adopt to advance the launch project while preparing for the compliance measures? Okay, so if you see from the question, it looks like the problem has happened in the EU market, but not in the North American market. So we have to come up with some kind of answer solution in which you are continuing with the work also, and at the same time you are taking care of the compliance measure within that 10 months time frame also. Okay, A. Come up with an estimation of impact of penalties on the project, increase the contingency reserve and resume the project as per the plan. No, I mean, there is a problem, you have identified a problem, there is a compliance issue. Always remember, if there is a compliance issue, you don't mess up with the compliance thing. You give first priority to that. A is kind of saying that let's continue the work. It's okay, we'll see it. B. Execute a SWOT analysis to prioritize between the compliance and the consumer need and only resume if it favors consumers. Same thing actually. So it's supporting consumers. I don't care about the compliance. Let's continue. So that's B. C. Reflect the work affected by the regulations in an agile track and replan the unaffected work in the predictive schedule. Okay, that's actually a good choice. What you are doing over here is, the plan which has been affected by the regulations, you're doing it in an agile way so that you can stop the work, you can do it as per whatever you want to do. So see, agile is okay for embracing the change, but predictive is not. So in this case, what you're doing is you're embracing the change because things will happen, compliance may come up with new things and all those things. So it's a lot of things are unpredictable at your end. When a lot of things are unpredictable at your end, you prefer an agile track. So C looks like a good choice. D. Reflect the work affected by the regulations in a predictive track and replan unaffected work in the agile schedule. Same thing, it's like completely opposite of C. So if I'm saying C is correct, then D cannot be correct. So C is the best choice. You're working as a product owner. A new team member, Terry, who has love for learning, asks if you would share your work nature and other agile team roles as well. This would be a good opportunity for her to learn more about the agile since she is very new. Okay. As a product owner, what should be your next step? Select two answer choices. So basically, if you ask me, the person is new and the person wants to know more about agile. What should you do? A. Explain the product owner's roles and corresponding responsibilities to Terry. Yes, you can do that. You can explain your tasks to Terry, but Terry is interested in almost everything because she is new to the complete agile. So A might be good, but not necessarily the best option. B. Let Terry know the product owner is representative of the customer, not the process owner. Direct Terry to an agile coach. You can do that. Yes, because Terry is basically, so the product owner is the representative of the customer and you are now directing Terry to an agile coach because it's the job of an agile coach, scrum master to actually help Terry know about the agile in end to end. So B is a good choice. C. Ask Terry to sit next to you and explain the different roles and their responsibilities. Once again, as I told you, it's more of a scrum master and agile coach job, not your job as a product owner. So C is out. D. Direct Terry to scrum master. She is the owner of the process. Yes, exactly. Right. So that's what I have been saying. So D is definitely a good choice. E. Let Terry know that product owner responsibility is to clarify and resolve any queries on stories and route her to the scrum master. So now if you see option B and E, both are kind of correct options. If the question stated that, pick three answer choices, then I would have gone with that. But if you see option B, it says product owner is representative of the customer. So I would not 100% agree to this statement because yes, product owner can be a representative of the customer, but product owner can be internal also, right? You can manage internal projects also. And more importantly, if you read option E, it says that product owner's representative, product owner is responsible to clarify and resolve any queries on the stories. So over here, you are covering both internal and external projects, not just external projects. So E is a good choice, better than B. So I would pick D and E. You're working as a project manager on a hybrid project. Your customer is requesting a lot of changes. Based upon the initial analysis and as per your discussion with the customer, it looks like you would have to change the resource utilization estimate. You want to discuss this change with the customer and influence the customer to hold back on this change. As a project manager, what should be your next step? Okay, good question. So you did the initial analysis and you figured out that, you know what, it's changing your resource utilization estimate and you don't want that. Okay. A, take this matter to the change control board. I think that's a good choice. You want to set up, you want to make this change, you will reach out to the change control board, and over there, customer will be part of your change control board or any representative of that customer, and over there you can tell why you think that this change should be rejected. So option A is a good choice. B, schedule a meeting with the customer and influence the customer to hold back on this change. Okay. So now this, if you see closely, let me read that question again. It says, based upon the initial analysis, and I know most of the people might have selected option B. And that is the reason I've added this question, because this is a very tricky question and I want you to understand that how in your real PMP these trick questions can come. Right, so read the question. Based upon the initial analysis and as per your discussion with the customer, it looks like you would have to change the resource utilization estimate. Now, even after talking with the customer and the customer knows that the resource utilization estimate will be changed, still the customer wants this change. Looks like that. Now, so basically there is no point of discussing with customer multiple times if the customer is not agreeing to that. So now the only option which is left with you is to bring up this change in front of change control board, because over there a lot of important and influential stakeholders will be present, and if the customer still persists, then yes, you can go ahead and do that. But if not, then other people can also influence, give their viewpoint in the meeting, and then this change could get rejected. But we need to know from the project manager that why this change should not be approved and why the customer thinks that this change should be approved. So all this could be done as a part of your change control meeting, and that's really the purpose of change control board. So I think from that perspective, option A is better than option B. But let's see, let's read option C and D. Maybe we find a better choice. C, escalate this to the project stakeholders to prevent unnecessary changes. I mean, if you could have escalated to the sponsor, I could have still agreed, but you are saying escalating this to the stakeholders. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. D, request the customer to document the change as a change request. I mean, it says that, based upon the initial analysis, this means the change is already documented. So again, documenting it, it doesn't make any sense. So out of all the choices, option A is the best choice. Mike, a project manager, along with key stakeholders, are discussing the impact of his project on different systems. Paul, a system analyst from another department, told Mike that some systems are missing in his impact analysis report and should be considered as well. What should Mike do next? A, update the issue with Paul's feedback. You can do that. But if you see this question, it says that some systems are missing in the impact analysis and should be considered as well. So that's one stakeholder came and told about it. What if there are other stakeholders? So A will resolve the problem, but will it resolve the root cause? Everything, that we are not sure. But so far A is good. B, delegate the task to Paul to update the impact analysis report. No, someone is coming up with an issue, someone is doing a recommending and saying, hey, do this job, do my job, right? So B is gone. C, submit his impact report as it is to the subject matter expert. So you're basically saying that, hey, I don't trust you, let me get help from SME. That's what C says. Work with Paul and all the relevant stakeholders to identify any missing system types. That's good. Over here, you are collaborating with stakeholders, you are involving everyone. So D is resolving the root cause of the problem. So D should be the correct choice. You're part of an agile team tasked to come out with a food product. A new regulation from the food authorities has mandated the presence of consumer warning on labels which were previously not present. Okay. However, the product packaging is too small to accommodate that added information. The agile team decides to solve the problem by putting the information on fold out flap. The start of mass production for the new labels is slated to begin in a week. Which of the following steps should your agile team do next? Good question, tricky question. A. Request approval from the steering committee to go ahead with the change. Why do you need steering committee's approval? I would say because this food authorities has mandated, it's more of a compliance thing. So you really need a help from legal team for that, not your steering committee. B. Develop a prototype and submit it to the label manufacturer for approval. Label manufacturers have nothing to do with this. Is a food authorities mandated thing. So label manufacturer would say, yeah, I'm fine with that. C. Update the sprint backlog to refine the additional product label requirement. Yes, you can do that. I mean, yeah. D. Check with compliance team to determine the validity of the selected format. That's better. I mean, that's actually hitting the problem on its head. The problem was with that where you should have those consumer warnings. It's a compliance kind of thing, and you are reaching out to compliance team to give you a solution to that. And once whatever they say, then of course you can come back, update your sprint backlog accordingly and do the work also. So I won't say C is bad, but C is not my next step for sure. First, I need approval from compliance team before actually doing a deep dive. So D is the best choice. A hybrid water treatment project combines many brief admin tasks with other high priority tasks. An agile track makes crucial progress on key objectives. However, admin tasks keeps accumulating in the backlog. Most of these tasks can be done in one day but are dependent on unpredictable triggering of events. Which of the following approaches would be most effective to deal with these admin tasks? A. Get the product backlog reprioritized daily. That's too extreme. You don't reprioritize the product backlog on a daily basis. So A is out. B. Integrate the admin task with either the definition of done or the acceptance criteria. Good choice. I mean, if those admin tasks are not being taken care and you put them in DOD or acceptance criteria, then they have to be done before you can mark that user story to be complete. So B is actually a very smart answer. C. Combine multiple admin tasks to come out with stories that are consistent with the key objectives. I mean, you can do that, but if you read the question, it says that the treatment project combines many brief admin tasks with other high priority tasks. So they have to be done along with conjunction with each other. That's that. So C, you are saying that you're doing everything together, right? So, but the requirement in the question is different. So I think B is like we have found the best choice, but let's read the D also. Get the product backlog reprioritized to favor the smallest stories and reassign them daily. Not necessarily. Why? It's not necessary to do the smaller stories first, right? You have to do the stories based on the priority level. So D is out as well. So clearly the correct answer should be B. A software vendor is delivering the complex solution proof of concept to a new strategic customer. Although the predictive project should be complete in 12 weeks, there happen to be a long list of outstanding items, some of which are dependent on external events with uncertain scheduling. Okay. Which of the following options reveal how the project manager should handle these outstanding items? Okay. A. Descope the outstanding task and remove them from the invoice. So you're saying I'm not doing this task. No, that's not the right. I mean, you have outstanding items, you have to complete it. You cannot just say that I'm not doing that. You cannot just change the scope. So A is out. B. Talk to the sponsor to get more funds to complete the outstanding task. You can do that, but is it really your first choice? That's the real question. So B could be done. C. Come up with 6 agile iterations, each spanning 2 weeks to complete the task as soon as the conditions allow. So now I think this is a very smart answer choice, because if you see, the question clearly stated that you have to complete it in 12 weeks. So if you're doing 6 agile iterations of 2 weeks each, basically you are taking care of 12 weeks time frame and you're doing it as the conditions allow. So C looks like a correct choice. D. Shift the outstanding items to the next project with the customer. Again, who has seen the next project? And if these tasks are supposed to be done in this project, why would you do a new project, or why would you do it with some other new project? So D is too extreme. So out of all the answer choices, the best answer choice is your C. You are the project manager of mobile telecom project. The rollout will take 5 years. Wow, okay. 6 months into the rollout, you discover that approximately 20% of the equipment is prohibited to deliver due to cross-country tax implications. Okay. The procurement contract doesn't consider the tax implications. However, severe penalties will be levied in case of an incomplete delivery. Which of the following solutions would you choose as the appropriate solution? Okay, good question. A. File a case against the client but add penalty cost for contingency. Too extreme. Legal route if you want as an alternative dispute resolution technique. That should be your last route. First, it should be arbitration or mediation actually. B. Compare the penalty cost of delivering or not delivering and choose the lowest of the lot. This means you are accepting the risk, right? So B is out. I mean, no, you can accept the risk. I'm not denying that, but it's like, if you have a better option, why would you just accept the risk? C. Accept the client penalties and close the project and business in the country. Once again, too extreme. You won't do that. D. Add an agile track to explore and plan out delivery of alternative equipment. Exactly. I mean, if this equipment has a problem, come up with an agile track, work with the customer, work with the stakeholders and plan out a delivery accordingly. If you ask me personally, out of all the options, it's only option D, which is like addressing the problem, like which is even talking about the problem. Rest all is like accepting that it's an issue, we can't do anything about it. That kind of nature. So that's not good. So D is your correct choice. You're part of a hybrid product design project. The project encounters a 3D printer malfunction. Upon investigation, it becomes clear that the faulty part resulted in problems for both the production as well as the agile team. The agile team resolved their problem a month before the malfunction. Which of the following measure could the agile team has taken to prevent the malfunction? So basically, if you see over here, the agile team knew about this issue, but they didn't inform it properly to the production team. If they would have done something differently so that the production team also sees, then they wouldn't have, resulted in this problem. So that's really, I think so, but let's see. A. Summarize their sprint retrospective conclusions on the information radiators. Yes. Actually, in the sprint retrospective, they would have figured out the problem, and if they would have put this information on the information radiator, the production team would have seen it, or someone would have actually gone to talk to the production team if they are also doing the same work. But anyways, A looks like a good choice. B. Formally request the equipment supplier be changed for the project. Yeah, but this question is about prevention. I mean, it's about the communication between the production team and the agile team. It's not about the changing the supplier. You can change, and that's also like too extreme, and that's not an easy process to just simply change the supplier. Ask the project sponsor to halt the project. Once again, too extreme. You won't do that. D. Deprioritize the stories which were impacted because of the faulty part. I mean, the question is about prevention. How can you prevent, this is more after like the next step kind of a stuff, like deprioritize those user stories because the problem happened. This question is about prevention. Option D is not about prevention. So that is gone. So out of all the choices, A looks like the best choice. To maintain a client's website, the agile team takes over from another supplier. The reason for this takeover is that the recent browser changes made by the former supplier made it necessary for users to install an additional plugin which was uncalled for. Which of the following ways should the agile team move forward? Now, so the problem is that, the previous vendor, they added, they made some changes to the website, and now, they have to, do another plugin and stuff like that. So that's the real, and this was such an extreme issue that the client changed the vendor altogether. What should you do next? A. Inform the client about the previous supplier's negligence. I'm assuming that the client already knows about this. That's why they moved to a new vendor. So A cannot be the answer. B. Deliver the code updates as defined in the contract. Yes, I think you really need to resolve that problem and come up with some code changes to make sure that problem is resolved. So B looks like a good choice. C. Take the knowledge transfer from the previous supplier. Now, nowhere in the question it says that the previous supplier is still, working over there, like still there. So it says a former supplier. So there could be a chance that the supplier has already gone. Or you can actually take the knowledge transfer also, because that's important. So if we assume that former supplier is still there, then yes, knowledge transfer can happen as well. So C looks like a good choice as well. D, notify the client about this information and propose an impact analysis. Okay, now this is dealing with the problem by coming up with the impact analysis solution, and let the client take the decision what they really want to do. So D is another option as well. Now the real question is, or Neil Armstrong technique, which is what should be the first step? First step should be deliver the code updates. I believe the code updates would happen after you give the impact analysis, because that will help to take a decision what needs to be done. So honestly, between B and D, I think D is a better choice. Now let's see C and D. C says take the knowledge transfer from the previous supplier, and D is saying that notify the client about this information, propose an impact. Now, if we are assuming that the former supplier is still here, C option is talking about knowledge transfer. Okay. D option is talking about this problem and this issue in hand, why they changed the supplier altogether. So I think the problem which is described in the question, it's actually on an urgent, immediate needs. It is being rectified by option D. If the former supplier is there, yes, you can take the knowledge transfer and then take it forward. But I think the first real step is to resolve the problem which is in hand, which is being done by option D. If the former supplier is not there, then C is just completely out of the picture altogether. So the correct choice is D. While coordinating the delivery work, one of the client stakeholders shows resistance. The project managers begin to suspect that the automation involved in the delivery product might have made the stakeholder's role obsolete. Which of the following methods would be most effective to help deal with this resistance? Okay, so looks like the project was being done, and the work which was done on that project resulted into one of the stakeholders' role being obsolete, and that person is not happy about it. So that's why showing resistance. What would you do? A, guide the stakeholder to express their concern with full transparency. Yes, sit on the table, do a one-on-one call or a discussion, whatever. And talk about that problem. What is the problem in hand? So A is like facing the problem head on. So that looks like a good choice. B, directly express empathy to the stakeholders to gain cooperation. Yes, you can, express empathy, but that's not resolving the problem. Again, we have to come up with resolving the problem. C, let the stakeholder know that their cooperation and patience are well appreciated. Once again, you are saying good things about to the stakeholders, but that's not resolving the problem. If the problem thinks that his or her role is being obsolete, then we really need to tackle that. So C is out as well. D, request the sponsor to change the client stakeholder that is creating resistance to avoid the project delays. I would say D could be an option as well, but that would not be your first step. The first step has to be like talking to that person head on, understand the issue clearly. What if that's not even an issue? Yours is just an assumption that his or her role is being obsolete. You really don't know about that, right? So the first step is talk to that person, and then if that is also not helping, then yes, of course, go to the sponsor and escalate about it. So the correct choice is A. You're part of an agile team that excels at solving technical problems. However, the team remains silent when the product owner asks for creative or business related ideas. Okay, so basically they are good with the technical part and they're not good with business related ideas. Do you think that this is a problem? A, not at all. In fact, the team performs better without useless distractions. Okay, so I honestly think that this is a problem. You are in a T-shaped skill. You should know about everything. At least you should participate. So I think it's a problem. So not at all. I would not agree to that. B, yes, team that excel are prone to higher error rates. Yes, it's a problem, but error rates, we're not even talking about higher error rates or something. The problem is that team is not just participating or cooperating. That's the problem. So B is like irrelevant. No, not at all. Specialist teams are most effective like the journalist teams. No, it's actually journalized specialist, which is they like kind of know about T-shaped skills. They kind of know about everything little bit, like at least. Like they are specialist in one, and for other things they know about things. So it's not like they are completely unaware about that. So C is gone. D, yes, the team is unable to adopt owing to lack of diversity and openness. Yes, exactly. We can see that there is a problem in hand, and there are only two options, which is option B and D, which are saying that yes, it's a problem. And as I told you, B is completely irrelevant because they're not even talking about error rates. So D makes most sense because the team is not open at this moment. So D looks like a good choice. In the last 3 iterations, the agile team has surpassed the planned number of stories. Great job! Which of the following measures can prove to the project manager that all work is truly complete? Okay. A, verify the results of all the performed tests. You can verify, yes, there's no doubt about it. That can actually help you to understand whether the work has been complete or not. But how many tasks the project manager would verify? Like each and every? Maybe it's actually basically the work of the quality assurance team or the quality team. Basically, it's not a job of project manager, and it's an agile team. So you're not sure whether you have a quality team in place. Like there could be a representative from them. So, but anyways, A could be a choice. B, instruct the team members to verify each other's work. You can do that as well. Like instead of you taking the lead of verifying everyone's work, you can ask the team member to do that. So B could be a choice as well. If I have to pick between A and B, I would say that it's better to do B than A because it's saving time. So for now, so far B is good. C, cross-check results against the definition of done. That's actually perfect. You know what, more than B, C is a better choice because that's what definition of done is. Right? Definition of done says like it's like the requirement which tells you whether this work is done or not, and that's what the question is. It says how can the following measures prove to the project manager that the work is truly complete? By checking it against the definition of done. So I think the answer is C, but let me read D as well. Ask the product owner if they are satisfied with the results. Okay, satisfaction is another thing, completing the work is another thing. So these are two different things. Like for example, you might have taken a training from XYZ source. So your training part is done, but were you satisfied with that training? That's the real question. So those two things could be different. So I think the correct answer choice for this question is C. Your team has been given the task to come up with a senior friendly version of smartphone e-commerce application. After a lot of marketing efforts, they were not able to find any volunteer test users that fits the profile. So first of all, that's a senior friendly version. So this means you need a senior to do that testing. Okay. Which of the following option would be most effective to ensure that the best product value gets delivered? Okay. A, request the team to run friendly tests with senior relatives. Okay. They can reach out to the relatives if they are not finding those volunteers to in that profile, so they can ask their senior relatives to do that. Okay, A could be a good choice. B, ask the team to poll senior users as to what price points would interest them the most. I mean, first of all, you're not getting the volunteers, so the price point is not even a point. Like like it's not even a question. I mean, you can, instead of doing that as a volunteer work, yes, you can fund it, you can ask the people, like you can pay people to do it, but before you do that, I think I would probably ask the senior relatives before we do that, because the question is talking about volunteer. So I'm assuming that they want to go with volunteer instead of paid version. So C, don't do any testing and evaluate similar competitor products. It's not a good choice at all. Like launching the product in market without doing a proper testing, not at all good. Nope. Get the eyeglasses removed when testing the user interface. Oh, that's even worst actually. Like you will remove the eyeglasses and then do the testing. No, it's completely irrelevant at all. So I think out of all the choices, I would probably knock on my relatives' doors to help me out. So option A is the correct choice. XYZ Inc. is losing market share to competitors who who keep coming up with new business models. The agile team is instructed to restrict the number of features and get them to market faster. Increment life cycle, okay. In which of the following ways will this result impact the planning? So basically they want to come up with more and more like quickly. So it's better to use incremental life cycle, but let's see how this would impact the planning part. A, reprioritize the sprint backlog to work on the smallest and the simplest user stories first. Yes, I think you can do that. If you work on the smallest and simplest, you can launch it early, but the real question is the smallest and simplest, are they the prioritized version? So that might not be true, right? So A is not necessarily the correct choice. B, reduce the increments to enable faster product releases. I would say if you reduce the increments, like for example, if there are 10 increments to be done, so instead of 10, you do 2 increments or 3 increments, right? So even though if you do that in incremental life cycle, after every increment you are launching it. So reducing the increment is not helping out. It's just that it's saying actually that your work has reduced a lot. So instead of doing 100 user stories, you just did 5 or 10 or 15, whatever. Okay. C, update the product vision to reflect a user-driven release roadmap. You can do that, but don't you think so? It's like just too high level. Like, whenever I see like, product vision or stuff, it's not, it's at a high level. It's not very being specific that it resolves the problem. Okay. D, prioritize the backlog to deliver basic functionality in small increments. Okay, that looks like a better choice if you ask me. What they are doing is the basic functionality is something which you can launch it as quickly as possible, and that's what the real question is, because they want to launch to the market faster. So instead of working on the smallest and simplest stories, what you are doing is you are actually working on the basic functionality first, so that at least the product can be launched. And of course, after that, you can do increments and you can launch with more versions, more things and all those things. So I think out of all, D looks like the best choice. You are the product owner of an agile team. The legal team informs you that another company owns the patent for an innovation used in your team's product that is currently 65% complete. Okay, so which of the following means should be carried out by you to help determine the best way forward? So basically you used an innovation of someone else who is already who has got that patented. So it might go against you if you launch the product, because there could be legal ramifications because of that. So let's see. A, find out the markets where the patent is not registered by working with the legal team. Okay, you can do that, but don't you think so you are restricting yourself by doing that? I mean, you still develop the product, and after that also you cannot launch in 100 countries because that patent is legalized over there. So A is not a good choice. It's more like a workaround and a short temporary fix. B, terminate the project immediately to prevent any further sunk costs. I would say you can terminate as well. I'm not denying that, but this would not be my first step. I would first like to understand the analysis, the cost benefit analysis, to be honest, and then I will take a decision. C, continue work on the product after removing the patented component. Yes, you can do that, because that's the need of an hour. You cannot just use a patent component. So C could be a choice. D, carry out cost benefit analysis and identify minimum releasable features without using the patented component. You know what? Out of C and D, if you ask me, I would say D is still better, because in C option, what you're just continuing doing the work without even doing the impact analysis. And D, I was actually talking about cost benefit analysis, and that is actually given in option D. So you can clearly see that first you will do the impact analysis, and then without using that patented product information component, you are launching the product. So that looks like the best choice in this particular scenario. And of course, if this doesn't work out, then you will terminate it. So that's how it works. So the correct answer for this question is D. During user story estimation, your team discusses an item in the backlog. In the discussion, it becomes clear that the item can be implemented in various ways, but the best way isn't clear. Okay. Which of the following should be done by the team to progress in this aspect? So basically they are confused on, there are different options available, and you need to just select which option is best for you. Okay. Go for the faster alternative to build. fastest does not necessarily mean is the best in quality or cost or stuff. So you cannot just simply pick up the fastest alternative. B, make sure that you add a new spike item to the backlog. That's actually a good choice because that's why spike is being used. If you are, dealing with any risk or things like that, you actually do a spike to come up with a solution what is best for you. So you can do a spike to discuss all the alternatives, and based upon your analysis, you can go and pick the best one. So B looks like a good choice. C, go for the cheapest alternative. Same reason of why A is out, C is out as well. Cheapest does not necessarily mean it's the best. Remember guys, cheapest does not necessarily means it's the best. Ultimately, you have to pass this exam. That's where I'm hinting at. A lot of people just go and pick the cheapest product available, and then they fail the exam, and then they probably come to me, find out that this is what you define a quality is. Yes, but again, cheapest does not mean that the quality is the best. So I'm not going there. So C is out as well. D, make sure that you add ranked alternatives to the backlog. Yes, you can do that. You can actually add the ranked alternatives. You can rank them and select the best possible. But where would you do that? You would actually do all that as part of your spike. So option D is part of your option B. So the next step, you will do a spike, you will discuss all those things, you will rank them and then come up with the solution. So option B is your better choice. In a predictive project, the customer requested additional requirements during the execution phase of the project. What should be the next step of the project manager? So first of all, it's a predictive. Secondly, it's an execution phase. So if someone has asked for a change, like additional requirements, I'll probably go to CCB. I think that's what the answer should be, but I've not even read the options yet. Let's see. A, request approval from the steering committee to go ahead with the change. Why? If there is a change control board, why do you want to go to steering committee for that? That's just unnecessarily confusing you. B, develop a prototype first before submitted it to the change control board for approval. Why do you want to waste time in building a prototype if CCB rejects that change? So B is out as well. C, update the scope baseline and discuss with the team on how to implement those changes. So this means you are kind of assuming that the CCB has already approved that change, which is not the case here. So C is out as well. D, issue a change request to the change. Exactly guys, if there is a scope related change, you will go to CCB, submit that change and let the CCB take a decision whether you want to approve it or reject it. And then you will do all those steps of updating the baseline, informing the customer, building a prototype if needed and things like that. So the correct answer is D. Nathan is a project manager of an automotive project. His project team members completed the design phase and the customer accepted all the deliverables. The next phase is the development phase. Okay. As a project manager, what should be Nathan's next step? So, okay, let's see. The design phase is complete and now the development phase is about to start. What should be the next step? Okay. A, conduct a kickoff meeting together with the stakeholders of the development phase. That makes absolute sense. Before you start the next phase, you conduct a kickoff meeting. That's a good choice. So A is a good choice. B, conduct a meeting together with the stakeholders to plan the development phase. I mean, planning should be done. Yes, that's actually ultimately the goal, but don't you think so? Planning should be done before the kickoff, after the kickoff meeting. So, I mean, out of A and B, A looks like a good choice so far. C, measure stakeholder satisfaction and move to the next phase, which is the development phase. Now, that's also another good choice. It says measure the stakeholder satisfaction. Now, if you see, the question says his customer has accepted all the, and the next phase is the development phase. Now, looks like they have kind of said that in the question that they are ready for the next phase. So this means all the activities which is done as a part of the first phase are already complete, which means the customer satisfaction has already been evaluated, the lessons learned have already been documented, all those things are already done. So I think C is out from that perspective. D, conduct a kill point meeting and make sure all the deliverables are completed and make a decision on moving on to the next phase. Okay, now that's a good choice. Now if you read question A or option A, it says conduct a kickoff meeting together. So this means you're kind of ready for the development phase, right? So you have accepted that you will be developing it. But option D is saying conduct a kill point meeting where they should take a decision, should we do the development phase or not? So of course, most likely you will be doing at the development phase, there is no doubt about it, but a kill point meeting is always done like after the phase is complete and before the next phase is starting. So D option is a very, very good choice. And I think that's the best choice as compared to A. Excellent question. If you got it wrong, it's absolutely fine because this was a trick question. So option D should be the correct one. ABC Inc., a startup, has quickly grown into 3 agile teams working on interrelated products. Okay, all 3 teams have started experiencing impediments and gaps related to working in other teams. Okay, which of the following options depict how the problem could be solved? So what is the problem? First of all, it looks like they have 3 agile teams, they are interdependent and they are not just working well together. It looks like that because there are some issues, gaps and stuff like that. What will you do? A, implement a scrum of scrum layer. Exactly, if there are more teams, you remember we do scrum of scrum. I think A looks like the best choice, but let me read the other. Encourage using collaboration tools over meetings. You can do that, but I think the problem is that there are multiple teams here, multiple projects being handled, and they are not able to collaborate properly there. So if you can use collaboration tool in your meetings, still there are 3 different teams. So either they do it independently or you really need something which connects them together. I think scrum of scrum layer connects them together and that will resolve the main problem actually. So I think out of A and B, A looks better so far. C, merge 2 large teams to reduce issues. I mean, that's too extreme of a step. You really don't need to merge 2 teams together. I think you can, but that would not be my first choice for sure. D, remove dependency between the teams. No, not at all. If there are dependencies. You have to accept that. You cannot just remove dependencies. So I think out of all the choices, A looks like the best. Your agile team needs to decide who should represent them in scrum of scrums. Okay, which of the following criteria should be used to select the best fit team member in this regard? Okay, A, how good a public speaker is the user. I mean, so basically if it's a very good public speaker, this means that person should be given the responsibility. No, I mean, just because the person is a good public speaker does not mean that should be part of that person should be part of the scrum of scrums team. So that option A is definitely out. B, how long has the member been working on agile methods? Again, that may help. I'm that person has good agile knowledge, so that could be a good choice. So B could be a good choice. Let's move on for now. C, how well the member applies his or her depth of knowledge. Okay, so you can apply the depth of knowledge, but that is only helping your project because that's what the depth of knowledge you have. That does not necessarily mean that you have knowledge about other projects as well, right? So you having good depth of knowledge in your project does not necessarily mean that you would know about other projects as well. So C is out. D, how well the team members knows the work in other teams. Actually, that's a good choice. That's exactly opposite of option C, which is about what other teams are doing, and if you know about what other teams are doing, that would definitely help you better. So D looks like a better choice. Now, so we have options B and D left with us. What is B? How long has the member been working on agile methods? And D is like how that person know about other teams. I think if you're working with scrum of scrum, this means it's about collaboration, different teams together. And agile methods, you should have good knowledge, but if you have knowledge about the other projects, that would help you better. So I think among B and D, D is a better choice. Your agile team has been recently formed. The team is exhausted after working continuously for 12-hour days to fulfill their sprint commitments. Which among the following has not performed his or her duties in this situation? So what is the problem? There's a 12-hour days to fulfill their sprint commitment. So basically they are overworking. Okay, so who has not performed his or her duty well? Team members? Team members actually went ahead and did a 12-hour day. So they did their part. Product owner is all about product and like that. The question is not talking about a product. Scrum master? Yes. Scrum master should have planned this thing properly and Scrum Master should have made sure that it's not a 12-hour day. So I think the answer is C. D, project manager. Oh, that's a tricky one too. But once again, you're working in an agile team. You may have a project manager, you may not have a project manager. But since it's an agile project, you would definitely have a Scrum Master, and it's actually the job of Scrum Master to do the processes and stuff. So take care of the process. Basically, the Scrum Master is a process owner. So C looks like the best choice. Your agile team is currently holding a sprint planning meeting. New backlog items get prioritized. However, they are not estimated. Okay. In order to verify unique properties of the items, the product owner requires a set of tests to perform. Okay. Which of the following should be performed before adding the items to the sprint backlog? So basically, product owner, where are you? You are in the process of estimating. There are some things which got prioritized, but before the product owner can estimate, those things, he needs some test in order to know whether, how they should be estimated. Okay, what should be done? Which of the following should be performed before adding the items? Okay, A, create a new user story just to estimate the items and discuss that in the sprint retrospective meeting. Why would you discuss that in sprint retrospective meeting? And sprint retrospective meeting can be after weeks. You have to resolve the problem in hand right now, not right? So A might not be the correct choice. B, make use of analogous estimation technique based on the test performed on similar stories. You can actually use analogous estimation, but will that necessarily give you the best result? Like previous similar projects can help, but previous similar may not really be previous similar. I mean, they can be some percentage. Every project is actually different. That's why it's known as a project, right? A unique deliverable. So B may help, but not necessarily. C, the product owner should provide the initial estimates, which will further get refined by the team. Not at all. No, that's not a good choice at all. The estimates should come from the person who's doing the work on that. So if the team is working, they should tell that it's a two unit story points or 4 story points or whatever. Not the product owner. That's completely irrelevant. It's a wrong statement. D, make sure that the relevant acceptance criteria gets added in the definition of ready before kickstarting the estimation. That's exactly ready. That's I'm so excited about reading definition of ready. What is definition of ready? You do some things before you even start working on the other. Like these are the list of things you really need before you even start working on the product. And that's what the question is about, right? That product owner requires some tests to perform. So if you add that in your definition of ready, that would resolve the problem. So out of all the choices, D is your best choice. A lengthy analysis is needed to assess the impact of new Asia regulations. This will delay the launch of global product. Okay, the executive committee decided to postpone the launch in Asiatic countries. However, the launch dates remain the same in non-Asian countries. Which of the following ways should the project manager replan the project to support both Asia and non-Asia? So basically, in Asian countries, there is some compliance thing, and in non-Asian countries you can go ahead. So it's asking how you can manage this. A, replan the project as set of fully agile iterations. Not necessarily, like, if something you already know, you know the plan, you really don't need to do agile over there. You can probably go with predictive for that. So if you ask me, non-Asian countries can do predictive and Asian countries can do agile. I think that could be the answer. B, make use of contingency reserve to cover sunk cost for the Asian launch and adjust plans for the non-Asian launch. Like, why would you do contingency reserve? It's not a problem. It's okay. These kind of things happen. You have to just replan it in a better way. Simple. Come up with a set of iterations to analyze and develop the Asia product, okay, while making amendments to make sure that non-Asian launch remains on schedule. That's actually a good choice. You can definitely do that because you're coming up with iterations for the Asia project, which is dealing with some kind of issues and stuff, right? Like, so that C could be a good choice, basically. Okay. Come up with planned analysis activities for the Asia launch and crash the schedule for finishing the non-Asia launch sooner. Why would you do that? I mean, first of all, there's no problem with the non-Asian thing. So if there is no problem with non-Asian thing, why would you just crash the project schedule and increase the cost? Because crashing means adding more resources. Adding more resources means increase in cost. So D is not a good choice. I think out of all the choices, C is the best choice because for the Asia launch, you are using iterations, and for the non-Asian launch, you are just making amendments to make sure that that remains on schedule. So C looks like the best choice. You're a project manager of an agile software team asked to deliver a virtual reality headset. Okay, one of the software build releases does not include urgent change requests that were already implemented by the agile team. Okay, the product owner informed the software team about the change during one of the daily meetings, but no one recorded it. Okay, which of the following options should the project manager carry out to avoid such things in future? So basically, they need someone to document all these things. A, up the frequency of backlog refinement sessions and note the changes in the retrospective. You won't no, retrospective is not for adding changes and stuff. Retrospective is about lessons learned. That's not where you add the changes and stuff. So A is definitely out. B, execute an ad hoc sprint retrospective and add the agreed upon urgent change process to the team charter. So if you see over here, what is missing is a change process, right? And change process, if there is, that has to be part of your team charter. So basically an ad hoc sprint retrospective will help to define a process. In retrospective, you're not dealing with the problem, you're just defining the process of how the changes should be handled. Like if, let's say, you say that, hey, the Scrum Master should have added that change, should have documented it. So that's a process. So this means that has to be written somewhere, which would be definitely in the team charter. So B looks like a good choice. C, perform backlog refinement with the team and the product owner before the upcoming iteration. Okay, I mean, you can do that, but I'm pretty sure you already did that. Right? If you didn't do that, then you cannot move to the next sprint or iteration, whatever. Like that has to be done. But still, this didn't resolve the problem, right? You have to avoid these kind of things in future. So I think, and D is none of the above. I think out of A, B, C, B is my best choice. Your team is facing several challenges to launch a product on time. The pandemic has already resulted in several delays. Given the fact that the TV ads for launch dates are already purchased, the CEO has asked you, the project manager, to figure out a way to launch the product even if certain minor features are excluded. Okay, which of the following measures will be best one for a successful and timely product launch? So basically, pandemic has resulted in some things, your project got delayed, you have already purchased the TV rights, it could be expensive, you still want to make sure that you still launch the project on time. So what will you do next? Instruct the team to remove the product items that are most likely to fail at first attempt and get the requirements de-scoped. I think it's not about failure or quality, it's about quickness. Like, you have to increase the speed. So it's not really about scope. So I don't think so is a good choice, but it might help. I mean, I can't say if B, C, D are better, but let me read it first. B, triple the size of the test team to ensure that any defects get detected and corrected as early as possible. You are already running behind schedule. And if you just come up with more test teams to test it, again, that is also working on the quality. Quality is not a problem here. Over here, the main problem is that you have to launch as quickly as possible. So if A is out, I'm pretty sure B is out as well. C, come up with a parallel iterative track to develop requirements for minimum viable product and get the unnecessary tasks de-scoped. That's best. And that's why you do MVP. You come up with the basic features which you really need to launch the product in the market. And that is what the CEO wants. Make sure that the product is launched on that XYZ date. So go with MVP. C is the best choice. I'm pretty sure now. D, come up with new milestone days which are close to product launch. No, I mean, that's not even, you can come up with new milestone dates. I'm not saying that, but where did you and how did you resolve the problem? I mean, you might, CEO has already said you have already purchased the TV rights. You might have to let go the TV rights. It could be, expensive. You don't want to do that, right? So C would be a better choice. So correct answer should be C. Two companies A and B merge together. Their merger results in combining an agile software project from company A and predictive electronics project from company B into a single hybrid project. Okay. A couple of months down the line, the requirements change in both the tracks. Okay. However, no one has full picture, status or importance of the requirements. Which of the following ways can the project manager best resolve this problem? Okay. It looks like a tricky question, but let's see. A, come up with a new master WBS for progress tracking. You can come up with it's a hybrid project. You can come up with the WBS for progress tracking. Yes, A could be a good choice. B, integrate the requirement specification into the product backlog. I have never seen a product specification in the product backlog. I mean, product backlog is about all the product related user stories. Requirement specification, I mean, it can be there. I'm not, but I've never seen it. That's my personal choice. Personal thing. Say integrate the backlog into the requirement specification. That's like completely opposite of option D. And I've never seen a backlog in requirement specification. So C is definitely out for sure. D, come up with requirement traceability matrix by combining the product backlog and requirement specification. So basically what I can see now after reading option D is like that you have a requirement specification and you have a product backlog. Requirement specification from the predictive side, product backlog from the agile side. So you need something which is mixing both of them. And I think requirement traceability matrix can help you achieve that. So D looks like a good choice, but let me read other options once again. A, come up with new master WBS for progress tracking. WBS will help only the predictive side, not the agile side. So now since I've read D, I think D is a better choice. So A is out because that's only resolving the predictive side project, not your agile side. B, integrate the requirement specification. Okay, so you are integrating one into the other or other into the one, which was option C. But option D is like which is combining two things together into requirement traceability matrix. I think that's the best choice. So out of all the choices, D is your best choice. You're part of a hybrid project which combines software development and IT integration tasks. The agile and predictive teams happen to be working in silos, causing misaligned delivery scheduling. Which of the following measures would most appropriately enable the team to better sync up their deliverables? So basically, clearly, it looks like there is some kind of communication gaps between the two parties. So what needs to be done? We have to come up with something which is common, which is making sure that these two parties are working together and there is some kind of alignment between them. Make use of IT predictive scheduling to limit the features of software team starts to develop. Now, this answer choice is talking about IT predictive scheduling. Now, as you know, we are not talking about a predictive project or purely agile product. We are talking about a hybrid project as per the question. So working on just predictive scheduling will only help one party but not the other party. B, create a common Kanban board to queue and track progress for both teams' deliverables. So now this is a good answer choice. Why? Because over here we are talking about the common Kanban board. So something which is common. Break down IT work packages into more granular tasks to align to the software release. Same thing. The reason why option A was out, the same reason option C is out also. Because option A was talking about the IT predictive scheduling and option C is talking about the IT work packages. And anyways, you decompose the work packages into granular tasks. That's really the purpose of your scheduling part. That's why what you do. Come up with common milestones and overall dependency network to be used by both the teams. Once again, another good choice because this is talking about common milestones, right? Same reasons why option B was good because that was talking about common Kanban board, which was connecting both the teams. Same reasons option D as well, it is connecting both the teams. So that's a good choice as well. E, decompose project network diagram into more granular tasks to help. Same reason, it's basically the same answer choice as option C. In option C, we were talking about IT work packages. Option E, we are talking about network diagram. You honestly don't decompose network diagram into tasks. Actually, you use the task to create the network diagram. So option E is actually an incorrect statement. So if you selected that, then I'm sorry. So the correct choice is B and D. In an agile project, the customer requested additional requirements during the execution phase of the project. What should be the next step for the project manager? So in this question, if you see, it's an agile project and the customer is asking for additional requirements, which is pretty common if you see. In agile, it is pretty common. In predictive also it is common, but you have to go through a change control process. Okay, A, Request approval from the steering committee to go ahead with the change. Just because it's a change, and that's also it's a what you call agile project, you really don't need an approval from a CCB or a steering committee. We can eliminate that choice. Develop a prototype first before submitting it to the product owner. Now, again, you can develop a prototype, but what if the product owner doesn't like the requirements, like doesn't like the change requests, additional requirements, or whatever, right? So the customer and the product owner both have to sync with each other before you even start working on the prototype, because prototype also takes time, right? So we don't want to do that. So B is out as well. C, work with the product owner to update the product backlog and discuss with the team how to implement these changes. I think first of all, whenever we talk about requirements, it's the product owner's job. So it has to be in collaboration with product owner. Now in option C, you are collaborating with product owner. So ultimately the responsibility is of product owner. If product owner doesn't like it, you don't do it. So C looks like a very good choice. D, issue a change request to the CCB. Yes, as I told you, it's an agile project. In an agile project, you really don't need to get approval from steering committee or CCB. So D is out as well. So the correct answer is C. You are a project manager and your project is running behind schedule due to a design flaw. Your team members are in different parts of the country. So basically it's a virtual team. You allocate 3 more virtual resources to the project to make sure that the project's end date is not missed. Okay. However, a week later, you found out there is not much progress done on these work packages. What should you do next? So basically, you were running behind schedule, you added more resources, which means you did crashing, but still after doing the crashing, the progress was not what you were actually expecting. What should you do next? Guys, if you see these questions, all of these questions are, what should you do next? And next type of questions are very important, and that's how the PMP exam is also, structured. So these are very close and very good questions if you ask me. A, allocate 2 more additional resources to the project. I think you can do that, but before you even do that, the first and most important reason should be that you added 3 more resources, right? So you really need to know why those 3 resources didn't help you to come back on the schedule. So like you have to find out the root cause. Just by adding 2 more resources without finding the root cause might still you run into issues. So you don't want that. So A is not a good choice. B, update the issue log and get help from a subject matter expert. Yes, you can do that. Like updating the issue log because you're running behind schedule. So that's a good choice. I would not deny that. C, find out the cost impact of the delay on the project. Very good. If you see, I was talking about root cause. Now root cause, and also you really need to find out the cost implications on the project as well. So cost impact is also needed, a good choice. D, hire more experienced resources on the project. Again, the reason why A is out, D is out as well. So not a good choice. So now we are left with option B and C. Let's read option B again. Update the issue log and get help from SME. So basically what you are doing over here is, first of all, it's an issue because you added 3 more resources and still you are not doing. So that is definitely an issue. So you update the issue log, and after you update the issue log, you assign an issue owner. Now issue owner has the responsibility to resolve it. So definitely in B, you are following a process which is adding the that issue in the issue log and then taking help from an SME, which is basically expert judgment, what you call. So B is a good choice. C, find the cost impact. Now cost impact, you can definitely do that. I would not deny that, and you should do that. But ask yourself, you have to resolve the problem. By finding the cost impact, you're not resolving the problem. So the question over here is, what should you do next? First, you should resolve the problem, which is by doing option B, and then yes, of course, you should do cost impact or any other analysis, whatever is required. So I would say first we will do B, which is the correct choice, and then we will do C. The project sponsor is not convinced that an agile track should be used in the new R&D project due to the need that specific features will be ready for mass production no later than a specified date. Okay, very confusing. These type of questions are where they give you just unnecessary additional information to confuse the test taker. Like, you really don't even understand. Like, I read the statement first time, I didn't understand what they're even talking about. So let me read the question once again. The project sponsor is not convinced that an agile track should be used in a new R&D project due to the need that specific features will be ready for mass production no later than a specified date. So basically, if you ask me, the sponsor is not convinced whether we should use an agile track or not. Like, should we still go with predictive or should we move to agile? So that's really the question. And they have a mass production end date which is kept in mind, so we really have to focus on that end date. Okay, how can hybrid methods ensure that sponsor needs are being fulfilled? Choose two. So a good question, and these days many questions are coming from hybrid, so we have to be very careful on the hybrid side. My EduHubSpot simulator has many questions on hybrid, and we have deliberately added after taking feedback from test takers that hybrid is so important. So that's why we added it. So let's see. A, inform the sponsor that entire project will be handled through agile methodology. See, the question over here, they are asking about hybrid. Now, managing the entire project with agile methodology or predictive methodology is not a correct choice, because the question itself has given us the hint, then they prefer hybrid. So definitely A is out. Okay. Same, now let's, so because of the same reason, now I'm reading option D also, which is inform the sponsor that the entire project will be handled through predictive. That is out as well, because we really need to pick the answer which is based on the hybrid methodology. Now, A and D are gone, so this means we are left with B, C and E. So out of these three, two are the correct choice. Okay, let's read it. Inform the sponsor that incremental development will reduce the risk of quality delays. So the question, if you see, the sponsor is worried about a specific end date, right? That it should not go above that end date. Now, when you do incremental release, the chances are, like, why do you do incremental life cycle? If you remember, I explained in my video, in my course video, that incremental is done based upon the quickness. If you want to launch something sooner than later, then you prefer incremental. So option B from that standpoint is a very good choice, because you make that end date. Okay, good. So B is a good choice. C, inform the sponsor that priorities of the requirements are confirmed at each iteration. And exactly what you do in an hybrid methodology, and let's say we do hybrid, some agile track we use, and then we use predictive track also, like we do a mixture of. In an hybrid, in an agile track, you would be asking, you will be basically not asking, you will be confirming the requirement that this is what you need, this is how the team will develop, and then they will immediately get an approval on that, whether from the product owner. So option C will maintain that quality and make sure that the team is well informed, the sponsor is well informed, the product owner is well informed. So C is a good choice as well. Let's see. D, as I told you, is already out. E, inform the sponsor that the product roadmap will be self-sufficient. Okay, product roadmap will be self-sufficient. I am not in favor of that. Like, product roadmap is something which you keep on upgrading, and honestly, this question is not really about product roadmap. This question is about how can hybrid methodology help? And hybrid methodology can help based on the incremental, based on the iterations, from where you are confirming those requirements. So from those two aspects, option B and C are relevant choices and the correct choices. You're part of an agile team that is struggling to solve a blocking issue with packaging design for an electronic gadget. Okay, the team eventually finds a solution, but the solution requires a different gadget format. Which of the following would you recommend your team to do before the solution at hand? So there is a problem, you found out the fix to the problem, and now the question they are asking, what will you do before you start working on that solution? Okay, A, verify whether the change is consistent with the vision of the product. Yes, you can definitely do that, but don't you think so that is a product owner's job of making sure that the change requirement aligns with the vision of the product? I mean, A is a good choice, but that should come from product owner and not as a team member. Okay. B, come out with a prototype and demo to the end user. Very good choice. Yes. I mean, you can definitely, before you even make the solution, you should probably do a prototype so that you don't spend too much time and money into it. So a B is a good choice. C, execute a cost benefit analysis to determine its value. Yes, that's actually a good choice as well. But the same reason, cost benefit analysis should also be done by product owner and not you as a team member. So C for that reasons is out because that's PO's job. Okay. D, tell the product owner to approve the change. Okay. Now option B is taking you straight away to build the prototype, and option D is saying get an approval from product owner that this is what you want to do. Now what is the first step? If you come up with the change, your team find out that this is what you want to do, should you straight away go and start building a solution, or would you first ask the product owner whose baby is this product, right? This product is his or her baby, right? So it's their job to tell whether the change which the team is recommending, whether it is a good change or not a good change. So for those reasons, D is a better choice and you will first go with D. Tim is a project manager of a virtual agile team that's divided into 5 time zones. Okay. The daily meetings are too long and the problem is made worse by the speaking members switching their cameras off. Which of the following measures should the Tim undertake to increase the efficiency of the daily meetings? First of all, it's a daily meeting. Daily meeting is for only 15 minutes. The question here itself is saying that it is too long. So if it is too long, this means team members are typically talking about too many things which they should not in that daily meeting, right? So that is the problem here. So daily stand-up is about 3 things. What should you do? What you did yesterday, what you are planning to do today, and what are the risks or issues. That's just 15 minutes. Okay. A, request all team members to turn on the camera while speaking. Okay, it's a good choice because if you see the problem itself in the question, they are saying that first of all it's 5 different time zones, everyone is somewhere XYZ at a different place, and team members have switched off their camera. So now the problem, it looks like that they are not able to understand who is speaking what. So when they have a camera turned on, you can understand which person is speaking what. So from that reason, that problem is being resolved by option A. But I don't personally like option A too much, but I think the problem about that camera being off, they're probably talking, the people are speaking, it's like a chaotic kind of environment. So that problem can be resolved if the camera is turned on. So A is the okay choice. B, use Kanban board to discuss iteration review meeting. First of all, it's about daily meetings. Iteration review meeting is not a daily meeting. So B is definitely out. C, ask team members to discuss blockers in the meeting. Again, as I told you, daily stand-up is not about discussing the blockers. Like you discuss what risk and issues are, but you don't discuss at length. Daily stand-up is about, yes, this is the problem and that's it. Then you move on and you set up a separate meeting to discuss about those blockers in details. So for that reason, C is out as well. D, limit speakers to only those members who have made progress. This is like complete crap if you ask me. I mean, just because you have not made progress, this means you will not be allowed to speak. So that doesn't make sense. So D is out as well. So I think I didn't like A too much, but I know B, C, D are definitely out. So A is now a good choice because we have to choose 2. And E, I have not even read it yet. So it looks like that E will be a good choice as well. I mean, but let's read it. Explain to the team members that daily meetings are not status meetings where you discuss all the issues. Exactly. I mean, they are taking too long, and being too long was another problem. So there were 2 problems. First, the meetings were too long. That is something which could be resolved by option E. Then the second was team members were speaking probably over each other, their cameras were turned off. So that problem would be resolved by option A. So the correct choice should be A and E. ABC company is headquartered in New York, where they have dozens of agile projects running concurrently. The PMO office of the company wishes to use information radiators to share progress and key lessons learned for the employees at the New York office. How can this feat be best achieved? So I don't know why I picked New York. Maybe because I live close to New York. That's why. I live in Connecticut. Not everyone knows about Connecticut. Is a very small state, but it's very close to New York. Probably like I'd say 45-50 minutes. I'm away from New York City. I think that's why I use New York City. But anyways, let's come back to track. The problem is that they are using agile projects, and it's about multiple projects being handled concurrently. The company wishes to see the status updates on information radiators. That's what the question is about. Okay, how can you achieve this? A, make use of fishbowl windows to depict all project teams' Kanban board and charts in real time. So first of all, fishbowl window, you should understand what fishbowl window is. If you pick this answer, this means you don't know what fishbowl window is. Fishbowl window, and once again, these kind of things I have explained in my course videos in detail. And I won't be able to do justice if I explain these topics in these two minutes video. When I say 2 minutes, I mean a question video where I'm spending 2 to 3 minutes per each question. So, but still I will tell you what fishbowl window is. Fishbowl window is that, you are at a location A and then you are at a location B, two different locations. In this question, it's just one single location. Now you want to see the progress, like for example, New York and Shanghai. So if you need to know the status, you will have a fishbowl window where like a camera is turned on, where a computer is turned on, or whatever, based on technology, and it's constantly running 24/7, or whenever the teams are available, so that they know what's going on in New York office and what's going on in Shanghai office. Because in this question you are only at one location, you don't need a fishbowl window. So A is out. B, install webcams to broadcast all Kanban boards and cycle the images sequentially on the radiator. This is a good choice. You can definitely do that. I can, buy this choice, so I'll keep that. C, come up with an internal wiki page that all agile teams would be able to update in real time and consult on demand. Now, you can definitely do that. This is more of a virtual approach. Using wiki, but this question is more about using information radiator. Information radiators are big so that it's visible easily. So if I have to install webcams to display all the Kanban boards, Kanban board would be a better information radiator as compared to a wiki. So out of B and C, B is a better choice. Now D, install monitors displaying combined feature burn-up charts as well as summary of retrospective. Okay. Now if you see over here, we are talking about burn-up chart, right? So burn-up chart is also an information radiator, as good as your Kanban board. Now, and they are talking about summary of retrospectives of all the projects, so everyone would know what's going on, right? So this is a good choice as well. So now let's read out of B and D, which is a better choice, and I will have to read the question once again. Okay, first of all, there are dozens of projects which is running concurrently. The PMO office of the company wishes to use information radiator to share progress and key lessons learned. Now the point is about two things, which is progress and key lessons learned. So retrospectives are lessons learned, burn-up chart is progress. So I think now when I read the question more carefully, when I've read the answer choices, I know D is a better choice. Why? Because progress is like Kanban board also can show you the progress. But what are we doing over here about the lessons learned? Now, B option is not resolving the lessons learned. Option D is resolving the option of lessons learned, which is by sharing the summary of retrospective. So D is a better choice. An agile team is working on mission critical project. The team is working on release 1. During a sprint review meeting, your team is showing a demo of product to the customer. The customer was not satisfied with the product that the team has developed. And this occurred 3 times. So now it's been 3 times that the customer is not satisfied. As a project manager, what should be your next step? Okay. A, cross-check the definition of done that was written for the user stories. Yes, a good choice because the customer is not satisfied, so something is not right. So by comparing it with the definition of done, you could reevaluate that. Yes, of course. B, schedule a discussion between the customer and the team and try to understand the customer's point of view. Okay, I think definition of done should be definitely corrected. I'm not saying that. But even prior to checking the definition of done, I think it's very important to have a discussion with the customer, have a discussion with the team. All should be on the same page so that we can understand the customer's point of view. So I think before A and B, B should be done first, and that should be a better choice. So let's see option C now. Discuss with the team the sprint retrospective meeting. I mean, you can do that, but this was rejected 3 times. So you immediately have to take a step now, a corrective step now. So see, you could do that, how this could be improved in future, but for now you have to really correct the issue and move on. So B is a better choice than C. Let's see option D. Check whether all user stories meet the acceptance criteria or not. Same thing. The reason why you eliminated A, the same reason you will eliminate D also. So it just makes more sense to first have a discussion with everyone and then of course do all these other options. So the correct choice should be B. In the past year, project costs have increased by more than 50% owing to repeated usage of faulty product that is no longer supported by your web browser. Okay. The project is forecasted to exceed the budget threshold in the next iteration. It is clearly mentioned in the project charter that if project exceeds the budget threshold, then it will no longer be funded. So it's like a trigger point we are talking about, and we are reaching that threshold. Okay. As a project manager, what should you do next? Very good question. I mean, I'm just reading the question. I think the team has done a good job in creating these questions, because that's how real PMP exam would be. Tricky questions. What is the next thing? So, okay. A, ask senior management to not cancel the project because you will bring down the cost. You can do that, but these type of things are, honestly out of your hands now. So there's a lot of discussion being done why these things are done. So A may be out, but let's see. B, work with the head of business control to cancel the project if the budget threshold exceeds. Yes, I mean, that's what you have to work with. That's what the project charter says. So you have to do option B in that case. Work with the product owner to cancel the project if the budget threshold exceeds. So basically C option is also the same thing like B, but the only difference is that to cancel the project, is it the head of business control responsibility or if it is product owner responsibility? As we're talking about agile, in agile, product owner is the person who is responsible for that product. Head of business unit is more like a functional manager, and that person doesn't have that much control as compared to the product owner. So product owner has more control. So out of B and C, C is a better choice. Work with the procurement manager to send legal notice to the vendor who provided the faulty product. I mean, you can do that, but that's we're talking about litigation technique of alternate dispute resolution techniques, ADR. That is something which is basically part of procurement management. But this question is not about alternative dispute resolution technique. This question is about there is a problem, and if you exceed that budget, then your project would be cancelled. So I think honestly between C and D, C is a better choice. Your project is hit with a major issue which is blocking the team's progress. You reviewed the risk response plan, but it is of no help. To make the situation worse, the team is not in agreement on the best way forward. As a project manager, what should be your next step? So first of all, team is not in agreement. You reviewed the risk response plan and that is also not working. So now your project has been hit by an issue. Okay, let's see. A, use nominal group technique to come up to a conclusion. So if you see, the problem in this question is, they are saying that the team is not agreeing based on what they have already discussed in the risk response plan. Now you need some kind of agreement. Now what is nominal group technique? I explained that in detail in my scope topic. I think that's plan the project work on my website. So that is covered there. But nominal group technique is brainstorming plus voting. So first you will brainstorm and then you will vote. Now if the team is not in agreement, you will do the voting. So A is a good choice. B, reach out to the functional manager to intervene. Never pick answer choices where you have to give your responsibility of resolving a problem to someone else. In B, you are doing that. So B is out as well. C, use affinity diagrams to come to a conclusion. Affinity diagram is about ideas generation. The problem over here is about agreement. It's not about ideas. The team is not lacking ideas. It's more about the agreement on the stuff which they have already discussed. So C is out. Use the mind mapping technique to come to a conclusion. Same thing. Mind mapping is more like backtracking. Backtracking is the keyword which I explained in my videos. So backtracking is we are not doing any backtracking. Once again, the same reason why your affinity diagram is out, the same reason your mind mapping is also out, because it's about ideas again, and the problem is not about ideas, the problem is about agreement. If option C has to be correct, then option D also have to be correct, because basically they are like they do the same thing. The way they do the things is different, but ultimately the end result is kind of same. So D is out as well. So the best choice is A. Your sponsor has requested your help in creating the project charter. Upon reviewing the lessons learned from previous similar projects, you learned that stakeholder engagement level is quite low, and understanding about the project deliverable is often quite different. So first of all, stakeholder engagement is low. That's a problem. And second is people are not on the same page when they talk about a project deliverable. Okay. What should you do next? A. In the RACI chart, make sure all the stakeholders are responsible for approving the deliverables. Worst, there's a saying which says that too many chefs spoil the dish. Too many chefs spoil the dish. So if you have everyone being responsible for all the deliverables, that's like too extreme choice. So you are basically setting up for failure. So A is definitely out. Ask the stakeholders to nominate one member from the respective teams on the CCB board. The problem is not about changes over here. Nowhere in the question they say that the change process is not good or something of that nature. So for that reason, B is out. Like even if you nominate someone in the CCB, but what about the day-to-day functions, right? So for those reasons, B is out. Build a shared understanding of deliverables and keep the stakeholders involved throughout the project. So now, what was the problem? The problem was the understanding is quite different. So when you build a shared understanding, then this means everyone is on the same page and you are involving all the stakeholders throughout the project. That's also another good choice. You are keeping them informed on day-to-day activities. So C is definitely a good choice. D, interview each stakeholder individually and get approval from them. Again, it's more like an extreme choice if you interview each one of them. The problem is about stakeholder engagement. And if you interview them individually, you're not keeping them engaged. You are resolving basically one stakeholders, but you're not collaborating them, right? So you have to come up with a solution which is more about collaboration. So D is out. So based upon our elimination technique, the best choice is C. You're managing a critical project. You receive an important deliverable prior to the scheduled due date. This is great news for your project, because if your team would have missed meeting this deliverable, then project critical path would have been impacted. As a project manager, what should be your next step? So a good thing happened for you. Basically, if you see, it's like kind of an opportunity for you now, right? A, communicate to all stakeholders in the next status meeting. You can do that. Not a bad choice. I mean, of course, if you have to give the bad news, you should also communicate the good news. So A is a good choice. B, review the risk register, and if the risk exists, then lower the risk ranking. Now, if you see this question, initially the team was worried that, if they might not meet, then the critical path would have been impacted. So now it looks like that you have met that, that you are able to meet it on time. So you will definitely review your risk register, whether you identified this risk or not. Looks like from the question it was identified. Looks like, because they said that, right? Because it has been impacted. Now even if it was not, your job is to review the risk register to see whether you have identified that risk or not. And if it was identified, then you will lower the rank of that risk, because now that risk is not that common, right? You have kind of resolved that risk. So B looks like a good choice. C, close the issue in the issue log. Where did it mention that it was an issue? Issue is something when it happens. The question is talking about that you received a deliverable prior to the due date. So this means it was not an issue. If it would have received after the due date, then that would have been an issue, right? In this case, we didn't do that, right? So it's not even an issue. So there's no point of closing the issue in the issue log because that was not an issue. So C is out. Update the schedule baseline. Good choice. You should update the schedule baseline. However, you will update the schedule baseline when there is a change to the schedule baseline. In the question, it says that the critical path might have been impacted if you didn't meet, but you met it, right? So this means your schedule baseline is not changed. So if it is not changed, then why would you update it, right? So from that reason, D is out as well. And the best choice out of all four is B. Okay, mathematics questions. These days, maths is no longer that important. And I'm hearing that, maths is not that important. So if a math question comes in your exam, it would be very much similar to this question, which I'm going to explain to you. So you should at least know this much, right? And secondly, on my website, EduHubSpot, I have explained in detail about maths. The reason why I have still explained in detail about maths is because I want you to be overly prepared for the exam so that you don't fail the exam in your first attempt itself. So that's the reason I just try to explain in so much detail in such a better way, if you ask me, so that you should understand the root cause, you should understand the logic behind everything. So let's do this question, and I've not added many maths questions in this set, and that also in my simulator, because you are not getting that many maths questions as I told you. But you still have an option to solve around 100 maths questions which are separately added on my website. You can do that if you want to. You just finished the 4th month of your project and are currently 30% complete. Okay, the project BAC is 100,000 and is a 10th month project. Total money spent so far is 20,000. What is the project status? Guys, I am a keyword person. I try to pick up the keyword. This mathematics earned value management I have explained in so much detail using keywords. Like maths also I have explained using keywords. So if you don't get this question, if you don't get my explanation, please don't feel bad, because it's not possible for me to do justice to explain earned value management in 3 minutes. You really have to go on my website and watch the complete video in that, complete earned value management video. So that's a separate thing. But let's see. First of all, let me read the statement. The question has given us $100,000. So basically your BAC is $100,000. Okay. Then total money spent so far is 20,000. As I told you, the keyword spent is AC. So AC is your 20,000. And it says you have just finished the 4th month of your project. So this means you have finished 4 months and are currently 30% complete. So basically you have completed 30% worth of work. So the work you have actually completed is 30%. Actually completed is the keyword for your EV, earned value. So your earned value is 30% of your BAC. Okay. So 30% of BAC is 30,000. Then you have finished 4th month. So it's a 10-month project and you have finished 4th month. This means if you have finished 4th month of your project, you should have completed 4 months worth of work, right? If you are in the 4th month, you completed the 4th month, you should have completed 4 months worth of work. If you have completed 4 months worth of work, this means we are talking about planned value. So planned value is how much you should have completed. So should have, again, the keyword was not mentioned over here, should have, which is the keyword for PV, but still you have to understand and based on the question you have to find out what it is. If they say you just finished the 4th month, this means you should have completed 4 months worth of work. So this is 4 out of 10. You have completed 4 months. So basically you should have completed 40% of the work, which is 40%. So your PV is 40%. Now what is the project status? Simple. In order to calculate the project status, we need to know SV, we need to know CV. SV is your EV minus PV. What was EV? That was 30%, and PV was 30,000, and PV was 40. So 30 minus 40 is negative 10,000. Negative 10,000 means negative is bad. So your SV, which is EV minus PV, is negative 10,000, it's bad. This means it's behind schedule. What is CV? CV is EV minus AC. EV is 30,000, AC is 20,000. So 30 minus 20,000 is positive 10,000. Positive is good. So this means you are under budget. So you're behind schedule and under budget. A new project manager has joined the organization and takes over the project from previous project manager who is retiring. Okay. In the kickoff meeting, you realize that team cut each other's opinion and there is a lot of chaos. I mean, this happens sometimes. What should be project manager's next step? Okay, so what is the problem? A lot of chaos, team members cutting each other. Okay. A, interview each team member separately and try to understand the reason of the chaos. I mean, you can do that. I would not deny that, but as you remember, wear your PMI hat. PMI hat says that you have to do things collaboratively. If you interview each other separately, then you're not doing things collaboratively. So A is out. B, share team members' performance with the functional manager. I mean, that's too extreme of a choice that you are going straight away and complaining to the functional manager. I would not recommend that. C, define team ground rules and set up the right expectations. That's a very good choice, because if you see, the question says that team members are cutting each other. So if the team members are cutting each other, this means you need to establish some ground rules over there and set up the right expectations. So C is a good choice. D, allocate the work packages to the team members so that everyone who is supposed to do what, everyone knows who is supposed to do what. Okay. First of all, you are allocating the work. This culture is not good. You have just joined. So first of all, you really don't know the in and out. First, I would say if you should set up the ground rules and then you should think about the work. Like, you have not even reached that stage. And most importantly, you should not allocate. Your thought process should be the team should, pick up the work on their own. Again, if it's a predictive world, I can understand that, project manager can take the responsibility of allocating the work. But if it's an agile project, then, the team has to be self-organizing. They themselves have to pick up the work. So based upon everything what we discussed, I think the first step would be to set up the ground rules, which is your option C. You're managing a global team with team members working from different parts of the world. So basically, we are talking about a virtual team here. Sometimes it becomes difficult to share the information with virtual team members. What should be the project manager's next step? Okay. A, review the RACI chart to understand team members' roles. You can use that, but the problem over here is about communication. So reviewing the RACI chart may not help you to come up with a solution. It's basically telling you that, hey, this is wrong, so review it. But what is the step which you are taking to resolve that problem? That is not your option A. B, use video conferencing and communication tools to adapt to the global virtual teams. That's a good choice, because it's a virtual team. Everyone is in different parts of the world. Problems may occur, and if problems occur, then you have to resolve them also. So how will you resolve them? By using video conferencing. Like, for example, right now this is not a video conferencing, but basically still it's a kind of a video conferencing only. I don't know from which part of the world you are, but I'm here right now in New York, and I am teaching people from all over the world. How is it even possible? It's because of these tools, communication tools we are working, right? So B is a good choice. C, review the org chart to understand who reports to whom. Who reports to whom? How will that resolve the problem? The problem over here is it's difficult to share the information. Now, if it's difficult to share the information, I mean, just reviewing who reports to whom may not help here. It's not about escalation in this question. So C is out. D, allocate the work packages to team members so that everyone knows who is supposed to do what. Okay, so allocate the work packages to team members. So first of all, if it's a predictive world, yes, allocation is done, but you always remember we are talking about collaboration. We are talking about, in agile, we talk about self-organizing. So allocating someone to do his or her job is, I won't say it's a good statement per se. So option D is out as well. Now, because of those reasons, I would say out of all the 4 choices, option B is your best choice. A project to start building an ecology focused, my bad if I'm saying it wrong. I don't think so it even matters, but let's see. A project to start building an ecology focused resort complex is planned and the contract is ready for signature. Okay. The client asks the prime contractor to suspend planned development work on some portion of the land while the team runs a consumer study to know what kind of structures to build on that portion of land. Okay. What should prime contractor do to quickly close the deal given the client new requirements? Good question, tricky question. So basically, there's kind of a contract, it's kind of about to get finalized, but some portion of that land where the building is supposed to build, the customer has said to hold on to that until they finish their consumer study. So what should the contractor do to make sure that he or she, that company, basically gets that contract? Okay. A, subtract the portion of the land development work from the quoted price and plan the portion development as agile iterations which are paid on time and material contract. Good choice. See, for the requirements which are clear, you are kind of following your traditional process, but for which the requirements are not clear and things are unknown to you, you are actually using the iterations, agile project methodology over there, and that too with time and contract. So now if you do time and contract, the customer is kind of happy. Why? Because whatever the team is putting the time, they are billing it for that. But on the other hand, they are not waiting for this portion to get completed. Like once they're consumed, you don't know, consumer study might take 2 months or consumer study might take 2 years. So in this way, at least their work gets started. So A is a very good choice actually. B, add a risk premium to the agreed price and add a clause to renegotiate the scope when it is fully defined. I mean, first of all, risk premium, I don't think so the customer will be willing to give that risk premium on that. Instead, the customer would definitely like to prefer a time and material contract, because that's actually happens instead of a risk premium. Like, would you be okay to give a risk premium? Like, if you ask me personally, I don't. Raise a change request to examine the impact on scope and price and close the deal when all the information is available. See, the question stated that how can the contractor make sure that the deal is closed quickly? Option C is talking about close when all the information is available. So basically this is contradicting of what the question is even asking. So option C is out from that perspective. D, exclude all the work on the portion of the land from the project plan and propose a separate contract when the scope becomes clear. Okay, this is something which could be done as well. I would not deny that part. That just remove everything. Basically in option A, you did the same thing, but the only difference what you did was in option A, you did a time and material contract. Now, if you think from both the parties' perspective, always remember it has to be win-win from both the parties' perspective. You should prefer time and material contract. And why I'm saying that? See, the contractor being an ethical, we are keeping in mind that both the parties are ethical, right? That's what the purpose is, ethics. Now, keeping that in mind, the contract would only bill for the time they are actually spending on the contract, right? And same reason, the buyer would also be comfortable to only pay for the work, where they are willing, where they find that the person, the team is actually spending time on. So from both the parties, keeping in mind, assuming that both are ethical, option A is a better choice, so that at least the work gets started and we move on. In option D, you don't know, right? What will happen in future? Maybe that scope never becomes clear and just it goes on and on and on, right? So there may be a sometimes just because of the contract, like I'll tell you my scenario. Sometimes I just ask people, when they're about to study, that commit on these studies, and how to commit their studies. I tell them to purchase the program. Now, if you see from my perspective, you will say that, hey Varun, you are being greedy over here. No, that's not true. The reason why I ask people to purchase the program is because I know when someone financially invest in that program, then they know that now I have to clear it because I have invested a financial commitment, right? They have given a financial commitment. But if in case they don't give any financial commitment, they just become lazy and they never pick up the work and actually go ahead and do it. So it's actually a win-win for both the parties, that when they put something financially over there, I know for a fact that I will make sure, my team will make sure that they are motivated enough to clear the PMP exam. And similarly, that's what the customer came for us, right? At the first go, that they wanted to clear the exam. Now they have a reason to move forward and actually go ahead and clear it. So the best choice over here is option A. You are currently in the process of negotiating a contract with the vendor. Two of your stakeholders are dealing with a conflict because of the scope of the statement of work. One stakeholder wants a new feature to be added, and another stakeholder is strictly against it because his team is directly impacted by the new requirement. As a project manager, what should be your next step? A. Update the issue log and assign an issue owner to resolve this conflict. Yes, that's actually a good choice. You make sure that you update the issue log because it's a kind of a conflict which is happening. But see, I don't consider conflict as an issue. Conflicts happen. Sometimes conflicts are good for the engagement. So it's not really an issue as per me. But still, if I can kind of say that yes, if it's an issue, I'll consider that option A if I don't find any of the other option choices as better choices than A. B. Mention this conflict as a risk in the project charter. I mean, first of all, project charter is all about high level risk, and you are talking about an agreement and stuff. You would not mention this type of conflict as a risk. I mean, project charter is not where you will mention this detailed level conflict over there. That's not the purpose of project charter. C. Update the lessons learned register so that the type of conflict doesn't happen in future. You can do that, but first point over here is to resolve that conflict or come up with a solution to that conflict instead of going ahead and updating the lessons learned for future. Yes, you should do that. I'm not denying that, but not at the moment. This should not be your very next step. D. Set up a meeting with the two stakeholders to resolve the... Absolutely, guys, right? First, set up a meeting, discuss with them, and based on the resolution, then you go ahead and update the lessons learned. So, out of all the choices, option D is the best choice. A project manager is currently doing the final review meeting to document the lessons learned. Okay. In this meeting, he has invited all the key stakeholders on the project. His project is directly aligned with the strategic objectives of the organization. So it must be a good, important project for the organization. What should project manager do next? A. Confirm to see that if the deliverable meet the business objectives, as his project needs to be directly aligned with the strategy. It's all crap information which is given because you are in the final review meeting. Honestly, deliverable and everything is already kind of accepted. So option A is already done. So you don't have to do it now. B. Check with the compliance team to make sure deliverable has passed all the compliance audits. Same here, like you would not even reach here if the compliance part has not been done. So option B is also done. C. Upload the lessons learned register and final report to the organization's central repository. Yes, we are talking about final review meeting, and one of the output of the final review meeting is about your lessons learned register, your final report, and ultimately the goal is to update that information in the organization's OPA, organization process asset, so that it can help in future. So option C is a very good choice. D. Ask the stakeholder to validate this and provide acceptance. Same reason, guys. Option D is also done. So the next step is your option C, which is the correct choice. A project is being developed by vendor A and operational support would be taken care by vendor B. Vendor B has reached out to the project manager to make sure that the handover is smooth and is requesting many additional documents. What should project manager do next? A. Request vendor B to provide more information related to additional documents they have requested. Good choice. They are asking for more additional document. I think the first step would be that what are those additional documents? Provide more information about those additional documents. So you will do that once you know what those additional documents are. Then you can go ahead and take the necessary next step. So first you need to know Like for example, people come to us and they purchase our program. But some people want to know more about it before they purchase the program. It's fine, that's how human culture is. So it happens, right? B, follow the process as documented in the contract. Yes, you should follow the process as per the contract. I'm not denying that. But first you should know what those documents are. Then only you can check it against the contract, right? So I think A might be your first step, and then of course you should check it as per the contract. C, share all the requested documents. What if in the contract it is not mentioned that you should share those documents? So you should not just go ahead simply and share those documents. First you should know the additional documents, then you should actually check the contract, and if everything is right, then you should share it. So it's a step-by-step process if you ask me. D, ask vendor A to create all the additional document to support vendor B. I mean, once again, it's too extreme. You will not take that option straight away. You might take it, but not straight away. After doing the analysis and coming up to the conclusion, what is mentioned in the contract, you will take the decision accordingly. If it is not created, then you might request the vendor to create those if the other vendor needs it. So out of all the choices, I would say option A is your best choice. An organization change program has been met with internal resistance, a risk that was previously identified. Okay. A logistic manager is particularly impacted due to the reduction of his team size and the rate of change driven by an agile planning of the predictive implementation. Okay. The manager's supervisor formally requests the change program to delay implementation for the logistics team. Okay. What should the project manager do next in response to the request? Okay. So what is this question about? They are doing a change program, and as per the change program, one of the team is heavily impacted and there is a resistance coming from that team. What should you do next? That's what it is talking about. A, work with the program sponsor to reprioritize the program backlog sequence. I mean, work with the program sponsor. That should be like your red flag. It's your job as a project manager to resolve the problem and not just go to sponsor for each and everything. So option A is not a good choice. B, ask the sponsor to escalate the strategic issue to the executive committee. Same reason why A is out, B is out as well. Like you don't need to. First, you should find the problem yourself. C, perform a root cause analysis on the key factors causing the manager's resistance. Of course, if one of the team, one of the manager is resistant, first you should know in detail why that manager is resistant to the current problem. So discuss about it, understand in detail, and then take a solution. So C looks like a good choice. D, review the risk register and implement the relevant risk response to the call. Very good choice. D is actually a good choice, and it's actually a confusing question between C and D. Now, read the question properly. It says an organization change program has been met with resistance, a risk that was previously identified. So something like this was previously identified. So the analysis have already been done. So if the analysis have already been done in the risk register, you will review your risk register, review the response plan before you do anything else. So out of C and D, D is your correct choice. If the question didn't say that this risk was previously identified, then I would have gone with option C. But now, since this risk was already identified, this means a response plan is already in place, and you just have to follow that response plan which is mentioned in your risk response plan as part of your risk register. So out of all the choices, option D is your best choice. A project team collected sensitive client data during the early stages of the project to help develop the project management plan. The team began working on the deliverable for the project when the compliance manager discovers a data breach and alerts the team to the compliance issue. As a project manager, what should be your next step? Guys, I don't know if you're noticing this or not, but so far I have added all the what should be the next step questions. Why? Real PMP, 98% of the questions are like this, real PMP, and that's how we have made our exam simulator. This is just 180 question set which you did, but in fact I have more than 1000 plus questions which have been added, and that is what we have been doing to make sure that give you nothing but the best. Okay, let's see the question. So there was a compliance problem over here. Now the question is, what should be the next step? A, update the statement of work. I mean, you can do that. I would not, but is that updating the statement of work resolving the problem? I don't know. Let's see. B, update the issue log. Now this is an issue. Compliance data breach has happened. So definitely B is a good choice. Update the business case. Business case is something which happens like early in the project. Now updating the business case or statement of work will not make any sense. Update the risk register. It's not a risk anymore. It's actually an issue. So if it's an issue, you should update the issue log and not your risk register. So correct choice is option B. A team working on project A has resolved a technical issue and the project is moving forward. The project manager has been warned that the same issue will probably arise in similar projects in future. What should the project manager do first when while responding to this warning? Okay, good question. A, ensure that issue log is updated and update the lessons learned register. Very good choice. I think for future projects, the lessons learned register will definitely help. And similarly, they have resolved a technical issue. So it's very important to update the issue log that this particular problem has been resolved. So A looks like the best choice, but let's see. B, create a risk report and keep the report current. The question is about an issue and not a risk. So creating a risk report doesn't make sense now. So B is out. Notify the project sponsor about the warning. I would say yes, you should notify that, but this real question is about what can you do about the similar projects in future. And for that, I think the better choice is to update the issue log and the lessons learned register for future projects. Notifying the sponsor may not help you for the future project. So C is out. D, ensure that the lessons learned register is updated. I would say if you check option A, that is covering both your issue log and your lessons learned register. So option D is only covering about your lessons learned register, which is for your future project, but you have to resolve the problem for your current project as well. So current problem is being resolved by updating the issue log, and future project's problem is being resolved by the lessons learned register. So the correct choice should be A. While reviewing the issue log, the project manager notices that tasks assigned to the 3 team members are behind schedule. What should project manager do? A, notify the responsible team members of the need to complete the overdue tasks quickly in order to avoid introducing extra project risk. Yes, that's actually a good choice. I mean, that's not a bad choice. That's a good choice. B, document the issue, escalate to sponsor and ask how they would like it resolved. I mean, it's your job as a project manager to resolve the problem and not your sponsor's responsibility. So going to the sponsor to come up to a solution, strict no. So B is definitely out. C, tell the team members who are behind schedule to explain why the tasks were delayed and how they will get back on schedule. Now, difference between option A and C is like option A, you're telling them that this is behind schedule. Option C is you're asking the reason why it is delayed. So personally speaking, you need to know the why instead of just telling them you are wrong. Like for example, you are making mistakes. You didn't score well in this exam. It's not about just telling you why or what you did wrong. It's also about what should you do next? What should you make sure that you resolve this problem, right? So that is something you need to talk to me or to my team member to understand in detail about how you are prepared and take the call from that standard. So option between A and C, C is kind of resolving the problem by finding the root cause and the reasons why it is delayed. So C is a better choice. D, work with the relevant team members to review the delayed task and decide on strategies for resolution. Another good choice, I would say. Work with the team members. Now you are working with the team. So first, that's actually, you know what, I'm loving this question. It's actually very confusing. First, I was confused between A and C, but the moment I read C, I kind of found out that A is not a good choice. Now, while I'm reading option D, I found out that D looks like a better choice than C now. And I'll tell you my reasoning for that. Now, option C, what you're saying, Tell the team members who are to explain why the tasks are delayed, yes, and how they will get back to schedule. You're kind of telling them and asking them to come up with a solution. Option D is you as a project manager working with them to come up with a solution. That is like more about collaboration. So option between C and D is a very good choice, and I'll go with option D as the best. Always remember, guys, if you got this question wrong, it's absolutely fine. It's not a big deal. But the real point over here is you have to select the best answer choice. There could be scenarios in your real PMP, and if you have already given real PMP, you know that you will get many answer choices which are very similar, and they may be correct also, but you need to select the best answer choice. So option D is your best choice. A new stakeholder of a hybrid project which is strategically important for the organization isn't attending any meetings. Okay, that particular stakeholder is not giving her approval on the deliverables the team is presenting. As a project manager, how will you engage this new stakeholder? A. Conduct a meeting with the stakeholders and present the project schedule and explain the impact on the project. So conduct a meeting, yes, with the stakeholders, with that particular stakeholder. That's actually a good choice. You will be meeting with that stakeholder and present the schedule to that person and explain to that person that, hey, you know what, it's impacting the project and you really have to take any step here. So option A is a good choice. B. Review the stakeholder engagement plan for this stakeholder, assess the level of engagement and come up with an engagement strategy. So if you read the question properly, the question is about engaging, and option B is actually resolving the engagement problem. So out of A and B, I would say option B looks like a better choice so far, because that is clearly working on the engagement strategy. Okay, so let's read. Conduct a meeting with the stakeholders and understand their expectation. Yes, option C is a good choice as well, because you have to understand the expectations, that where the customer is lacking, or not the customer, where you are lacking to understand their expectations. So C is a good choice too. I mean, wow, I have read 3 options. All the 3 options looks pretty good. D. Request the project sponsor to brief this new stakeholder and make her attend all the relevant meetings. So now if you see this, you are escalating it to the sponsor, which should be your last choice. So option D is definitely out. Now out of, I would say B and C specifically, because A is definitely, I would say, by reviewing the engagement plan would be a better choice. But now let's read the question once again, because this is a trick question. A new stakeholder is strategically important, is not attending meetings. Okay, that particular is not giving her approval on the deliverables the team is presenting. So that stakeholder is not even attending the meetings, and at the same time is not approving the deliverables also. Okay, how would you engage this? So this means there is some problem with the stakeholders. That stakeholder is not happy with something. So you really need to have a discussion with that stakeholders to understand their expectation and come up with a resolution. Now let's read option B again. Review the stakeholder engagement plan for the new stakeholder, assess the level of engagement and come up with an engagement strategy. Okay, now if you're coming up with the new engagement strategy over here without even understanding their expectations, that may backfire you. So I think the first step, option B, is definitely a good choice, but the first step should be to understand their expectations and then come up with a solution or come up with a new engagement strategy, which is your option B. So the correct choice should be option C, which should be your first step. Project team members are busier than usual. They indicate they do not have the time to update the lessons learned repository because of other project responsibilities. How should the project manager respond? Okay. Require submission of lessons learned documentation after each product deliverable is accepted to the customer. So first of all, the team is complaining that they are busy, they don't have time, and now you are requiring submission of lessons learned documentation. So that's not a good choice if you ask me. So option A is definitely out. Ensure there is an agenda item for discussions of lessons learned from the project activities as part of all project meetings. Now this is a good choice if you ask me. Why? in option A, you are kind of forcing them. In option B, what you're doing, you have added it as an agenda item in your regular meetings, whatever meetings you have. Now, if it's an agenda item in your meetings, regular meetings, then after the end of the call or meeting, whatever, you can ask about the lessons learned and you can document it as a project manager. That's your job. Work with the team to come up with a solution. Now, the team will not feel overburdened at the last stages when they really have to do it. So if you just make it as a part of the process, then it makes the team members' life much easier. Initially they might complain, but from the long run they might get used to it and they will not get overwhelmed at the later stages. So option B is a very good choice. File a change request to the PMO to change how often lessons learned be collected. I mean, you really don't need to. Lessons learned are part of you should take. So it's like, it's not like it's not a good thing. I mean, option C is a simply useless option if you ask me. D, bring in a consultant to assist with collecting lessons learned to help reduce the burden. I mean, I don't even need to read it. You are a project manager, it's your job, it's team member. Why would you just invite a third person to come and join the team just to collect the lessons learned? I mean, don't you think so? It's just too extreme or too stupid to just get a third person on this. Definitely D is out as well. So out of all the 4 choices, option B is your best choice. A large project includes functional group in 4 countries, steering committee and a project sponsor. As the project approaches completion, the project manager must prepare the closeout documents. How should the project manager obtain appropriate sign-off on the acceptance of project deliverables? Okay, so looks like the team members are in 4 countries, there is a steering committee, there is a project sponsor, and you need an approval. So what should you do? A, the project sponsor should be asked to sign off. Yes, actually it's the sponsor's job to give the sign off, and the sponsor should be, so A is a good choice. B, the steering committee should be asked to sign off. No, the job of steering committee is not, typically a steering committee is all, more about change requests if you ask me. Even though they have given the question that there is a steering committee, there is a sponsor and there are functional groups all over, I think they have just given you to confuse you. So sign off should come from sponsor. So B is out. C, the 4 managers from the 4 countries should be asked to sign off. Yes, you can ask them, I'm not denying them, but ultimately they will be reporting to the sponsor only. So the sign off has to come from sponsor and not the functional managers. Of course, the sponsor might discuss with their functional managers before they provide approval, but ultimately it would be the sponsor who would do that. Either it is 1 sponsor or 10 sponsors, it doesn't matter. Sponsor has to sign off. D, all the parties involved should be asked to sign off, not necessarily. If there are 50 team members or 50 people working on the project, that does not mean sign off is coming from all the 50 team members. Ultimately, they report to the sponsor, and it's sponsor's responsibility to make sure that they provide the sign off. So the correct choice over here should be option A. See, this was an easy question, but the way they documented it, I mean they means us, the way we confuse you by providing you all these details, that was deliberately done. And if you got this question wrong, it's absolutely fine. See, we all are in the learning mode, and the main goal is that you don't make similar mistakes in your real PMP exam. So that's what we are trying to achieve here. The project has been hit with a critical risk. The risk management plan has been reviewed and the necessary approved action item has been executed accordingly. As a next step, what should project manager do? So clearly there was a risk, and the risk happened, and you did all the things which was as per your risk management plan or risk register, whatever. Now what is the next step? A, project manager should update the lessons learned. Yes, now since you have already implemented the response to that risk, you should update the lessons learned, so it's a good choice. B, project manager should update the risk management plan. You don't need to. I mean, risk management plan is all about how. It's once it is executed, you don't go back and update your risk management plan. That has nothing to do with it. So B is out. C, project manager should work with the team to check if any risks have not been identified earlier. No, I mean, the question didn't state that there are chances that new risks might come up and stuff. Why would you just go back and check if new risks have an identity. Like it's like just you're asking additional things. No, not needed. D, project manager should update the project budget. Why? Did it say in the question that there was an impact of this risk on the project budget? What if there was an impact on the project time, the schedule, right? So it doesn't matter. So D is just irrelevant. So out of all the choices, I would say option A is your best choice. You are the project manager of a government software project that needs a solution to help collaborate with remote agile team located in multiple countries. The remote agile team workstation and Kanban board must be visible at all the times. Which of the following is the best collaboration solution to help you establish this virtual setup? You know what, without even reading the answer choices, I know what the answer choice is, because the question is talking about the workstation and Kanban board must be visible at all the times. That's exactly what you do in your fishbowl. Fishbowl is basically this, where you have a virtual setup which is turned on, at one location. At the other location, it's also turned on, so that you see the activities of what's going on at both the places. That's what it is. But still, let me read the answer choices. A, on-demand video conferencing. On-demand video conferencing is just whenever you need it, then you turn it on. But the question over here is visible all the times. So on-demand video conferencing might not help. B, workstation screen mirroring. Workstation screen mirroring, same thing. If workstation screen mirroring could be done, but what about the Kanban board? Kanban board is more like a physical board, right? Which is there. So option B might not resolve that problem. C, monitors comprising of information radiators. Same thing. Now monitor comprising of information radiator, and we can say that it may be that information radiator is Kanban board. But what about the agile team's workstation? That is not being covered here, and we are kind of assuming that information radiator is Kanban board. What if not, right? Information radiators are others, like that could be a burn down chart also, right? So it's not being specific here. So C is out. And D, fishbowl windows that are always on. Exactly, that's the real purpose of fishbowl windows. So the correct choice is option D. Your project has been completed successfully, and one of the team members is complaining that they were not rewarded because they belong to customer support team. As a project manager, what should be your next step? Okay, so it looks like the team completed a successful project, but one of the team is not happy. So like his or her team was not being reported because they belong to customer support team. Okay. A, ask the team members to talk with their functional manager. If you know about an issue and you are a project manager, why would you send someone to a functional manager? Not a good choice. As a project manager, it's your responsibility to resolve that problem. So A is definitely out. B, understand the emotional need of team members and update the performance plan after discussing it with the HR manager. Yes, why not? That's a good choice. The team member is kind of lacking motivation, and you have to come up with some emotional needs and ultimately you have to talk to the HR manager, because they are the ones who talks about promotions and other things. So B is a good choice. C, update the personal development plan and document it. Now you are updating the personal development plan, but you're not kind of resolving the problem. In option B, you are taking a certain step to resolve the problem. So B is definitely a better choice than option C. D, talk to the sponsor to incentivize the team member through alternative methods. It's not about being. Now, I don't personally like this choice because first of all, you are like, it might not be a financial incentive with what the team is looking for, right? So you cannot just simply take a call that the team was not rewarded, let me just reward it with a cash prize. So option D is actually talking about a cash prize, and that is not what necessarily may be true. So because of all these choices, option B is the best choice. You have taken over a project from a previous project manager who has already left the organization. In a few of the initial meetings, you discovered that many team members are complaining about the product being developed. The situation looks chaotic. As a project manager, what should be your next step? So one thing in this question is that, the previous project manager has already left, and the team is not satisfied, they are not happy with, like there is some kind of miscommunication or misalignment on the deliverable, and that is what you have to resolve it. A, observe team members' performance who are most dissatisfied. Okay, observing is one thing, but you have to resolve the problem also. Just by observing, let's say if you are doing bad and I'm just observing, then I'm not resolving the problem, right? I have to talk to you or do something to make sure that you don't fail the PMP exam, right? That is the ultimate goal. So observing only might not resolve the problem. So A is out. Set up clear recognition policy so that the team is motivated to do the work. If the team is not aligned on all the deliverables, basically the product, like setting up a reward system, a recognition policy, how would that help? I mean, it might help, but the real problem is something else. Option B is not resolving the problem which is described in the question. And the problem in this question is about the product being developed. They are not aligned on that. So B is out. Create a new stakeholder engagement matrix. Yes, you can do that. How to keep them engaged. That might help up to a certain level. But once again, you really need to discuss the main problem. Problem is same. What product is being developed? I mean, I'm saying the same thing again and again, but that's really the fact is. D, speak with the team to set up clear expectation and establish the ground rules. Exactly. Now, this option D is basically divided into two steps. First, set up the clear expectations. You're talking upfront with them, why, what is wrong, why don't you agree to the product. So you're trying to set up the right expectations with the team. And because the situation is like kind of chaotic, you are actually establishing the ground rule also, so that the situation doesn't become chaotic in future. So out of all the choices, I would say option D is your best choice. You're managing a global project with team members working in 5 different time zones. You're creating the resource management plan and are not sure how you should structure the team. As a project manager, what should be your next step? Honestly, you know what? I'm proud of myself. Why? Because these questions are very good questions which we have handpicked to make sure that student doesn't feel surprised in the real PMP, and that's exactly what your real PMP would be, very similar to these type of questions. So make sure if you didn't do well in this, then talk to me, send me an email, and we can talk about what should be your next step, because that's an important thing. If you need my email, on the current screen you have my team members' email, my support team. You can reach out to them, they can help out. And if you want my email also, it's same thing. It's varun.anand@eduhubspot.com. You can directly send me an email. It's my first name, Varun, VARUN.ANAND, varun.anand@eduhubspot.com. You can send me an email and I'll definitely reply. Or I will ask my team member to help and support you. So definitely we can, we have to resolve the problem. That's the real purpose of PMP also. Okay, I forgot the question now. I just gave so much unnecessary information. Sorry about that. Let's come back. You're managing a global project with team member working in different time zones. You're creating the resource management plan and not sure how to structure the team. As a project manager, what should be your next step? A, request all team members to move into one single location for better collaboration. Too extreme choice. That's really not even possible. So option A is definitely out, and I'm pretty sure you didn't select that. B, divide the entire team into functional groups and update the resource management plan. You can do that. That's not a bad choice. Yes, you can divide the team into functional groups, but let's read others. Work with the team in a virtual setup and update the resource management plan accordingly. I mean, that's a better choice. Why? Because it's in 5 different time zones, so definitely they are in a different kind of a virtual setup. So option C is like you have embraced that, you have accepted that, and now you are structuring as per your virtual setup. D, work with the function manager to allocate team members from one single location instead. Same reason why A is out, same reason option D is out as well. We all are in a virtual setup, guys. Right now I'm virtually teaching you. So do you really want me to be in the same city as where you are? I may be, but I can't satisfy 100, 200 countries where my videos have been watched. So I can't do that. So out of all the 4 choices, I would say option C is a better choice. Now option B, divide the entire team into functional group. Now you can do that, but it's not really your job to divide the team into functional group, because typically they are already coming from a functional group. Like some person can come from marketing, some people can come from sales. So you cannot do that step because it's kind of already done. And if you do that, then you are like, for example, how would someone who is from sales team now started to do customer support? That person might not like it, right? So B is also not a good choice. C is like the best choice because you have accepted that it's a virtual environment and you are making the changes as per the virtual setup. So C is your best choice. After working with your HR team, your senior team members recruited a new set of people to work on the testing related activities. Those team members are not performing well and their performance started affecting your project objectives. So basically new people were hired and they are not doing what they were supposed to do. Simple as that. As a project manager, what should be your next step? A. Seek the support of HR to recruit a new set of people who possess the correct skill set. I would say that you can do that, and it's affecting your objectives, so you can do that, but that should not be my first choice. So A is definitely out. B. Ask the senior team members to coach the new people. Yes, you can do that. The senior team members can coach the new people and then we can expect some improvement. C. Privately discuss with the new team members, identify skills and competency gaps and propose the way forward. I think, before you coach, you really need to have one-on-one discussion with these new people, new team members who have joined, understand their core competences, what they are good at, what they are bad at, and accordingly take a decision. So I would say out of B and C, first I will do C, and if that doesn't work, then I will do B. If B doesn't work, then I will do A. Okay, let's see. D. Revise the project charter after discussion with the sponsor. This is just an irrelevant option. It has nothing to do with it. I know the project objectives have changed. No, it has not changed. It's actually affecting the objectives. So the objectives are still the same. So there's no point of revising the charter. So D is definitely out. So out of all the choices, C looks like the best choice. Mary is the project manager of an agile software team tasked to deliver a Bluetooth headset. One of the software build releases for the headset did not include urgent change requests that were already implemented by the agile team. Okay. The product owner has informed the software team about the change during one of the daily meetings, but no one cared to record it. Which of the following options should Mary do to avoid the problem in future? So basically it looks like a change was requested and the team didn't do that, and now the product owner is complaining that why it was not done, and you want to make sure that how this kind of situation be avoided in the future. Okay. A. Up the frequency of backlog refinement sessions and note down the changes in the retrospective. See, retrospective is not really about changes. I mean, yes, if a process is changed, you can talk about, but this question is very specific about a requirement change. That part you might not discuss in retrospective. So A is out. B. Execute an ad hoc sprint retrospective and add the agreed upon change request process to the team charter. You know what? The real problem is about a change process over here. If you see the question, the product owner told about that change in one of the daily meetings, but nobody recorded it. So this means a problem is with the process. Now, if a problem is with the process, you really need to define that in the team charter, and you can define that process in the retrospective meeting. So that part is your option B, which is the best choice. I feel so. C. Perform product backlog refinement with the team and the product owner before the upcoming iteration. You can do that, but really you didn't play a process, or you didn't do anything about the process so that it doesn't help, so that it doesn't occur, like this problem doesn't occur in the future again. Like you have to come up with a process. If you document a change process in the team charter and the team is following it, then that problem might not occur in the future because you have defined a process. And option C is like you have kind of accepted it and you are just moving on. D. Instruct the team to be careful the next time. Okay, that's understandable, but what is the step you took? Just like telling them that, hey, be careful from next time. I mean, like for example, if you give a test and you scored less, like this test itself, should I say be careful next time? I mean, yes, if you didn't do that bad, I may go ahead and say that, but if you did really bad, then we have to do something about it, right? So that's it. So I think out of all the choices, B is your best choice. In a periodic review with stakeholders, the project sponsors ask the project manager how the accuracy of deliverables will get verified and accepted. Which of the following project documents plan should the project manager check out for this information? A. Use the requirements management plan. Requirement management plan is all about how the requirements will be structured and stuff. This question is more about accuracy. That's not about requirements. So A is definitely out. B. This information is present in the quality management plan. Yes, that's actually good because quality management plan is about accuracy of deliverables. Okay, so that's good. So B looks like a good choice. C. Work performance report will contain this information. Work performance report is a very broad term if you ask me. There are different types. There's a status report. There are other things which are part of work performance report. In some report, yes, but not necessarily in all the work performance reports this information will be there. So C is not a good choice. D. Use the scope management plan. Now if you ask about the question, it says accuracy of deliverable will be verified and accepted. Now accuracy of deliverables will be verified. Verified is coming from quality management plan and accepted is actually coming from the scope management plan, because the scope management plan tells you how the scope will be accepted, right? So validate scope is one of the process which you do before you close the project. So I think D is a good choice as well. E. Use the change management plan. This question is not about change. Nowhere in the question they said they are talking about change. So E is out as well. So out of all the 5 choices, option B, quality management plan, and option D, which is about the scope management plan, is the correct choice. So B and D. Examine the following characteristics. XYZ project is in the initiation phase. Owing to lack of funding, XYZ gets terminated. Mary, the project manager, must close the project. What is the first action Mary should take? So this is a very good question and I have deliberately added this question. If you might got this question right, it's a good thing. But in your real PMP, you might get questions in a similar way. There will give you step 1, 2, 3 and they'll ask you what is the next step. So that is the reason I gave you, because I wanted you to have the real exam feel also. A. Start the knowledge transfer process. So it says Mary, the project must close the project. What should? So must close the project. So this means you have to close the project. Start the knowledge transfer process. You can do that. Not a bad choice. Good. B. Examine the organization project closure guidelines. Yes, before closing the project, I would say that you should check the closure guidelines. So B looks like a better choice before you even start the knowledge transfer process. So B looks like a good choice, better choice. C. Determine the potential impact of terminating the project by performing a risk analysis. The question has already determined that you have to close the project. Now, just by doing a risk analysis at that stage doesn't make sense. You should have taken that step before you decided to close the project. So C is kind of already done. If not, then it's too late. D. Close all the project procurement processes. Yes, you will close all. If you ask me, first I will check the organization project's closure guidelines. Then after I do B, I will go and do D and then take the next step. So I think it's talking about the next step. So option B should be your next step. After the project sign off, the project manager and her team members are still being asked to carry out the following. Examine new requirements, perform minor modifications, resolve technical issues. And it says the project signed off. So project has already signed off, still you are kind of supporting them. The project manager wishes to ensure that product or service developed by the project has the operational support. Which of the following steps should execute first? Okay, good choice. Very good question actually. So basically the project has been signed off and now the project manager wants to make sure that whatever new things which are coming, they are handled by the operations team. So that part has to be done first. Okay, A. Get over with the handoff of the project. I thought the handover has already been done. No, I think they are talking about the operational support. So yes, A looks like a good choice. Yes, good. Because you are handing over the project to the operations support and that's what they are asking. So A looks like a good choice. B. Review the acceptance criteria and get acceptance. I would say the project has signed off. So I'm pretty sure that the acceptance sign off and all those things have already been done. So B is already done. C, formally disband the project team and find a new project. You can do that. I mean, or what if you have already done that because the project has signed off, right? Companies don't wait, like they move to different projects. So I think C might have already been done. And D, continue to fulfill the request as the product is still being developed. No, the project has been signed off. If there are new requirements, this means either the operational support team should have handled, or you should have a new contract. So I think out of all the choices, A looks like the best, which is hand over this to the operational team so that they can take care of it. So option A is your best choice. James is a technical project manager who recently completed an important milestone on his project. The customer was very happy with the product and even started thinking about giving the maintenance contract to James. But before accepting the new contract, James wants to close this project. Which of the following activities is not part of the project closure? Okay. A, conduct the final lessons learned meeting and documenting in the lessons learned register. Okay, this is definitely a part of your project closure. You do that. Finalizing any open claims from the vendors, that is also you do in the closure activities. Okay. C, getting deliverable acceptance from the customer and formal sign off. Okay, getting the acceptance. Now, getting the acceptance is not part of your closure activity. This is done prior to your closure activity. So this step would have been done, and that is the reason why you are going to the closure process. If this is not done, you will not even start the closure process. So option C is definitely not part of the closure. It is done just one step before the closure. So C is the correct choice, but let me just make sure by reading option D also. D, release of organization resources. Yes, of course, you do that as part of your closure activities. So the correct choice should be your option C. Josh is a project manager of a software project. After realizing that stakeholder interest will conflict on his project, he decides to make use of stakeholder engagement assessment matrix. The matrix pinpoints an influential stakeholder who is resistant to the project. Now he needs to align the stakeholder expectation with that of the project. What should Josh do to accomplish this goal? So clearly this question is about that a stakeholder is resistant, and now you want to make sure that he or she is aligned to your project in order for your project to be successful. So A, reach out to sponsor for help. No, strict no. Try to resolve it yourself. If you're not, then reach out to sponsor. Question never said that that you tried and you were not successful. So A is definitely out. B, develop a strategy and update the stakeholder engagement plan. Yes, I think before you reach out to that stakeholder, you should have a strategy in mind. So option B looks like a good choice. C, ensure that stakeholder register is updated. That doesn't make sense. The question, we already know that person is resistant. Like, what will you go ahead and do with that stakeholder register? You need to come up with a solution, right? Updating a stakeholder register is not your solution. D, tell the influential stakeholder that all other stakeholders are supportive of the project. So this means now you also become supportive. It's like, see, all my students are passing the exams, so you should also pass the exam. I mean, technically, yes, that's what I want. But, every person is different. So we really have to work and come up with a strategy for each and every student. Same reason over here. One person is resistant. You have to resolve that resistance by having a strategy in mind. And that is your option B. Project XYZ is a very important project for the organization in a highly regulated industry. The project sponsor and a high-level executive has asked for changes that appear to disregard the legal requirements. What should be the first step in project manager's response? A, immediately schedule a meeting with stakeholders to review the situation. You can do that because it's disregarding the legal requirements. But if it's disregarding the legal requirements, don't you think so we should target, check with the compliance or a legal team first? I mean, let's see. B, send the change control board a change request. I mean, we're not talking about a change, ask for changes that appear. I mean, the question is, say, sponsor and high-level executive have asked for changes that are disregarding the legal requirement. Just because it came from a sponsor and a high-level executive, that does not mean that you will just straight away send it to CCB. if you know that it's disregarding the legal requirements, which is in this case, right? So B can be the step, but not necessarily the next step. C, check with the organization's relevant legal practitioner. Yes, if it's disregarding the legal requirement, check with the expert. Basically, legal practitioner is your SME over here, subject matter expert. So C is a good choice. D, review the organization lessons learned database for the precedents and direction. No, I mean, the problem is with legal. Go to legal practitioner, go to that SME, subject matter expert, and take a call. So clearly the answer is C, I'm pretty sure. So the correct choice should be C. You're the project manager of a medium-sized MNCs that expanding into a new market. The MNC doesn't have previous experience in the market. You need to collect the project requirements. What should you do next? A, analyze the product to come up with requirements. See, if you don't have the expertise in that, then why would you come up with requirements? What if you miss it, right? So A is not the good choice. You need help from someone, simple as that. B, develop a requirements traceability matrix. I mean, you need to collect the requirements, and then you can do the requirement traceability matrix. Once again, you are not an expert over here, because this is a new territory for you. If it's a new territory for you, you need some help. And once you get that help, then you can do the requirement traceability matrix. So B is out as well. C, use expert judgment who knows about the market. Very good choice. I mean, that's exactly, you don't know this new market, you have never been into this, so take help from an expert, right? If PMP is new to you domain, take help from us, because we have been doing this from last so many years. Like, I don't even remember now, but we are kind of experts in this. D, update the requirements document with the knowledge you have and update it later when more things become clear. I'll read it again. Update the requirements document with the knowledge you have and update it later when the requirements become clear. You can do that. I mean, of course, progressive elaboration, that's what you do. But I would still say that if I can take help from an expert and work with an expert to come up with a solution, it's not necessarily true that after a while I will become an expert as well, right? I may, but not necessary. So D may be a good choice. I've not read E. So let me first read E. Benchmark the product with the market leaders. That's actually a very good choice. You are new to this market, you don't know about it, and benchmark the product. Like, for example, I'll give you a simple solution. Whosoever is the market leader in PMP, when we create our product, when we, then we go ahead and see, hey, what that company A, B, C is offering. We would like to know that, because they are the market leaders, and accordingly we'll build a solution. Now, same thing. Now, if we are the market leaders, other companies are looking at our questions, our simulator, and coming up with their solution, right? I've seen that so many times, companies using, kind of similar questions and stuff. I know it's unethical. They are not following the policies and stuff. And we do complain it because our questions are one of the best in the market, and some fraudulent companies do that. So let's not go there. But benchmarking is a good solution when you are new to the market and you want some new requirements, because that new product, the market leader product, will give you the requirements which your product should also have. So clearly option C and option E are your best choices. Jason is a project manager in a construction company. His project consists of local team members as well as those who join virtually. He schedules a video conference call to help manage scheduling priority conflicts among his team members. Which of the following techniques does Jason adopt in this case? So basically he did a meeting. Okay. Jason forces decision on stakeholders. I mean, forces decision to join a meeting? No, I mean, you're trying to resolve a problem and you set up a meeting to discuss about the problem. I won't call it that Jason forces decision. No, not a good choice. B, Jason used smooth technique on stakeholders. No, they didn't use smoothing technique. Smoothing technique, what is smoothing technique? Smoothing technique, it's where it's a kind of a conflict resolution technique where you talk about good things which are happening on the project, and once everyone calms down, then you kind of talk about the real problem in hand. In this question, there was a problem. Jason set up a meeting to discuss about the problem. So Jason didn't talk about any good things happening on the project and things like that. Jason is trying to resolve the problem actually. So B is out as well. C, Jason avoided the conflict altogether. No, Jason didn't avoided the conflict. If Jason avoided the conflict, then Jason wouldn't even have set up the meeting. Setting up the meeting just shows that Jason is trying to resolve the problem. So C is out. D, Jason used the collaborate technique by inviting everyone for a discussion. Exactly. That's actually a good choice because Jason is inviting everyone so that everyone joins, discuss together that how we can resolve this problem. So D is your best choice. The upper management in your organization will like to use critical internal project resources for new project. What should the project manager of the critical internal project whose resources is being asked to join the project do in this scenario? Your project is very important from organization strategic objective perspective and is at a very critical stage. Okay. So someone is trying to capture your resources. What will you do next? That's the kind of question. A, request the upper management to provide a replacement. You can do that, but your project is also at a critical stage. So A could be done. B, use the legitimate form of power to deny the request. See, your boss is asking you to do something like the senior management. You can't use legitimate power. In fact, they can use legitimate power on you. So legitimate power is like on papers, I'm your boss. That's what it is. In this case, you are not their boss. They are your boss. So they are kind of using legitimate form of power, not you. So B is definitely out. C, escalate the sponsor to intervene. Now I think it's an important situation. You can ask the sponsor because it's like your resources are going. So C could be a choice. D, inform the team and reassign the resource responsibility to other team members. I mean, so basically you kind of agreed to what they did, and that's what option D is about. Now we are left with option A, which is request the upper management to provide a replacement, and option C is escalate to the sponsor. Now out of these, in option A, you're kind of accepted it, but now you are asking them to compromise by giving them a replacement, even though your project is also very important from the strategic objectives of the organization, and that too is at a very critical stage. I would say that I can go for A, but prior to that, I will like to give one last fight. And now this time, because the situation has gone out of my hand and I'm the project manager, I will go to my sponsor to intervene and help here. So option C is the best choice. Many times, I get emails from my students asking, Varun, when is the situation we are okay to escalate to sponsor? It's when the situation is out of your hand, your control, then it's okay to go to sponsor, which is in something like this, which is your option C in this case. Which of the following should a project manager do to gain a stakeholder's approval if the stakeholder believes that the project deliverables were not fulfilled? So if the stakeholder believes the deliverables were not fulfilled and you want to get stakeholders' approval, what should you do? Okay. A, review the project charter thoroughly with the stakeholder. You can do that. I mean, in the charter, there would be high level requirements. You can do that. Okay. B, make sure that the stakeholder understand the quality management plan. I mean, quality management plan can be talk about the quality of the deliverable and requirements were not fulfilled. I mean, it's okay. I don't get that feeling. So don't laugh at me. But I've done so many questions that I can sense it out whether it's a good choice or not. From B, I'm not getting that feeling. C, execute a risk analysis upon obtaining stakeholders' new requirements. That's actually a good choice. You're kind of doing a risk analysis and trying to come up with the stakeholders' new requirements. So kind of you have accepted that, hey, you're not satisfied, give me the new requirements. That's what option C is about. D, review the project scope while simultaneously analyzing the stakeholders' need and expectation. So I mean, you can do that. Option D, review the project scope while simultaneously. So stakeholder is saying that I'm not happy with the deliverable and you have not fulfilled my requirement. So this means that the problem is with the scope. So if the problem is with the scope, you want to review it with the stakeholder that why do you think it has not been fulfilled? What is the missing gap? And option D is actually doing that. You're reviewing the scope and at the same time you are analyzing the stakeholder needs and expectations, that why it was missed and why, and just in future case you are trying to help. So D looks like a good choice as well. Now let's read all the choices which is left. A, review the project charter thoroughly. Charter doesn't have like detailed information, so A is definitely out. B, make sure the stakeholder understand the quality management plan. Quality management plan is about quality. The question is not really about quality, it's about that, hey, you didn't meet, you didn't work on my deliverables, or most likely you didn't complete my requirements. So B is out as well. C, execute a risk analysis upon obtaining the stakeholders' new requirements. Same thing, you kind of accepted the new requirements and you are doing a risk analysis on that. In D, you're reviewing the current scope with the stakeholders, and the problem is in the current scope, not about the new requirements. So there may be a new requirement which can come in future, but that's not really the problem is. So out of all the choices, D is your best choice. John, a member of an efficient agile team, comes out with new ideas and adds innovative features to the product backlog. These features got sequentially implemented, tested and completed. However, upon completion, the portfolio owner rejected all the new features that were added. Okay. Which of the following could be the most likely reason as to why the portfolio manager rejected this? Okay, makes sense. So basically a team member added some new ideas and stuff to the product backlog. They were implemented, tested, but the portfolio owner didn't like it, that what was done. Okay. A, the team would be entitled to the intellectual property rights on the features. Maybe or maybe not. I mean, it's not a necessary statement. The question is about what is the reason of why the portfolio owner didn't like it, and it's not, option A is not resolving that problem. It's not even answering that question. So that's done. B, the portfolio owner does not wish to pay for the team's unplanned work. You can say that might be a reason there, but you cannot assume that, but maybe. Okay. C, the product owner did not sufficiently align the product portfolio owner with the ideas. This is a very good choice, I would say. Why? See, you are a team member gave some ideas. Ultimately, those ideas responsibility is of the product owner. Now in this question itself, the question states that the feature got implemented, tested and completed. This means the product owner knew about these changes, right? You cannot just add as a team member, you can add, you can recommend, but ultimately it's the product owner's responsibility whether they like it or not. So if everything got implemented, tested and completed, this means the product owner accepted it. Now, the problem is that there is miscommunication between the product owner and portfolio owner because they both didn't talk. And if they would have talked, then this situation would not have arisen, and that's what the question is talking about. So option C is a very good choice. D, the testing team did not make use of normal quality control processes. So if you read this question, it is clear that it is more of a agile question and not a predictive question. Now, if it's an agile question, then the normal quality control process is actually part of your sprints or iterations. So that part is already done. So the correct answer is C. By now, you should have completed 40% worth of your project work. However, you have only completed 30% worth of work. The project BAC is $100,000 and the total money spent so far is $20,000. What is the project status? So this is the second maths question. I won't say second, but in overall I have given two maths questions in the total 180 most important PMP questions. And the reason why I gave two maths questions is because these days maths is no longer important. There are not many maths questions which are coming, but still I thought it's important to give, if a math question will come, it will be one among these two, which I have shared in this group. So let's do. As you know, I'm always using my keyword technique to understand the questions, and over here also I would use my keyword. Now these keywords might be not familiar to you because you might not have watched my course video on schedule management, though I would recommend you to watch those because they are very important. I have covered the mathematics section in detail and you should know about it. Those questions are important. So let's see, over here we are pretty sure that the BAC of this project is $100,000 and the question says you should have completed 40% worth of work. So the keyword over here is should have. This means the work you should have planned. So PV is 40% of BAC, which is $40,000. Now, the other it says, however, you have only completed 30% worth of work. So, only completed means you have actually completed 30% worth of work. And as you know, actually completed is the keyword for EV, earned value. So, earned value is your 30,000, 30% of 100,000, which is 30,000. The total money spent so far, the keyword over here is spent, which is AC. AC is your 20K. Now, rest is simple. You know the formula for schedule variance. It is EV minus PV. EV is your 30,000. PV is your 40,000. So, 30 minus 40,000 is negative 10,000. And as you know, negative 10,000 means you are doing bad. If you are doing bad, this means you are behind schedule. Okay. Similarly, CV is EV minus AC. EV is your 30,000, AC is your 20,000. 30,000 minus 20,000 is your positive 10,000, which means it's positive. Positive means you are doing good. Good means you are under budget. So, the correct answer is D. You are working on two activities. One of the activities is to fetch the data from the database. The other task is to create a table structure in the database. Fetching the data is a predecessor activity, while creating the table structure is a successor activity. You conclude the completion of creating the table structure activity is dependent on the completion of fetching the data activity. What is such dependency called? Okay, so I call this technique as my diagonal relationship technique. This is something which I came up with. Basically, the statement where the dependency or relationship is defined, you read that statement, and when you read that statement, you find out the keywords like which are like synonymous terms to start or finish. Then you write it in the order they came, and once you write it, then you flip it. Flipped is the correct answer of that. Now let's read it. So the statement where the relationship is defined is actually the last one, which is you conclude that completion of creation of table structure. So completion means complete. Complete is a synonymous term to finish. So write down the word finish. Okay. Conclude the completion of creating the table structure is dependent upon the completion of fetching the data. So it says completion of, so which is again, so finish dash finish, and if you flip it, then also the correct answer is finish dash finish. Now let me rephrase this question little bit again so that you can understand this better. So if it says, just forget about the first two lines, because I am rephrasing it, so those first two lines may be contradictory to what I am doing, but I am just doing it to explain this to you. If let's say the question is, you conclude that instead of the word completion, it says initiation. You conclude that initiation of creating the table structure is depending upon the completion of. So how you will do, you will write out on a piece of paper where the first word came, which was initiation, which is synonymous term to start. So you will write start. Then you will say dash is dependent upon the completion. Completion means finish. So your answer came start dash finish, but the correct answer is not in the order they came. It's actually the flipped version of that. So in that case, the answer would have been finish to start. Again, I just did it just to explain how this diagonal relationship technique works, but the correct answer in this question is finish to finish, because both of the words were completion. So the correct answer should be B. You're part of an agile software team that's blocked for several weeks on a problem. One of the team members resolves the problem and facilitates the smooth release of the software. However, post-release, it appears that the solution being incorporated is the primary cause of functionality failing. The quality head demands an explanation. Which of the following reveal as to how the project manager react? So first of all, there was a problem and the team member resolved the problem in doing that. However, after the product was released, then something happened and the quality head is asking for an explanation on this. Okay, good. A. Tell the director that mistakes are inevitable but will get corrected. It's not necessarily true that mistakes are inevitable. Of course, you can avoid mistakes. So that is not a correct statement. So I don't think so. A is the correct answer. And if there is a problem, you should actually talk to the quality department and come up with a solution, and not just tell that, hey, it's okay, it happens, right? So A is definitely out. B, come up with the definition of ready by working with the team. Okay, what is definition of ready? Definition of ready is that, hey, in order to do that work, these are the things you want to make sure that they are ready before you even start the work. This question is not about definition of ready. Like, it's not about starting the work, it's about doing the work, right? And the problem happened after the work was done. So B is out as well. C, work with the team and examine the gaps in definition of done. This is a good option. Now, what is definition of done? That you have to do all of these things in order to consider this product to be done. Now, and the problem happens that, everything looked good, but then once it was released, the problem happened. So this means there were gaps in the definition of done. If they would have good definition of done, they would have definitely checked it against the definition of done, and they would have avoided that problem. So C is a good choice. D, ask the team member to explain his rationale and lessons learned. Yes, problems happen, right? And the most important thing is what you can do to make sure that these problems don't happen in future, which is your option D. So D is the correct choice as well. So far both C and D looks good. Let's read option E. Warn the team members about not taking risky initiatives. Really, I always talk to my team and I always tell my team to take risky initiatives. If they don't take risky initiatives, see, risk is about opportunity, risk is about threat. So if they don't take a risk, then the chances of growth becomes less. I take risk all the time, and you shouldn't tell your team not to take risky initiatives, then it will just become dry and you don't really want that. So E is out as well. So the correct choices C and D. During a status meeting, a client asked the project manager for additional new features to be added in the project scope. Which of the following documents should the project manager check to find out who has the authority to approve these requests? Okay. A, project manager should check the change management plan. Change management plan is about how you will manage the changes, right? And change management plan also has the information that who has authority to approve the change request, what will be the process, who is approving it, what will happen after it is approved. So all that process is defined in the change management plan. So the correct answer in this question is A, but let me read the other options as well. Project manager should check the change log. Change log is after when a change is requested, you update the change log and then you update it whether the change was accepted or rejected. It doesn't say that who has authority to approve that request. It has more information about the change, that whether it is accepted or rejected. Project manager should check the RACI matrix. RACI matrix is about responsible, accountable, consult and informed. So over here, yes, there could be the information that who is the responsible person, but typically RACI matrix is directly linked with your WBS. Now, if WBS has a work package about change, and I don't think so change is specifically a work package, you cannot say change is a work package. What type of change? Like a specific, like if I'm talking about a phone and I say the change is in camera. So camera is a work package, but change itself, the term change is not a work package. So typically that information would not be in your RACI matrix. D, project manager should check the change request form. Change request form is about the process, like what is that change, describe more about the change, and you can probably have information like what do you think is the impact of that change, like a initial impact. So all that is part of your change request form. It also does not have the information related to who has the authority. So D is out as well. So the correct choice is A. As an agile project manager, Tom wishes to know more about whether there is a good combination of collaborative and cross-functional skills T-shaped in the agile team or not. Which of the following can Tom measure to help determine the same? So basically they want to check whether they have cross-function skills or not, which is a good thing. T-shaped skills, that's what the definition is basically. A greater degree of collaboration with SMEs, that's actually a very good thing. Now if you see, the question is talking about T-shaped skills, which means I have good knowledge about other things, right? What is going on, not just my core domain. Now, if I have good T-shaped skills, this means with the SMEs, I would be able to collaborate more. I will be able to talk more in detail about that, right? So option A is definitely a good choice. Reduce internal knowledge sharing. Okay, so if people are not sharing with each other, this means they are, they have T-shaped skills? Definitely not. Not sharing information, there might be some personal reason also, some political reason also. So you can't control that. So B is out. C, fall in reassigned task. That is a good choice as well. See, if let's say I'm not expert in one particular domain, okay, and I don't have T-shaped skills, I would definitely reassign that task to someone else. But if I have good T-shaped skills, I have good knowledge, then I will not assign those tasks. I'll try to do that on my own, right? So there would be definitely some reduction in your reassigned tasks. So option C is a good choice. So far A and C looks the best, but let's read D and E as well. Fall in detected defects. If I have good T-shaped skills, would my defects reduce? Not really. Actually, I'm expert in one, I'm not expert in another. It's actually, the defects may increase if I'm not an expert, right? Like if, for example, right now I'm a PMP expert. If you start asking me that, Varun, can you start explaining about a security certification? Even though I have read little bit, I'm not an expert yet. I may make more mistakes. So it would definitely not be reduction. It might be increase. So D is definitely out. E, reduce backlog grooming sessions. Now, reduced backlog grooming sessions. No, backlog grooming sessions is more about changes, product owner. It has nothing to do with the team. If you ask me, that's more coming from the product owner. So E is definitely out as well. So far the correct choice is your option A and option C. You are the agile project manager of an IT integration team. Testing has confirmed that the software which was delivered in the previous release has some problem and needs to be rectified immediately. Which of the following should you do next? Okay, so there was a problem. You launched something and you came to know that that problem needs to be rectified immediately. What would you do? Okay, A, inform the team about the non-conforming requirements in the daily stand-up call and get the definition of done and ready updated in the call. So you know what, you can definitely talk about the issue, what was missed in the daily stand-up call, but defining the definition of done and ready is not done in your call itself. So option A is definitely wrong because of the second statement. B, ask the team on why the problem didn't surface earlier. Yes, you should ask that, but see, the real problem in this question is what is expected is to resolve the problem. Why may not be my first step, but it will definitely be my second or third step. So I'm eliminating B only because I'm not picking that answer. It's my Neil Armstrong technique. Now, a lot of people don't know what Neil Armstrong technique is. Let me just give you a hint, not a hint. Neil Armstrong technique is pick the first possible thing you will do as a project manager. Like everybody knows who went to moon. We know it's Neil Armstrong. But if I ask you this question, who was the second person to go on moon? Do you know that? If you know, you are very smart. I personally don't know. Even though I invented this Neil Armstrong technique, I still didn't go to Google and check who was the second person to land on moon. So, right? So that's where you will always pick the answer which should be your first choice. So B is not my first choice. C, stop the sprint to meet the product owner and team to update the product backlog. Actually, this can be a too extreme situation, but we will accept the extreme situation in this case. Why? Read the question carefully. It says, team has confirmed that software which was delivered in the previous releases has some problem and needs to be rectified immediately. So the question itself says that it needs to be resolved immediately, and immediately means immediately. which means you will stop the work with the product owner to define the requirements and get it corrected. So C looks like a good choice. D, meet with the Scrum Master to determine if the product vision is still valid. Why would Scrum Master has anything to do with product vision? Product vision is coming from product owner and not with Scrum Master. And this question is not really about the product vision also. It's more about the solution, if you ask me. And the solution is to resolve it, which is your option C. Check out the steps below in sequence for the ABC project. ABC project has been successfully delivered. ABC's project manager is currently executing the formal closure. Which among the following is the next step? So if you see the question, project has been delivered and currently the team is executing the formal closure process. Okay, so we are like basically at the last step. A, reallocation of funds carried out by the project manager. Okay, let me just read first all the options because this may be a tricky question. Reassignment of project team carried out by the project manager. Updating the bid documents carried out by the project manager. See, bid documents is something which definitely you would have done it in the beginning, and you don't update the bid document. I mean, bid is more about selecting the vendor. This is about closing, and we really don't know also that a procurement or a third party contractor is involved. So we cannot assume that. So C is definitely out. And D, getting the final sign off of the project by the project manager. Okay. Now, reallocation of funds, reassignment of team, and finally getting the final sign off. I personally think that because we are currently executing the formal closure, the next step should be to get the formal closure. Once you have the formal closure, then you will release the team, then you will, whatever budget is or funds are pending, you will give it to the finance pool so that it could be used for other project if possible, or you will probably give it back to the sponsor, right? So I think option A and B is something which you will be doing after option D is done. So your next step should be option D. You're working as a Scrum Master. The agile team and the product owner are arguing about how a user might interact with the system and the overall solution behavior expected by the user. This argument is because there is a lot of uncertainty around this topic. As a Scrum Master, what will you propose? So basically there are conflicts, not conflicts, I mean they are just discussing about a user story. A team member is giving his or her opinion and the product owner is giving his or her opinion, and there is some clash. So we want to resolve it. As a Scrum Master, what should you do? Okay. A, discuss this topic in the sprint retrospective meeting and find the solution. You know what? Now there is a lot of uncertainty over here. So things are not very clear. I think sprint retrospective would be done at a later stage of the project. And I think in order to move forward, you really need to find a solution now. So I don't think so. You should wait till sprint retrospective. So your option A is definitely out. Let's see option B. Discuss this topic in one of the daily stand-up meetings and find the solution. No, daily stand-ups are not for this purpose. Keep that in mind. Daily stand-up is for what you did yesterday, what you are doing today, and what you will do in future. Oh, what you did yesterday, what you are doing, and sorry, not in future is not the right. It's actually any risk or issues. But you don't find out the solution of issues in that daily stand-up. But this is an issue in the question. So B is not the right choice. C. Facilitate a brainstorming session between the team and the product owner and find the solution together and groom the backlog to add the solution in the product backlog so the team can implement it. That's a good choice. That's a very good choice. But read the question. It says, as a Scrum Master, what will you propose? So grooming the backlog is more of a product owner job. You know what? Option C is a good choice. So let's keep it. Let's read option D first. Propose the team to conduct a functional spike that will help to reduce the uncertainty around the system. That's also a great choice, because if you see the question, it says there is a lot of uncertainty around this topic. Now the real question is, should you do a brainstorming session or should you propose a functional spike? Now a lot of uncertainty. What is the purpose of spike? Spike is basically you set aside some time to discuss any open issues. There's like a risk spike, there is a functional spike around the functions and stuff, and this question is about the function. If you see, it says how a user might interact with the system. So definitely out of C and D, D looks like a better choice because that's the real purpose of what functional spike does. What you do in functional spike is for situations like these. Even though option C looks like a great choice, I'm not denying that. But option D is the real core purpose of functional spike. The real core purpose of functional spike is to make sure you resolve issues like these, you come up with the solution, and then you take it forward. Okay. So the correct choice should be option D. Jason is the project manager of a hybrid virtual reality project. The project is running both an agile track as well as predictive track. Halfway into the project, delay starts accumulating owing to misaligned deliverable releases between the two tracks. Okay. Jason wishes to come up with a combined network diagram to help align both the tracks. Which of the following steps should you undertake to achieve this? So basically, you want to combine two different tracks into together, so something which is common for both will help, and that's why they are making a combined network diagram. So so how would you basically achieve to create a common network diagram? That's the question. A, develop a detailed work breakdown structure for the project. See, if you create a work breakdown structure for the project, that will actually help the predictive track, not necessarily your agile track, because work breakdown structure is in predictive. So A is definitely out. Combine the definition of done from the agile track with the exit criteria from the predictive track. That's very good actually. If you see, you are combining the agile and the predictive track together, and that's why you will be able to create a common or a combined network diagram, right? So B is a good choice. Update the product backlog with the critical path. Now, product backlog, first of all, does not have like critical path information. This is just a made up statement which I made. Now, if you selected this answer, then you know, right? If it's not logical, you shouldn't pick it. That's how they will confuse you by giving you statements like these, which looks very accurate, but they are not. So this is definitely incorrect. Product backlog does not have critical path information. So C is definitely out. D, combine the definition of ready from the agile track with the risk register from the predictive track. So this looks like a good choice as well. But now we are talking about definition of ready and your risk register. The question, we are making a network diagram. Now the question over here is, we need to find out that does network diagram has about risk register information also, or definition of ready information? Maybe let's keep it for now. I mean, out of B and D, if I have to pick, I'm definitely picking B, but I don't know. D might be the correct answer also. Let's see. Let's read E. Combine the definition of ready from the agile track with the dependency milestone from the predictive. Actually, you know what? Between D and E, E is better. We are talking about network diagram. In network diagram, more than the risk register, it's actually the dependency which is between the two tasks is more important. And that is what your option E is, the dependency milestone. So E is definitely a good choice, and similarly B is also a good choice. So correct answer is B and E. A project is in the execution phase and you are a project manager. A third-party contractor informed you that they will not be able to deliver the raw material due to labor strike in their country. Due to this issue, the project gets terminated. The project manager must proceed with the closure phase of the project. Which of the following steps should the project manager undertake first? So they have decided that we need to close the project now, and you have to initiate the closure process. Okay. A, cross-check the organization project closure guidelines. Yes, if you are doing the closure process, you should definitely know the organization closure guidelines. So A looks like a good choice. B, trust the communication management plan to keep all the stakeholders informed. I would say that yes, you should trust of course, the communication management plan. But this question is about the closure process. So the real question over here is that should we communicate first or should we check the closure guidelines first? If you ask me, I would first check the closure guidelines, because in closure guidelines, if it is mentioned that you have to communicate using XYZ thing, or you don't have to communicate, something like this, you don't know, right? So first you will check the closure guidelines and then you will communicate, right? Of course you should communicate, I'm not denying that, but is that really the first choice you will do? That's the question. C, close all the project procurement processes. I would say yes, I should close it. I'm not denying that. It's a tough question, guys. Very tough question. Good one. So of course, if I have to check the guidelines first, and if the guideline says that check the procurement process, release the resources, check the funding and all those things. So first the closure guidelines needs to be checked, and then you can do the close the procurement process as well. D, perform a risk analysis of the potential impact of terminating the project. This I'm not really sure of, because you have decided to close the project and it's coming from your upper management. So at this time, risk analysis, terminating, that decision has already been taken, and I think they have already taken, might have done the risk analysis. So that's why they took a decision of terminating, right? So option D might have already been done. If it is not done, still at this stage you will not do it, because the decision is already taken. So the correct choice is your option A. A new stakeholder isn't attending meetings. Project requirement demands that new stakeholders should engage on this project. What should project manager do? Present the project schedule and specific assigned tasks to the new stakeholder. Okay, let me just read the question again. I got confused. A stakeholder is not attending meetings. Project requirements demands that this new should engage. So this person should be engaged. What should project manager do? Okay. So basically, a person is not being engaged. You need to engage that person. Simple. A, present the schedule and the specific assigned task to the new stakeholder. You can do that, of course. So A is a good choice. B, cross-check the stakeholder engagement plan about the new stakeholder, assess the level of engagement and come up with an engagement strategy. So the problem is with the engagement, that person is not engaged, and I would say that, B, like the first starting point would be my engagement plan, where I will see, like what is the current strategy, and definitely this current strategy is not working out. So what changes I have to make to the current strategy to come up with a new strategy. So B is a good choice for sure. I think better than A. C, request the new stakeholder to pair with a more experienced stakeholder to learn new responsibilities. Now, I would say that this is like a too extreme choice. First and foremost, you need to understand the engagement problem, that why there is a problem, and then you can come up with a solution like this if needed. Okay. D, ask the functional manager to brief to this new stakeholder and make him attend all the relevant meetings, whatever. Okay, guys, so now see this. As a project manager, it's your job to resolve the problem. So any option where you are delegating that work to someone else, like in option D over here, you're going to functional manager to resolve that problem, right? But it should have been your solution, right? Your problem, you should have resolved this. So D is, from a project manager standpoint, it's delegating the work to someone else, which should have been your task. So D is out as well. So the correct choice in this, all the four options, is your option B. You're the project manager of XYZ Inc. Your project is currently in the project closure phase. Your client has called for a celebration party where the client requests your team to work on a couple of new items, which will take less than a week to complete. Which of the following should you take, or which of the following steps would you take in this regard? Okay, so basically you are in the closure phase, and the team in the celebration party is asking about a couple of new items, like you are in the end stage and now they are asking about some change requests. What should you do? Okay. A, accept the client request and guide the team accordingly. I mean, if I am the closing phase, I would definitely not accept the client request, and if I have to accept it also, I'd probably ask them to follow proper process and not just giving me change request in a party. So A is definitely out. B, reject the client request and proceed with project closure. You know what? It's a closure phase. At this stage, I'm okay to actually reject it also. So that's not a bad choice as well. So B looks like a good choice. C, verify the scope of the new work requested and plan the requirements gathering phase. So this means you have kind of accepted the change that, hey, we will take it and we'll proceed ahead. But since you are at the closure phase, it's at this time, no more changes. So C, if it has to be done, probably it has to be done more as an addendum to the current contract, or probably a new contract altogether. So C is out as well. D, do nothing and ignore the client request. This is the most ridiculous answer if you ask me. do nothing. If the client has come to you asking for something, you cannot just ignore that. So D is out as well. So out of all the choices, option B is the perfect one, where I'm actually rejecting the change because I'm in the closure phase. Okay, so the correct choice is B. At a team party, the client congratulates the team for great work done. As a token of appreciation, the client also presents the team with a gift of appreciation. Which of the following steps should the team hereby undertake? Okay, you are in a closure, out of a token, they gave you some gift. Okay, what should you do? A, reject the gift as it is against code of ethics. B, accept the gift after all it's their client. Politely refuse the gift, citing that they may lose their job if they accept the gift. Escalate to your senior and let him guide you in this regard. So guys, this question I have deliberately added. Initially, PMI code of ethics questions were important. They used to come, but not anymore. But still, I have added only one question out of 180 from the code of ethics standpoint, because you never know, PMI starts giving you questions on code of ethics and you have no clue about it. Then, we might end up making a mistake. And as you know, I don't want you to make mistakes. My students score above target, and that's what I'm really after, if you ask me. Pass the exam with flying colors. So I'm not leaving any stone unturned to make sure you are ready. So that's why I added deliberately code of ethics, but you don't have to spend extra time on this because this topic is not that important. Okay, so now they're giving you a gift. First is reject the gift. I think that's a good choice. Why? Because it's against code of ethics. If the question says it's a local culture, then you can probably pick that answer. B, of course you're not accepting it. C, you will lose the job. I don't know that part, if that statement is correct or not. So C is out as well. D, escalate to your senior and let him guide you in this regard. You can do that. Okay, I'm not denying that. But the question, if we are talking about local culture, or if we are talking about those kind of things, then you should check your HR policy or your senior. But in this case, where nothing of this information is mentioned, then that accepting of gift is more like going against code of ethics. So that's why the correct answer choice is A. Sam is the project manager of clinical trial project. The team has encountered a technical issue, but it has been resolved, and the project is moving forward. Sam has been warned that similar issue might arise in the future. Which of the following should you do first when responding to a warning? Okay, so basically what has been that there was a technical issue which the team resolved and they move forward. However, Sam is still skeptical that this particular issue can come up again. So what should you do? Okay, A, make sure that risk register gets duly updated. I mean, first of all, yes, and we're talking about an issue. Why would we talk about risk register? I mean, updating here. So A is out. I don't like it. B, make sure that the issue log and the lessons learned get duly updated. I think that's a good choice, because in this case, you are updating the issue log because this might come again. You are updating the lessons learned register for future. And of course, the issue got resolved. So this means you'll do the first part, which is correct the issue log or update the issue log. Then it shouldn't come in future, or it may come in future. You will update the lessons learned register. So B is a very good choice. C, make sure the lessons learned register is duly updated. Yes, you can do that, but what will you do in case of issue? This issue got resolved, right? So you have to update the issue log also. So C is out as well. D, inform the project sponsor about the warning. So I mean, I think the first probably step I would do is update the issue log and lesson learned register, and then I might go and inform the sponsor also about the warning. And since this was an issue, sponsor is definitely kind of communicated, kept in the loop that this issue is there. So it's not really a warning. You need, you should tell, I'm not denying that, but it would definitely not my first choice. So D is out as well. So the correct choice is your B. As a product owner, you notice that your schedule has been made unworkable because of too many meetings. You decide to prioritize the meetings you should attend. Which of the meetings should you attend less frequently? Okay, so this is more like a not question, where they're not asking that what meetings we should definitely have the product owner. They are asking about the meetings which product owner should not be part of it. Okay. A, end user feedback sessions. This is very important meeting. The product owner should definitely be part of it because he's the one who has to give feedback to the team. So he has to be part of it. B, daily stand-up meetings. Okay, see, it is good to have, nice to have if the product owner is joining the daily stand-up, but if that person has too many meetings, then he or she can skip this daily stand-up. I mean, it's not mandatory to be part of the daily stand-up for the product owner. For team, yes, but not for the product owner. C, product SME consultations. Now, product owner definitely has to be part of the product SME consultations. That's really the purpose, if you ask me, right? The product owner will be talking to all the SMEs of product. So C is definitely a meeting where you should attend. So C is out as well. D, sprint retrospectives. Okay, sprint retrospective is a good meeting because it's talking about lessons learned. Yes, I can say that product owner is not necessarily required for sprint retrospective, but if it is, it's a good, like he or she should join. So D is also a good choice for the answer, but so far I would say it's actually the B which is the best. D is like the second best. Now let's see E, team performance review. Okay, team performance review, product owner may give feedback, may not necessarily give feedback. So if I have to pick now one answer between retrospective and team performance review, I would definitely want my product owner to be part of the retrospective sessions and not really the performance review because that's not given the priority. So the correct choice is B and E. The director of the customer support team is complaining that his department is not being considered for an ongoing project. He is highly influential stakeholder and his support is required for almost all the projects in the organization. How should the project manager resolve this problem? A, meet with the director to discuss the scope management plan. Yes, meeting is a good option. You should definitely discuss. That's a good choice. B, show the director the org chart. Org chart has nothing to do with this. There is a problem. He thinks he should be attending, he should be part, but he is not being part. So you're trying to resolve that problem. Showing the org chart will not resolve that problem. C, meet with the director to discuss and review the requirements management plan. Now that's actually a good choice as well. Option A is talking about scope management plan and option C is talking about the requirements management plan. So that's a good choice, but I will explain the difference in some time. Let me read D first. D, meet with the director to discuss and review the project scope statement. Another good choice. So option A, C and D. A is talking about scope management plan, C is talking about requirements management plan and D is talking about scope statement. Now, you always remember, like, if you remember my father-child theory, if you don't know, this means you might not have watched my course videos. That's why if you don't know. But my father-child theory is always pick the child, which means always pick the specific answer. Now, option A and C, we see requirements management plan is kind of part of your scope management plan. So child is your requirements management plan, but there is another statement which is scope statement. Now, scope management plan is about how the scope would be managed. Requirement management plan would be how the requirements would be managed. But scope statement actually has the deliverable information. Now, the director over here is saying that, hey, you need my support and you don't have my support. Oh, I mean, why are you not asking me? Now, the director is specifically not talking about a particular a process. The director is more interested to know, like, we can go to the director and say that, hey, this is the scope management plan, these are the list of deliverables, and this deliverable does not include the customer support because we don't need a customer support on that. So that's why you are not involved. So in option D, you are being more specific in talking to the director and telling them exactly, showing them the deliverable exactly that this is the reason why we don't need your support. So after that, I'm pretty sure that the director would be convinced. So the correct choice is D. 3 weeks before the kickoff meeting, a key project resource is discussing the complexity of project deliverables with the project manager. The resources expresses concern about the deliverables. The project manager now wishes to confirm that the project deliverables are realistic or not, or basically realistic or not, as per the organization's governance structure. Which of the following is an appropriate action to take? So, one of the key resources is not comfortable, and you are the project manager, and you want to just make sure, check the governance structure, everything, that it is the right thing to do or not. So there is a doubt in your mind. A, set up a meeting with the sponsor to discuss the resource concern and revise the project charter accordingly. I would say that, straight away you're going to the sponsor is not a good thing. You should have something in your hand before you go to the sponsor, because it's still in the beginning stages. It's okay to go to a sponsor and confirm or probably communicate. B, make sure that the concerns get documented in the issue log for later review. You can do that, but you're not resolving the problem over here. The problem is like there is a doubt, you should probably talk about that issue or the doubt. Then of course you should get it documented, and then later you can review it. But first, what is the solution, right? C, perform risk assessment to identify the threats and preventive actions. Yes, you can actually, it's kind of risk, so you can do that. So C is a good choice. D, execute a feasibility study followed by assessing and reviewing the results. So now I think the real concern is between option C or D. So perform risk assessment to identify threats and preventive action. So now you are in a very beginning stage. You don't do risk assessment in the beginning stage, in the beginning, like in so soon. You do that at a later stage. At the beginning stages, you are actually more talking about the feasibility. Should we do this project? Should we not do this project? Risk register is not even created yet, right? So how would you go and do a risk assessment as compared to a feasibility study? Because this question is in the initial phases, like it's a very beginning stage. If it's a beginning stage, you will definitely would like to do the feasibility study instead. So the correct choice is D. You're working as a project manager for a hybrid project. They're executing a sprint that has a lot of issues. The team members successfully solved everything and they achieved the sprint goals. Great. Now they are in the sprint review meeting. The team members showed a demo of the product increment which they created to the product owner, but the product owner has a lot of changes. What should be your next step? Okay. A, product owner should add those changes in the sprint backlog so the team can implement the changes in the next sprint. Yes, definitely that could be part, and we have to I would say we have to do the backlog refinement also, because you would have to prioritize also. So A is a good choice. B, team should discuss this topic in the sprint retrospective meeting so that the team can come up with actions to satisfy the product owner in the future. This will avoid changes. No. Why no? Keep one thing in mind. Agile is open to changes. That's not a bad thing. If product owner is coming up with the changes, you don't have to come up with the solution so that these changes can be avoided. So B is definitely out. C, team should follow the change control process, and after approval of CCB, the team can implement the change. No, not at all. If you see that they're talking about sprint review, even though it's a hybrid project, but still they're talking about sprint review meetings. So this means they are discussing those in the agile side of the house. If they're discussing that in the agile side of the house, you don't really have to go to the change control board. So C is definitely out. Okay. D, the product owner should perform the backlog refinement. That's actually a good choice. Now, what is option A? Product owner should add those changes in the backlog so that the team can implement those changes, or product owner should perform the backlog refinement. I think the better choice is backlog refinement, because that's what you do. There are a lot of changes. You have to refine the backlog. You have to tell which is the next priority, and then the team can implement it accordingly. So out of A and D, D is a better choice. You are with your team on an estimation workshop. The agenda of the workshop is to do estimation for the user stories, which should be implemented for the current release. You observe that product owner is estimating user stories by doing relative sizing. As a Scrum Master, how will you handle this scenario? So what is relative sizing? You basically compare two user stories and say that relatively which is which takes more time. Like for example, if this takes 2 units, this one is taking 4 units. So you double the units what user story 1 would take. So that's what relative sizing is. Okay, let's see. A. Explain to the product owner the benefit of using exact dates over relative sizing and propose to use exact date because this will improve accuracy. No, not really. Relative sizing is a very common technique in agile and you really don't need to find the exact estimates if you ask me. So A is not a good choice. B. Explain to the product owner that agile teams are self-organizing and after estimation the product owner should get the team's buy-in. You can do that. I'm not denying that fact. Explain are self-organizing. Yes, but you know what? Let me read the question once again. I just want to understand what the real problem is. You are with your team on an estimation workshop. The agenda of the workshop is to do estimation for user stories which should be implemented for the current release. You observe that product owner is estimating the user stories for doing the you know what? Oh, you know what? The problem is that the estimation doesn't have to come from product owner. The estimation has to come from the team. Option C that is saying explain the product owner that the agile teams are self-organizing and after estimation the product owner should get the team's buy-in. I mean, they are the ones, you know, the team members should do the estimation and not the product owner. And why should product owner? No, that's not a good choice. It says product owner should get the buy-in after the estimation is done. No, estimation has to come from the team itself. So B is definitely out. C. Since Scrum Master is a project manager of the project, explain to the product owner that the Scrum Master should do the estimation. No, it is the team who has to. So C is out. Don't have to read the option C also. D. Explain to the product owner that the agile teams are self-organizing and they should do the estimation of user stories. Exactly, it's the job of the team, not the product owner, not the Scrum Master, not the anyone else. So your correct answer choice should be D. Josh is a Formula 1 racing driver who has won 5 championships in the past. Recently, he was racing on a practice lap when the speedometer started showing different signals. Identify the risk trigger and issue. Okay. A. While driving at 200 RPM, the race car broke down. So it's an issue. Of course, if something has broken down, that's an issue. At 1800 RPM, the engine is indicating a signal of breakdown. So it's a trigger. Looks like we have got the answer. A looks like the correct choice, but let's read B. While driving at 2000 RPM, the race car broke down, so it's a trigger. If something has broken down, it's an issue, it's not a trigger. Trigger is more like a warning if you ask me. So B is out. C. While driving at 2000, the race car's airbag deployed, so it's a trigger. No, airbag deployed it was actually an issue, and that was a by deploying the airbag, it's actually a response to that issue if you ask me. So at 1800 RPM, the engine is indicating airbag light, so it's an issue. Again, that's a trigger. If a light is being indicated, that's being a trigger. So C is out. D. While driving at 2000 RPM, the race car's tire produce more heat, so it's a trigger. If it's producing more heat, it's definitely an issue. It's not a trigger. At 1800 RPM, the tire light is on, so it's an issue. If the tire light is on, that's a trigger point. So D is out as well. So the correct choice is option A. Your team members assigned to your project are having issues with implementing compliance requirements. Because of these issues, your product cannot be sold in the market and it crossed the tolerance level of your organization. Due to this issue, you are in a situation to pay a very high late fee to the customer according to the contract made with your customer. As a project manager, what should be your next step? A. Brainstorm with the team and together find a solution to solve the issue. I mean, the issue has already happened. You can do that. Not a bad choice, but it's something which is it's well out of your pocket because it says it has already crossed the tolerance level. Okay. B. Raise a change request to implement the corrective action which will solve this problem. You can do that. C. Escalate the issue to the senior manager of the compliance team. Yes, actually, you know what? It's, C is a better choice, but let's see. D. Use fishbone diagram to find the cause of the issue and based on the cause, corrective action should be defined. First of all, you can do that. Fishbone diagram is to find out the cause and effect. You can definitely do that. But you know what? Out of all of these, This situation has gone out of control, has gone out of your hand. So somebody from the compliance team, somebody from the senior management needs to know this issue ASAP now. Okay, because it says the tolerance level has increased and now you have to pay a very high late fee now. So I think the most important thing is to discuss this with the compliance team, which is your option C. See, typically I always say that don't go for escalate option, and as a project manager you should resolve it, but over here this is an exception because it has increased the tolerance level. So that is the reason the correct choice should be C. You're managing a virtual project where the customer has requested a scope change. CPI of the project is 0.6, this means you are over budget, and SPI of the project is 1.5, which means you are ahead of schedule. The sponsor is worried that the project may be over budget, which is the true statement because CPI is 0.6. Which of the following steps should the project manager do next? Choose 3. So basically we have to pick 3 answer choices over here out of 5. In the real exam you may find 5 or you may even find 6 answer choices, and from there you have to find out 3. Okay. A, work with the team members to crash the project. So what happens in crashing? Crashing means you put more resources, and if you put more resources, this means it will cost you more. You're already over budget, so you don't want to make it more over budget, right? So A is definitely out. B, work with the team members to apply resource leveling. So resource leveling is actually applied when some of your resources are over allocated and stuff. The question is not talking about over allocation at all. So resource leveling will not help you in this scenario. So B is out as well. So clearly 3 answer choices we have to pick and 3 answer choices are left. So these should be the correct statement, but let's use brain. Let's use logic. PM should do an initial impact analysis. Absolutely. They should do an impact analysis to find out what's going on. Based on the initial analysis, submit a CR. Yes, based on the initial impact analysis, you will do a CR. Do a detailed impact analysis to find out the best way to resolve it. So if you see this point, C, D, E are the steps which are in order, which are being done, and all the 3 choices are the correct choices. The product owner worked with the team members to add user stories in the product backlog, and currently the 4th sprint is being executed. In the sprint review meeting, stakeholders were not happy. One of the key stakeholders reached out to the project manager to understand the team's progress. Which of the following steps should the project manager do next? So currently they are in the 4th sprint, and one of the stakeholder is not happy with the way things are going on, and that person is asking about team's progress. So as a project manager, how can you reply to that stakeholder? How can you help that stakeholder? A, review the stakeholder engagement plan. Okay, let me read out the option B, review the communication management plan. I honestly don't think so both A and B are correct, because they are worried more on the team's progress. So stakeholder engagement and communication management is not really about the progress. It's more about engaging the stakeholders, how to communicate them and things like that. So A and B are out from that perspective. C, share the burn down chart information radiator. That's actually good. In burn down chart, you actually shows the team progress where they are talking about, the user stories completed, where they are, what they are doing and things like that. So C is definitely the answer, I'm pretty sure. D, talk to the product owner on the number of user stories remaining in the backlog. You can talk to that person. Yes, that can help to understand the team's progress. I'm not denying that. So D is a good choice. E, share the velocity. It's actually the velocity, which velocity is synonymous term to team progress. It shows that how much work the team has completed, the agile team has completed. Whether we are talking about a sprint or we are talking about an iteration, velocity is typically with iteration. So that's actually team's progress. So even though D is an okay choice, but I would say that the better choices for me are C and E, which is my answer choice. David is working as a Scrum Master on a project. However, his team members are working on multiple predictive and agile projects simultaneously. His team members on the Scrum methodology project are struggling to maintain the current velocity because of the workload, and the stakeholders express unhappiness in the sprint review meeting. So basically looks like, the team members are over allocated. They're most likely not able to figure out how to manage these multiple predictive and agile projects, and the stakeholders are not happy. What should David do next as a Scrum master? If his project is not going on track, if his stakeholders are not happy, then definitely David has to do something, right? A, switch to the Kanban methodology so that David can put limits on work in progress. This is actually good, because see, what is happening is that team members are working on multiple projects simultaneously. Now because of that, they are not able to maintain the current velocity. So they might be picking up more and more user stories, but they're not finishing it. If they're not finishing it, they are not being calculated in the velocity, and that's why the problem is happening. So if you put a limit on the work in progress, then the team has to complete those user stories which they have picked before they go ahead and pick a new one. So A actually resolves the problem, but let's see the other options. Switch to the Scrumban methodology. You can do that. I'm not denying that, but I think A is being more specific over there by stating that they can put the limit on the work in progress. So that's why. And just changing the methodology completely might go little harsh on them, if you ask me. Discuss the issue with the product owner. You can discuss that, but it's more about the team members. Product owner is not really about the team members, that he or she is more about the product itself. So C may help, but not necessarily. D, switch to a hybrid project. Now this is a tough choice. Should we go to Kanban or should we go to hybrid project in this case? Now the question over here, they are struggling to maintain between predictive and agile. They are not saying that one project is causing them. It's just that they are overloaded with multiple things, and because of that they are not able to maintain the current velocity. So I don't know how hybrid project may help to maintain the current velocity, because I don't have a logical reasoning to it. But I know that if I go to Kanban methodology, and you know what, why I'm picking answer A over D, because the second statement of your question A, which is so that David can put limits on, that makes the option A a better choice. So because of that reason, A is a better answer. You work for an organization that follows traditional predictive methodology. Your company is trying to transition to agile from predictive, so they hired an agile coach to assist with the transition. The agile coach realizes that team members have knowledge of different types of agile methodologies, but not one specific methodology. What should agile coach do next? So basically it looks like they have knowledge, but they have knowledge about multiple things, like one person is comfortable in Kanban, another may be comfortable in Scrum, but they don't have one specific or one common methodology which the agile coach can use over here. So let's see. A, agile coach should arrange a Scrum workshop. Why necessarily Scrum? Why not Kanban? What is the reason of selecting Scrum? Based on the question, it's not clear that a Scrum is basically the preferred methodology, so you cannot just go ahead and simply pick Scrum. B, agile coach should train on any one of the agile methodologies. Yes, this could be done. That's a good choice. So we'll keep B. C, agile coach should train the team members on the principles of agile. Okay, that's even better. I think before you pick a specific agile methodology and the team doesn't have, they don't know one specific methodology, it's actually very important to understand the basic concepts of agile. So, like the basic principles of agile. So I think option C might be a good choice. D, one of the agile principles is self-organizing teams. So the agile coach should let the team pick one specific methodology. Now this is a good choice as well. Now, because it's giving a lot of information, so we have D as a good choice. We have C where we are talking about principles of agile. Now, since there might be a self-organizing team, what does that mean is it's more on the work side. It's not about picking up a agile methodology per se. Like once you decide whether you want to go for Scrum or Kanban, whatever, then yes, you want the team should pick up the work. and it's like, a self-organizing team. But to pick up a methodology itself, that has nothing to do with self-organization. I think before you let the team who are already confused, who already don't know, what specific methodology to use, telling them to pick one common, and everyone will probably favor their own methodology which they know about. So I think D might create more chaos. So it's better we first understand the principles of Agile, which is our option C. Tony is a project manager in an organization that specializes in creating window locks. While working on the project, one of the machines break down. This was a risk that the team has already identified in the past, and they have a risk response strategy planned for it. The team reviewed the risk response plan and implemented it accordingly. What should you do next? What should basically Tony do next? A. Update the risk register. They created, so basically there was a risk, the risk got hit, there was a risk response plan, so you went back and implemented that risk response. Now at this stage you don't have to update the risk register. So risk register is more about, the risk you are identifying. So the risk has already been identified, the response has already been implemented. So at this point it doesn't make sense to update the risk register. So A is out. B. Conduct a risk workshop meeting. Now, I don't know, risk workshop meeting, typically the process of risk workshop meeting is to, identify risk. Now, this risk has already been identified. So, conduct a risk workshop meeting may not be a good choice. So, B is out. C, do a risk audit. So, risk audit, what is the purpose of risk audit? Let me put it like that. So, risk audit is that you do risk audit from time to time so that those risks may not happen in future. So in this case, everything was implemented, everything is done. So risk audit can be done in future, not a bad choice. D, do a technical performance analysis of the risk. Now this is a good one. Why? Risk has been identified. Okay, you implemented a risk response strategy. Good. And now, what should you do next? Now, doing a risk audit, which was your option C. Let me first put it like that. See, the problem with that is risk audit is done after some time. Now, since you already worked on that risk and you just implemented it, risk audit would not help you at this scenario. Maybe in future it may help, but not at this time. In option D, we are talking about technical performance of that risk, which is when the risk got hit, when the risk response got implemented, then you see the performance of that risk response plan, how that is working on. And I think as a next step, that is your best choice. So the correct answer choice is D. You are managing a project where you are constructing a building in a location that is prone to natural disasters. A few months into the project, your area was hit by a cyclone. You had already identified the risk and the team executed a response as per the risk response plan. Implementation of the risk response led to several damage to internal walls of the building. The risk was not identified initially. So basically it was a secondary risk came into picture. What should the project manager do next? Now it says implementation of risk response plan led to several damage to the internal walls of the building. So this means the damage has already happened. So what we are dealing with is an issue and not necessarily a risk now. Okay. What should you do next? Update the risk register? No. I mean, a risk register is updated when probably more risks are being identified. But over here, an issue has been identified. So you will probably update the issue log, which is your option B. But let's see C and D. Review the risk management plan, and D, inform the risk owner about this new risk. So first of all, it's not a risk, it's an issue. So there's no point of informing the risk owner because there is no risk owner as such. So D is out. C, review the risk management plan. Risk management plan is all about how you're going to manage that risk. But once again, we are not talking about risk. We are talking about an issue. So if we are talking about an issue, this means we have to update the issue log, which is our answer choice B. Lucy is managing a big construction project for building a row house community where she's trying to collaborate with all of the stakeholders. The community will have 14 homes with exact same dimensions. The performing organization is very comfortable doing these type of projects based on their experience. However, the sponsor of the project wants to have solar panel installed on each of those 14 houses. This is something that has never been done by Lucy's organization. So basically in past they have never done something like this, but they have good experience on constructing the house. So one place they have experience and the other place they don't have much experience. What should Lucy do next? A, continuously review the lessons learned register. I don't think so it will help, because this is the first time they are installing those solar panels. If this is the first time they are installing the solar panels, then there's no point of reviewing the lessons learned register, because there is no information on that. Okay. B, follow a concurrent approach to construct the 14 row houses and update the lessons learned register continuously. So what does concurrent approach means? Concurrent approach means that you are like doing it in parallel. Let me put it like that. So you are making constructing the 14 row houses parallelly, like at the same time you are doing it. I mean, you can do that, but I think if you are installing the solar, the first time, you shouldn't do at least that part parallelly. Now, based on the option B, it looks like they're talking about the entire project to do it concurrently. So that's why option B is bad. C, follow a sequential approach to construct the 14 row houses and set up a retrospective meeting after finishing the construction of each row house. Okay, follow a sequential approach to construct the 14 row houses. Now, if we talk about sequential, this means they are doing first row house, then they're doing second row house, then they're doing third row house. Now, if you're talking about a sequential approach to this particular scenario, you can actually do that. I would not deny that. And it's actually a good choice. C option is a good choice. Let me read D first now. D, use an incremental life cycle to construct the 14 row houses and set up a retrospective meeting on bi-weekly basis. Now, I don't know in option D where this bi-weekly basis came into picture. So it's not looking good to me. I don't know. You can use an incremental life cycle where you are building one over the other. But if you remember, incremental life cycle is used when we have some quickness of solution. We want to go into the market immediately. But the question didn't say anything like that there is some kind of urgency. So I think the best part is to follow a sequential approach, because you have no experience of doing the solar panel. So instead of doing that solar panel part parallelly, you would prefer to do it one at a time, because if let's say you mess up on one, only one solar panel is being it becomes bad, but rest you are able to save it because you learned from it. So definitely, instead of doing concurrently, a sequential approach would be a better approach here. So the correct choice should be C. Amy is a Scrum Master where they are executing one of the sprints on the project. The product owner reached out to the team to add some new features on the current sprint. The team is complaining because they're almost done with the current sprint. They only have few user stories left to the current sprint. What should Amy do next? So really, if you ask me, the first question is that what product owner is doing, is this the right thing to do? Should he or she allowed to break the current momentum of the team? Is that allowed? Honestly, the answer to the question is it depends. If it's very important features or whatever, then it is okay to break the current sprint and work on it, because requirements changes. And if agile embrace change. So yes, it is something which could happen. Okay, let's see. A, request the product owner to include the new features in the next sprint instead. If the new scope is urgent, then request the PO to terminate the current sprint and go back to I think this is the best answer choice. This is exactly what I was talking about. I wish I could have read option A first and then give the reasoning. But yes, right? If it is urgent, then yes, you should terminate the current sprint. If it is not urgent, then wait till the next sprint. I honestly don't think so that we need to read B, C, D, because A is so good. But I'll still read it. Ask the team to do the work, as agile is all about embracing the change. I mean, yeah, but A has given us the reasoning better. So I mean, you can do it, I'm not denying that, but if it's not that urgent, then why to break the momentum of the team? So A is a better choice. C, reach out to the sponsor and complain about the PO. Once again, escalation should not be your choice. I don't even have to read the second statement. So C is out. D, work with the product owner to increase the sprint duration to accommodate the new changes. You don't change the sprint duration. Sprint duration, if it is for 2 weeks, you would prefer to keep it 2 weeks for the rest of the project. It's not like you can do 2 weeks sprint now, 4 weeks sprint later, then you go back to 3 weeks or 2 weeks. You don't make changes like that. So D is also not the right solution. So the correct choice is A. Your company has decided to transition to pure agile methodology from traditional predictive model. You have been hired as an agile coach to accomplish that. However, you are facing challenges as the team members are resistant to change. There are many conflicts happening because of this change. Okay, so you want to move to pure agile methodology, team is not that comfortable, they are resisting to change. What will you do? A, transition to agile methodology immediately as this strategic decision by the company. So even though the team members are complaining, you didn't pay much heed to their problems, and you just say, you know what, it's a strategic decision, we have to do it. So that's what A is. But as you know, we all are about collaboration. PMI is all about doing the right thing and not just ignore the problems, right? So you should discuss about it at least. So A is like kind of an extreme step. We will not prefer that. It's going against our principle of collaboration. You should do something. The answer should typically do something related to collaboration. B, provide training to team members to make them journalized specialists. You can make them so that they can do multiple things, kind of a thing. But I think before you do that, you should talk to them. I mean, yeah. C, continue with the traditional predictive approach as support from team members is very important. So basically, you are you're talking about that, hey, you don't want to change, it's okay, let me just go with the change. If option C is the correct, I think then option A is also correct, because that's like the complete opposite of option C. But like, you're not resolving the problem over here. D, work with the servant leader to support you in this initiative. Now, I typically tell people that, don't go to sponsor, don't go to someone like, outside your realm. Like, you as a project manager should resolve the problem on your own. Now, if I read all the 4 choices, I don't find any of the choices as good or resolving the problem. So in this type of scenario, it's okay to go to servant leader, it's okay to go to sponsor to get help. And because you are transitioning, it's actually a very strategic and an important decision for the company. And definitely a servant leader, your leadership can chime in and do like a top-down approach. And the team should value why this strategic decision has been done. So in this case, I'm gonna go with option D. There is so much buzz about agile that your leadership has decided to transition to a hybrid approach. You are leading the effort as a project manager, and during your first sprint review, you realize that some development parts were missed because of misunderstanding between the team members. What should be your next step? Okay, so what has happened? You are transitioning to hybrid, and the team members were missed because maybe not the team members were missed. Some work was missed, and looks like why it is missed because they are new to it. They don't have any training. There is some misunderstanding between team members, so they need some kind of, I would say, knowledge sharing session, something like that. But let's see. A, don't do anything as this was the first project following agile methodology, and team members will take some time to fully adopt to agile methodology. I never select answer choices where it says don't do anything. That's never a good choice. So A is out. B, switch to predictive model until the proper training is provided. I mean, you can do that, but I seriously feel it's an extreme choice. It's better to work with the new methodology, whether it is hybrid or agile or whatever, but you really have to do something together, collaborate on the solution to do something. So B is not a good choice. C, discussed in the sprint retrospective meeting. It's actually good, right? It's the sprint retrospective meeting. You discuss about how can you make sure the future things are better. And the question was talking about misunderstanding of team members. You can discuss about this issue in detail, that why the misunderstanding happened. Is there something you can do to resolve that misunderstanding? So C is definitely a good choice. D, issue a CR to CCB to correct the issue. We're talking about a hybrid approach over here. We're talking about some misunderstanding between team members, and issuing a change request. You can do a change request, I'm not denying that, but is that the change? Typically change request would be done in a predictive approach, and it looks like this is a hybrid project and you are actually working on the agile side of that, like you're working on the implementation side, which is not predictive. So change request for that particular case might not make sense. And most important, that some development parts were missed because of misunderstanding. The real point over here is that why it was missed, what was the misunderstanding, is there a process problem or whatever. And if yes, then it's agile, right? In agile you come up with a process in retrospective and make a solution. You don't do a change request and do that. Okay, so the correct answer choice is your option C. You're leading a group of virtual team members. All 8 team members have well-defined roles on the project. However, despite well-defined roles, there are conflicts between team members regarding the roles and responsibilities of team members. This conflict started affecting your project objectives. As a project manager, how will you solve the conflict? Okay, A, create a team charter together with the team members which has conflict resolution mechanisms. So this is a good choice. However, I am assuming that the team charter should already be created. Like this is like you do that actually in the early stages of your project. So something like this should already would have taken care. But the real question, this is one of the reasons why this option is out. But the second reason why this is out is team charter does not really talk about the roles and responsibilities. It talks about the conflict resolution techniques. This question is not about conflict resolution. This question is about roles and responsibilities. So that's why A is out. B, invite team members to a meeting and together try to solve the conflict. Yes, that's a good solution. I would say it's a problem solving technique. Discuss with them and try to solve a problem. So B is a good choice. C, work with the team to create a RACI chart which will help you to solve the problem. Okay, another good choice. The problem in the question was related to roles and responsibilities, and it's actually the RACI charts which talks about the roles and responsibility. It's about responsible, accountable, consult, informed. So I think this is really the problem in the question, and RACI chart is directly addressing it. So there is a high likelihood that the project did not have a RACI chart. So and RACI chart is not a mandatory document that you always have to create it. So if team members have still confusion related to roles and responsibilities, then this is your choice. So the chances are very high that the RACI chart is missing. So out of B and C, I would say first I would try to resolve the problem by creating a RACI chart, which is the primary purpose of it is to define a well-defined roles. So C is a better choice than B. Let's see D now. Escalate this issue to the functional managers of the respective team members? Not at all. You always know that I'm never in favor of escalating. So I never go for escalation option. Like hardly I would go. So that's why I'm not going here. So D option is out. So the correct choice should be C. You're managing a highly visible construction project for your company. You've managed these type of projects in the past. So you have a structured and well-defined process already established. In addition, you would also establish well-defined ground rules to prevent any slippage. On the other hand, you would need government approvals at various instances of your project, which involves a lot of changing dynamics and uncertainty. Which project methodology should you adopt for such a highly visible project? Okay, so first of all, it says that you have a construction project, which is something you have managed in the past. There is a well-defined process already established. So it's more like a predictive sounding like that. So you have well-established ground rules and You would need government approval at various instances, which involves a lot of changing dynamics. So a lot of changing dynamics, this means you can't do predictive over there. So the first few lines are talking about predictive. Last one is hinting more towards agile. That's what the question is. Okay, let's see. The construction project should use predictive approach and the government approval process should use the agile. I think this makes sense because the first part, if you ask me, well established process, I think A is the correct choice. It's very good. B, use agile methodology for both construction and government approval. When you have a well defined process, when you have everything good, like ground rules are also well established, why would you do agile methodology for that? So B is gone. C, the construction project should use an agile approach and the government approval process should use predictive. Absolutely not. There's a lot of changing dynamics in your government approval. So you cannot just use predictive over there. So C is wrong. D, use predictive methodology for both construction and government approval. I would not agree to that because, as I said, there's a lot of changing dynamic for the government approvals process. So that part definitely has to be done through agile. So this means your option A is the best choice. Peter works for an organization that is moving from traditional predictive to agile methodology. Peter has never worked on agile methodologies in the past. So the organization decides to start with hybrid approach instead. What other things could be done to help Peter smooth the transitioning? I would say give Peter a training, maybe. Assign Peter to only predictive projects and hire a full-time agile coach? I don't think so. I mean, you are moving to hybrid and you want team to learn a new approach. You would not just, you want to challenge that, right? Challenge the status quo. So you cannot just simply, hey, I'm comfortable this, I'm gonna do this. Like, no, you should challenge your team. So A is out. B, hire an external third-party agile coach on a contractual basis to support here. I mean, you can do that. But would that really be my first choice? I mean, first I would prefer to give Peter a training, and if that doesn't help, then yes, I could help a third-party agile coach also. I can do that. And not necessarily a third party, I can probably do an internal also. I can hire full-time also, right? So it's not necessarily a third party only. C, make Peter the scrum master and team members can learn on their own because agile teams are self-organizing. First of all, Peter is not comfortable. He has never worked on this in the past. And if someone has not worked in the past, you cannot make that person Scrum Master. Scrum Master is more about the expert of Scrum methodology, where they know in and out how the Scrum methodology works, how the project works. So C is out from that perspective. You cannot make Peter the Scrum Master. D, get Peter trained on Agile methodology. Yes, as you know what, that's exactly what I was saying. The first thing, that first you will start with the training, right? Then if that is not working or helping, then you will do something different. So first option choice should be your option D. By the way, guys, Peter is name of my best friend and that's why I used his name. I really like him, so it's good. So D is the correct choice. Lucas works in the automotive industry where he is managing a project that requires the development of hardware and software components of a product. His reputation in the organization is good as he empowers team members and stakeholders to get the job done. The plan of the project is to use agile methodology for the development of the product. What should Lucas do to get the approval of product scope? Okay. A, demo the features and get approval from the product owner in an iteration review meeting. That's exactly why you do iteration review meeting, where you get an approval from product owner. So A looks like a good choice. B, get the approval as per the project management plan. I mean, we're talking about an agile methodology over here. If predictive, I would have said that, but we are talking about agile. In agile, approvals comes in your review meetings. So A is a better choice than B. If this question was about predictive, then I would have said do B. C, request the product owner to review and provide feedback on the features in the sprint retrospectives. See, feedback on the features is done in sprint review and not in sprint retrospective. Sprint retrospective is more about lessons learned, feedback on the process and not necessarily on the features, right? So that's the wrong thing. D, make sure you decompose the deliverable into work packages in the product roadmap. I mean, first of all, you don't decompose the deliverable into work packages in roadmap. The first part is more of a predictive term and product roadmap is more of an agile term. So D is just option made up. So that is wrong as well. So clearly my favorite choice is option A. You're managing a virtual project which requires the development of pharmaceutical drug. The project has high level of uncertainty, so you have to deal with a lot of changes and regular meetings with the CCP board. Because of these frequent changes, your project is running behind schedule. What could have done differently to prevent this situation? A. Relax the rules of CCP board to save time. Okay. Adopt an agile methodology instead. You know, the question, if you see the question, it says the project has high level of uncertainty, so you have to deal with a lot of changes. If there are a lot of changes, then why not use agile methodology instead of predictive methodology, right? So B is actually resolving my problem. Decompose the WBS to work packages to make sure expectations are properly set. You can do that, and I'm assuming that that would have been already done. Like, you know, that's a true statement. You always decompose WBS to work packages. So what is different over here? You know, so C is already done. D. Apply resource leveling to make sure project critical path is not impacted. Now, resource leveling may impact the project critical path. So option D is actually an incorrect statement at all completely. So the correct choice is your option B here. You're working for a car manufacturing company and are currently negotiating project agreements with the vendor to launch their latest car to the market, and you have been made the project manager. Okay. The manufacturing project is very similar to other projects you have managed in the past, as the requirements are straightforward. However, because of growing competition, you must come up with new unique ways to market your latest car. What should you do next? A. Use predictive methodology for planning stage and agile for execution stage. I mean, the entire project just looks like that, you know, it's the requirements are, you know, manageable. They know that you have done that in the past. I mean, why would you use agile for execution? I don't know. It says, however, because of growing, you must come up with new unique ways to market your latest car. New unique ways means, does it mean that you have to do agile? B. Use agile methodology for planning stage and predictive for execution. That's completely rubbish if you ask me. If the requirements are straightforward, why would you use agile methodology for planning stage? It doesn't make sense. C. Use majorly predictive with few agile components. I think that's a good choice. Where it says that you must come up with new unique ways to market your car, I would say for those components you can use agile, but for majorly you are using predictive, because that's what the statement says, right? That you know everything, requirements are straightforward, you have worked in the past. So I think this makes little more sense as compared to option A, where you were doing agile for the complete execution. That's not required. D. Use majorly agile with few predictive components. Again, completely wrong. When requirements are straightforward, so you cannot just use majorly agile. So I think the best answer choice should be C. Amy is a project manager. She's managing a project which is in the planning stage. The customer reached out to her to deliver their next project as quickly as possible. Okay, that's incremental if it's as quickly. Amy applied schedule compression techniques to fulfill customers' requirements. However, the customer is not satisfied and rejects the proposal, stating that it will not deliver any value in the allocated time. What should Amy do next? Okay. A. Submit a change request to evaluate the impact on scope and cost because of the schedule change. You can do that. It's a change. First of all, what's the problem? It rejects the proposal, stating it will not deliver any value. And since but you know what, you don't have to do the change request now. I know that, because the question is in planning stage. If the question would have been stating that you are in execution stage, then you would have done a change request. Since you are in planning, you are discussing, you are brainstorming, right? So you don't need a change request for that. So A is out. B. Use fast tracking to shorten the duration of the project. See, the question says that you use schedule compression techniques. You have already done that. So I don't know if option B would resolve that problem or not. C. Hire more resources to crash the project. I would say that's the same statement, because crashing is also schedule compression. You have already used that. So I don't think so. C may help you, right? You have already done that. D, use incremental product development methodology within a predictive methodology. Okay, that's a very interesting choice. So the question says that the customer reached out to her to deliver their next project as quickly as possible. So as quickly as possible, this means you're talking about incremental product development, and they also want that whatever the proposal she gave, they rejected it because it's not delivering any value. So if you are doing predictive methodology, you will definitely show them that value also. You're using, like in incremental, what happens, you do something, then you show it to the customer. Now the customer will see the value. If the customer is not liking it, they will reject it, right? So I think using incremental approach is basically the best thing out of all the choices. So your correct choice is D. During a daily stand-up, one of the team members brought up a technical issue that he is facing. What should the project manager do? So in a daily stand-up, an issue was raised. What should be done? Okay. A, continue discussing the issue and find out the root cause of the problem. See, you don't discuss issues in your daily stand-ups. Of course, you discuss an issue, but that's it. Then you go outside that daily stand-up meeting, set up a meeting and resolve that issue. You don't discuss issues in detail in the daily stand-up meeting. So option A is definitely out. B, set up a meeting right away after the daily stand-up meeting to discuss the solution for the issue. I mean, not right away. You don't understand. Just based on this question, you really don't know what is the importance of this issue, right? So the statement where it says setting up a meeting right away, it's a red flag. You will not do something these kind of things you do immediately, you do ASAP, right away. All these are red flags that most likely these are not this is not the answer choice. So B is gone. C, project manager should immediately update the issue log. Same thing, I was just telling you that these are red flags, like immediately, right away, ASAP and stuff. Issue log, I mean, you can do that. This is not like a bad choice, but it's more related to a process, which is like update an issue log. But what is the solution to this? You have to find out the solution to this problem also, right? Team should set up an offline meeting to discuss the issue and find a solution collaboratively. Exactly, collaborate with stakeholders. Set up a meeting offline whenever the team is available, and then come up with a solution together so that everyone is on the same page. So out of all the choices, D looks like the best choice. You have been given a major transformation project which will transition your organization from predictive to agile methodology. You face a couple of challenges on this project because every department works in silos with their employees as individual contributors. What should you do next? So basically the problem is that the team is working in silos. Everyone is more like an individual contributor and not working more like a team. An agile project, agile methodology is all about collaboration with the team. So what can you do? Okay, A, work with the senior leadership to come with a fixed date of transformation. No, that's not resolving the problem. The problem is that they are working in silos and they are individual contributors. How would you resolve? Working with the leadership to come up with a date will not resolve this problem. No, for sure, no. A is gone. B, use agile inverted triangle methodology where time and cost are fixed and scope is constantly changing. Same thing. Is just given unnecessary information to confuse you. What this has to do with working in silos? Okay. C, make use of hybrid methodology and slowly shift focus to pure agile methodologies. I think that's a good start. People don't know how an agile methodology works, so don't dump them with so much information, which is like they get complete lost. Start small with hybrid and then go to agile. So C looks like a good choice. D, use agile methodology for only large complex projects. Why? I mean, if you have a hybrid approach, why would you just do agile methodology for large complex projects, right? It's not necessary to use that. So out of all the choices, C is your best choice. You're managing an agile project, and based on the number of story points delivered so far, you are on track to meet the schedule baseline. However, during the project execution, your sponsor informed you that many of your team members are being moved to a higher priority project. What should you do next? So first of all, you are about to complete, but in execution, sponsors said that they have to be moved to a higher priority. It happens all the time, not a big deal. A, submit a change request to evaluate the impact and discuss the next steps. Why not? That's actually a good choice. Why not? Like, your team is being going, so you would do a change request to understand the detail impact and talk. So A is a good choice. B, cancel the project in the phase exit quality gate meeting. Why? If you can get more resources or replacement resources, why would you cancel it? C, reach out to the function manager to tap into the bench strength. Yes, you will do that. That's actually a good choice. But don't you think so? You should do a change request to get those resources or discuss the impact and take a decision before you just reach out and look for resources. What if you don't have function managers in your organization, right? So you cannot assume that part also. What if you have to go to external vendor to get? So I think C may be a solution, but a better solution is A with me. D, work with the sponsor to come up with overtime allowance to get the work done with the remaining resources. I mean, you would not prefer that. Since it's a scheduling change, you would do a change request as the first go. So which is your option A? You're a project manager on a computer graphics project. The project objective is to install graphic cards with the latest technology in 1000 systems. Your project got hit by a risk due to inadequate training on the new technology. The team reviewed the risk response plan and implemented it accordingly. What should you do next? A, update the risk register. B, update the issue log. C, reduce the risk rating as risk response plan has already been implemented. And D, provide training to the team so that this risk doesn't occur in future. Now, clearly in the question, it looks like that this problem, this risk happened due to inadequate training. So option D looks like a good choice, that as a next step you are providing the team the training so that this risk doesn't occur in future. So that's definitely a good choice. Let's start with option A, update the risk register. Because this risk has already occurred, has already been implemented, there is no point of updating the risk register at this stage. Updating the issue log, I could have understood, which is your option B, which is a good choice. But I am assuming that issue log should be updated when that risk actually happened. Now, this question, if you see, it says risk occurred, team reviewed the risk response plan, and team implemented it. So probably it's now little late to update the issue log, because something like this should have already been done. C, reduce the risk rating. See, nowhere in the question it says that this had an impact on risk rating. What if this risk can occur again? You don't know, you're not sure. You cannot assume option C based upon the information which is given to us in the question. So C is out as well. So the best solution looks like is to provide training, and that was actually the problem described in the question. See, this question I have deliberately added. It's a simple question if you ask me, but still I have added this question to confuse you by giving different options, and those options were so confusing so that you divert away from the correct answer, which was your option D here. So the correct choice is D. A project manager of a recently transformed agile project observed that all the meeting the team conducts are extending the meeting time. So basically, if the meeting is for 30 minutes, it's taking more than 30 minutes. That's what it talks about. This started affecting the team progress in creating a working product. What should the project manager's next step? Okay, what should be the project manager's next step? Okay, fair enough. A, stop meeting when the meeting time is over so that the team will get used to time boxing it. I would say this is too extreme of a choice. Just if somebody is talking at the 30th minute and you're saying, hey, time is over, shut up. No, you can't do that. So A is out. B, identify a person who can facilitate all the meetings. Yes, you can do that. Then what is project manager doing? I'm assuming the project manager is the one who is facilitating the meeting. So B is not a good choice. C, coach the team members on how to be effective in the meeting and be on topic and just remain on topic. So I think out of all the three choices, So far C is good because you are at least doing something by coaching them, trying to explain. So C is so far good. D, allot time for each person so that all get the opportunity to talk. That's not true. Like, I mean, if somebody has more input, and somebody's, like, for example, if you're talking about a particular aspect of a project where so and so is responsible, you cannot say that, hey, your time is for 10 minutes, you can't speak more than 10 minutes. So this is also not a good choice. So out of all the choices, I would say C is the best choice. You're managing a project with two phases. Phase 1 of the project is to construct the building with approved government regulations. Phase 2 of the project is to install a technology system to make it a smart home. Phase 1 requirements are very well defined, so this means predictive, and phase 2 requirements are high level with lot of uncertainty, basically, which means agile. Kind of a hybrid question if you ask me. What should you do to plan for the second phase? So second phase was where you have lot of uncertainty. Okay, A, make sure that the quality of deliverables is not compromised. Nowhere in the question they are actually talking about quality. So option A is just useless, gone. Collaborate with stakeholders to discuss the next steps. That's actually a good choice. You should always meet, collaborate, work with the stakeholders to come up with a good solution. So B looks like a good choice. C, do a risk audit and update the risk register. Okay, so this is a good one because the question says that requirements are high level and lot of uncertainty is there, and uncertainty is risk. Option C might be a good choice as well. So let's keep both B and C for now. D, make sure that the work breakdown structure is decomposed up to work package level. Once again, there's no point of this answer choice because it has nothing to do with the question. So it's just useless information, just like your option A. So D is out as well. So we are left with two choices, which is B and C, and now let's find out which is the best choice. So if you see this question, the question says, phase 1 requirements are well defined, phase 2 requirements are high level with lot of uncertainty. So there is lot of uncertainty and the requirements are high level. So it really looks like that you are still in the early stages of the project for phase 2 specifically, and you have to come up with a solution. Now at this stage, if you do a risk audit, at this stage, risk audit is typically done, I would say, when your project is a little farther along and you are doing the risk audit to check the reoccurrence of this risk. Now, this project is not farther along, it's still in the beginning stages if you see, because they say phase 2 requirements are high level, lot of uncertainty. At this point, there is no point of doing audit because you have not even started the work on the project. So it would be better to come up with a solution, to collaborate with stakeholders and find a solution for the same. So out of B and C, B is a better choice. You're managing an agile project which is divided into 8 sprints. You're in the 6th sprint, and as per the information radiator, it doesn't look like you will be able to finish the remaining work in these last sprints. So you have two choices. Remove some of the work packages or crash the project schedule. What is the best possible solution for you? A, work with the product owner and recommend adding more resources. So either you can crash or you can remove. So option C is talking about crashing the schedule. So maybe a good choice. B, bring up this issue in the next sprint retrospective meeting. You don't know when is the next sprint retrospective meeting. Is it like today? Is it like after 10 days? You don't know. It says you are in the 6th sprint. So it doesn't look like that the 6th sprint is finished or not. You shouldn't wait till the last moment to come up with a solution. If you know there's a problem, you should come up with a solution then and there. So option B is definitely out. C, work with the team members to fast track the project. Fast track the project is about doing things concurrently. The question says you have only two options, which is either crash the project or remove the work packages. So how would fast track come into the picture when the question itself has given you the two possible choices? So C is gone as well. D. Work with the team to find out why this was not identified in the beginning. Yes, you should find out, but by finding out, you're not resolving the problem which is described in the question. And your first step should be to resolve the problem, and then of course you should find the root cause also. So clearly it looks like the correct choice is option A, where you decided to crash the project work. See, first priority should be that work should get completed, and if it means to crash and not remove the work packages, it's always a better choice. And again, you are working with the product owner to understand the importance of those remaining work packages, and then you take a call. So option A looks like the best choice. You're managing an agile project which is halfway done. Recently, your competitor announced that they will be launching a similar product with more features. Due to this announcement, the sponsor thinks that the user stories in the current sprint will add no value and requests you to stop the work on a few user stories. What should you do next? A. Do a root cause analysis to find out what all features have been announced by the competitor. You can do that, absolutely. You should know, right? What additional user stories they are doing. But honestly, it's not your job. It's actually product owner's job to do that, not yours. But still, it's a good choice. B. Bring up this issue in the next sprint retrospective meeting. Why would you wait till the sprint retrospective meeting to come up with a solution? Sponsor has given you the problem right then and there. They are asking you to stop the work immediately. So first you try to find out the solution to it and work towards that solution. So B is out. C. Stop the work on those user stories and continue working on the remaining in the current sprint. Okay, I know that sponsor has asked you to stop the work on few user stories, but the priorities might have changed as well, right? Because of the competitor launch. So you should not, I don't think so. You should continue the work as is. You should definitely sit there, work with all the user stories which you have in hand, and then, get it prioritized and then start working towards it. So I think so C is wrong. Let me just read D. Reach out to the product owner to understand if the priorities have changed. Exactly, that's what I was talking about. Trust me, I didn't even read option D. Now I'm reading it and I'm telling you that that's exactly what you will do. You will work with the product owner because priorities most likely would have changed because of the competitor announcement. Work and then again start working on a new sprint or whatever, right? To make sure that you are working as per the revised user stories. So D is definitely the best choice. Congratulations on completing the complete set of 180 questions. It was a long journey, right? I know that. I recorded these videos, so I know the amount of effort which went to it. But let me tell you, I am proud of you. I'm proud of you. If you got questions wrong, please don't get demotivated because, as I mentioned before, I deliberately created these questions tougher than the real PMP exam. I don't want any more surprises in the real PMP exam. If you think I was able to make a difference in your PMP preparation, then hit on the subscribe button on YouTube, press the like button and give me a shout out in the comments below. We need to tell YouTube that this is the best PMP video out there. So how would YouTube know about it? When you like, subscribe and share it with your friends. And if you want to practice more realistic scenario-based PMP questions, which are just like the actual PMP exam, then go ahead and check out my website www.eduhubspot.com. Explore the website, click or say hi to the chat team, ask for the free study plan. They will definitely share it with you after understanding your thought process, your background, the number of hours you can take out on daily basis to study. And if you want to reach out to me, I reply to each and every email I get. So you can reach out to me directly as well at varun.anand@eduhubspot.com. Good luck and let me know when you pass this PMP exam. I am shouting for you, I'm vouching for you, I'm just with you to make sure you pass this exam. Good luck and make me proud. Thank you.